come down and try it. It's really, really good. It is delicious. I am so ready to have these every day. I like a little ketchup and hot sauce. There you go. These are so good. I don't personally believe this is plant-based eggs, plant-based protein, plant-based sausage. This is delicious. If this is what eating healthy and just making not a change, just a way to put more plant-based protein in your diet, if this is how I'm gonna do it, I'm happy, because this is amazing. I'm gonna crush this. I'm gonna crush this. I hope you guys don't mind me watching. I hope you guys don't mind watching me eat. This is available at retailers all over the country. China, Canada, Singapore, South Korea, South Africa, and Hong Kong. Exclamation point Just Egg in the chat. Check out some recipes. There's a store locator. There's even a coupon to save $1. And these retail for around $4 most places. All right? It'll show you exactly where you can buy it. There's a coupon on there that I used to buy it, and it'll give you some recipe ideas. I am absolutely ready to try out a lot of different applications. Quiche definitely happening. Yeah. I'm kind of in shock here. I'm loving this. I am absolutely loving this. Ugh. It's so good. And it's interchangeable. If you guys have the time, go ahead, take your pan, cook up the Just Egg liquid, right? If you don't, go to the freezer, Just Egg foldable, 7 grams of protein, what is it? 100 calories, 7 grams of protein, 7 grams of fat, 3 carbs, 0 cholesterol. Pop it right in your toaster oven. Pop it right in your microwave. Mary Todd, thank you. George's hot sauce. Welcome, my friend. All right, I'm gonna take this last bite. Laura wants some. Let's get ready for Sando number 3. We can get a little wild with this one, okay? Y'all name it. If I got it, we can throw it on the sandwich. Sandwich number 3, plussed up version, okay? Let's get set up. Nice clean pan. Nice clean pan. Obviously, the hot sauce has been a favorite. We're gonna leave this out here. Oh, somebody said some hot spicy honey. I love it. It's lurking. I saw somebody say some hot spicy honey. Maybe to zhuzh up the sandwich. Put it aside. Nice clean work surface as always. Pause, welcome back to the subs. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. This is a blessing and an honor and a privilege to be here with every single one of you, and to be working with Twitch and Just Egg. My eyes have been opened. I could not believe, in all honesty, that was the first time I had like a classic breakfast sandwich with plant-based protein and egg and cheese. Shocked of how good it is. Really, really shocked. Absolutely delicious. Okay, so, plussed up. When you guys and girls, have you ever been, okay, take it this way. We went to the bodega, right? First, we went downstairs. We were late for work. We were late for school, late for an appointment. We made our sandwich on the go. English muffin, slice of tomato, some Just Egg, our homemade hot sauce. You can use any hot sauce you got. Delicious, ready. Then we visited our bodega, right? We're out riding our bike around the corner, or we're walking to work. We just got off the subway, right? I'm hungry. Bam. breakfast sandwich wrapped in foil. We had this sausage, egg, cheese. Now, you're at home. Leisure day. It's Saturday. Late for court. It's Saturday. Everything's been done. Your amazing partner, significant other, or your parents, or your amazing brother and sister took care of all your workload, and you're like, all right, it's time for a breakfast sandwich, but I want to zhuzh it up. So I say, we do it, okay? To get ready for this, go through your fridge, see what you got available. I'm gonna go take a look. We're gonna take some votes here, right? We're gonna vote what type of bread. We're gonna vote what type of cheese. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about throwing a hash brown? What do you guys think about throwing a hash brown on here and sticking with doing things healthy, right? I love putting a hash brown on my sandwich. What about putting a hash brown on this breakfast sandwich, right? But how about I'm trying to cut some carbs because I have once been known as like the bread man. I eat a lot of bread. I want to cut down some carbs. Let's go with a cauliflower hash brown. How about that? I think we're going to start by heating that nice and slowly because I want this on my sandwich, okay? Cauliflower hash brown for the health conscious. Ugh. A little bit of grapeseed oil. Throw it in a skillet, low and slow. Just crisp it up, okay? I think one will do just fine. And I think now we're gonna vote on our bread. We're gonna get our hash brown started. IDM, hello. Bachelor, hello. I'm gonna take 2 of these hash browns. I can use more cauliflower in my diet. 2 of the hash browns. We can move our cast iron skillet here, just for now. You guys ready to vote on bread? Most important part of any sandwich, besides the just egg and your protein, right? Bread. Are we going brioche, eggy, buttery bun? Or are we going ciabatta? The Italian, holy, bubbly, amazingly. It gets crispy on the outside. Get your votes. Click on the screen. Now's the time. Make sure, I want you guys to write this or that so I can see what's going on a little better. Make sure you click the screen. Let your votes be known. Let your voice be heard. All right, let your voice be heard. Manny Rod's my man. I'm a ciabatta fan. I always say it like this. I like myself a whole lot of ciabatta. I like myself a whole lot of ciabatta. No, we're gonna do a little test. I'm throwing this one in there on the fly. Drop it, okay? We're gonna do a little test. I'm gonna cook one of these hash browns in a skillet on low heat. I'm gonna cook one in the oven, 400 degrees. Just for a little personal experiment. Whenever I cook things that can stick, I like to use these silicone mats. Pop it right in the oven. What's our winner here? This just in, the winner is, trying to decipher the Morse code, ciabatta. You don't do eggs on ciabatta. Oh, you absolutely do eggs on ciabatta, right? We just did them on an English muffin. We just did them on a bagel. Now this is like plussing it up. Just say this is like you have your friends over from college or your new boyfriend and girlfriend. You want to impress them, right? You want to impress them. Got that great bakery around the corner. IDM, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's give you a big bow. Oh, baby. Impress them with some ciabatta, right? Great for BLTs, great for all sandwiches. So let's get our ciabatta. We're gonna get it started. I have wonderful ciabatta rolls from an artisan bakery around the corner here. Yeah, but we don't have them. I make my bread, right? I try to make my bread sometimes, but we do have one place that has some pretty good some pretty good ciabatta rolls. This is why I like
everybody,
ciabatta. Take a look.
welcome back to
You guys
the
see the
Multiverses
You guys see the
official
texture of
bracket here
ciabatta?
at
See how it's got
EVO
all those holes in there?
$100,000
High-
on the line. A lot of amazing matches.
High
still to come,
hydration,
and a lot
meaning
of
there's a
action
high
still to
percentage
come
of
on
water in
these
the
edges,
flour,
man.
which
Once
gives it a
again,
crisp
joined by
outside and a
different
really
world
chewy,
with Austin.
gluteny
How you doing
inside.
today,
When
man?
you have a
Bro,
lot of
AJ, I am
gluten,
doing
right?
fantastic,
When
man.
you have a
There's
lot of
some
gluten,
great
that's
games
what gives you
coming
these
up for
big
you.
air holes in
Multiverses
here,
is
and
back.
what
We're
gives
still
you
not
that
done.
nice
So
crisp
many cool
outside
matches to get
and the
through,
nice
dude.
chewy
We have
inside. So
over
into our
200
toaster they
teams
go.
entering the
I like to
entire bracket, so we got
employ
a lot
the
of legwork
same
to catch up with
method.
today, right? So this is
I
even
like
the
to
last pool. We
employ
still
the
got one
same
more after this,
method
but tomorrow
for
top
cooking
48 's gonna be
ciabatta
taking
as I
place.
do
We're
bagels.
just
All
here today
things.
to figure out who those
Low
48
in the
teams are.
toaster.
Exactly, and some of those
Do it a
48
couple
teams have
times.
already seen
Once
some of the amazing
the
sets
first
from our
time,
top seeds.
to
Of
heat
course,
it
you've
up and
seen
soften it up,
Leviathan and Saito
unless it
go
just
through
came
the
out of the
beginning
oven.
day.
The second
Mirror
time,
Man and
the
Roger
crispy
right after that.
outside.
One of the most
Make sure
intense
that
sets
it
we saw
gets
all
nice and
day.
crunchy,
Chapel
and then the
and
inside
Zoo
stays
in
nice
that
and light.
near
If
outside
you do it
coverage
too
against
much,
Forever
too
Quest,
quick,
but right now we're going to see Crustle and Carlos
it can get a little hard
Classic
and chewy,
to
right?
start
Dab
things
on
off here.
I feel that the toaster is now going to permanently
Look,
be up
there it
there.
is, there it is.
Oh,
Okay.
one more. Give me
Charleston
one more,
Flats
one
food
more.
truck,
Keep
it
it
could
keep it
possibly
going.
be.
Hey,
Now that I'm
hey.
seeing
I
how
know, you're
easy
not
it
playing
is to
Jake,
eat
by the way,
breakfast
I
with
might
just
be a little
egg
upset because
and a
that is
healthy
just too
breakfast
much of
and
a build-up.
protein-filled
But
breakfast,
in the other corner,
I think that has
of
to
course,
stay.
we have
Right?
RDDC,
I think that has to stay. Chat, what do you think? Are we keeping the toaster there from now on? Maybe we should start every stream. I start my streams. I don't know if I'm allowed to say
Yeah,
this.
I mean, earlier
Checking
today
out
we saw
my
Jake the
imaginary
Dog and Finn
producers
the
over
Human
there.
on the
Okay,
same
we're gonna
team,
go
right?
with it.
That's like, yo,
I
Adventure
stream
Time.
on
They're brothers,
Tuesdays,
they're best friends. We got them
Wednesdays,
both on
and
stage.
Fridays
I would love
in
to
the
see that
kitchen,
again. Just Jake in
10:30
general was
a.m.
a
Eastern
a
time.
fresh eye to see, right?
Instead of me
Because
getting
that
a little
man is
hangry
like,
sometimes,
he is gonna
why don't
suck.
we
Is
start
he-
that
oh,
stream
look
with
at
a
that. We
just
see that.
egg
Is that
breakfast
junk?
sandwich
That
or a
is the
just
junk
egg
food?
omelet?
No, that's
Get some
the
protein
junk
in
food.
there.
That is the mini
The
hit
snack
to go.
box. It's called Snack Box.
Good to
Actually.
go.
It's a Snack
Okay,
Box micro.
I'm loving it.
It's a different brand.
This game can be played on pretty
All
much
right.
everything as well. I've seen people play on
So,
Fight throughout the day. I've seen plenty of
What
different
plus
controller
now? If
guys
you
throughout
had,
the day too,
if you
and
had
it's
to pick a
been,
plussed up
it's unique
ingredient
because you have this
for
game feels
your
very,
breakfast
free
sandwich,
to
where
flow.
are
There's
you
a lot
going?
of
What are
tight
two
canvas, a lot
ingredients
of
that
different
you
combos
want
could get,
on your
and
breakfast
it's just
sandwich?
basically off of
Boom,
what your
right there
comfort
and
pick
there.
happens to be for that.
Right?
Yeah, a little.
I
That's actually what matters for me personally.
happen
I need that
to
second
love
analog stick. You know, having
arugula
that second
is a
analog stick
great
is
one.
so helpful for being able to just like
Mushrooms
throw
and
out aerials,
spinach,
whether you're
bacon
doing,
and
like,
cheese.
retreating or something like that.
I was thinking
But
about
some people don't know
utilizing
that. Some people don't
some
do that,
spinach
and
here.
like some
What if we
keyboard
did
users are,
like a
can make
Florentine?
them move without it. They don't even need that right stick.
Yeah.
You know,
Hmm?
I personally just.
What if we
creature
did like a
habit, I love
Florentine?
it. I grew up with this,
I'm
so
a
I
fan of
need
the
that.
A little bit
right
of
PS5
spinach
at the
and
moment.
Parmesan,
I've
maybe a
liked,
thin
using
slice
the
of
decal.
tomato. We can
forward to that 'cause it reminds
we
me
can
a
go
lot of
ahead and like
traditional
saute
fighters
up some
where,
spinach.
the way that the movement
Maybe
is very
some.
similar to
I'm
that.
thinking,
What
well,
we
you guys
are,
can
in
choose some
fact,
cheese.
going
Right?
to be
We're gonna
seeing,
do a
just like
melty
you see that
cheese in
it
one
queued up
room.
a
Let's use.
second
I
ago.
use
We're
Parmesan
waiting for
cheese
the
like a
first stage
seasoning.
pick to come out here
Right?
from both teams. Again, there are two.
I use Parmesan cheese almost like a salt for the spinach, so it's not going to be our main cheese for the sandwich, but it'll be incorporated maybe into our spinach. What do you think about that? Spinach, avocado, how? We can do avocado.
Yeah,
We can do avocado. What do y'all think?
They heard the voices. They heard the
What do y'all
like,
think?
yo, so I got some multiverses coming?
Truffle.
So there's a little bit of a zoom in on that Snack Box micro, by the way. That's actually my preferred controller of choice when I'm playing on like fighting
Well,
games,
let's
like
see where this
traditional fighting
goes.
games. So
I
it's
think
like
now
it's really comfortable. I just in this game PS5 controller. That's my.
we're
that's
gonna
my
vote,
shtick. But literally,
right?
again, really beautiful to be able to play this game.
We're
with
gonna vote on
literally
some
any
cheese?
controller under the sun because we're playing on PC, so you can just plug it in and
And then we can move on
Some
from
people have
there.
been rocking GameCube
Truly on the
controllers
fly.
sometimes, so, like,
Let's
there's a
vote
lot
on
of
it.
different, like,
Pepper
devices you can
jack
use.
or
And you
Swiss?
asked and you shall receive because we are going to get on
Pepper
the
jack
red team.
or
We're going to get
Swiss?
Finn and Jake,
Ooh.
but on the blue team we're going to be getting.
And then
Bugs
we'll move
and
from
Finn.
here.
So this
Make
is
sure
a
everybody
very
click
rushdown,
on the
heavy
screen
comp we're seeing
to
here.
make sure your
Bugs
vote
can play
is
that
heard,
around it. You
okay?
pretty much need, whether it may be a
Make sure
lane,
you
but it
click on the
covers
screen
everything.
so your vote is
And I'm
heard.
curious to see what the perks are going to be between these two teams because when you're looking at this, it's not a zoner heavy composition. You're not going to be
I'm so
worried
excited
much
for this one.
about anything
I'm
outside
beyond
of the
excited
safe
for
being
this
kicked
one.
at you, maybe the gem being thrown at you from Finn. So there's no reason to go for the projectile block perk.
So
And
delicious,
it's way
so
more likely that you'd be
convenient.
going for things
It's a
like
plant-based
triple jump
egg
or anything
prepared
that'll help
in
push
minutes. You
advantage
guys see, we're
off
doing
the-
this
in
right
those,
on the fly,
in a
right?
matchup like this.
with your
Aerial
suggestions,
acrobat
we're
is,
able
like,
to
a
take
perfect
this
pick for that,
product,
just giving you that
just egg,
additional
and make
aerial
ourselves
speed to,
breakfast
like, try to,
sandwiches
like,
that are
close
delicious,
distance,
super
especially if you
fast,
stack
which is
that at
awesome.
20% extra, you definitely
Better
want
for
something
us,
along those
better
lines
for the
to try to, like,
planet.
close the
They're made
distance.
from
Yeah.
plants,
A lot of
7
round
grams
serves
of
I've been seeing
protein
today
per
from Bugs
serving.
Bunny
They
is
cook in
just
a
in
few
general. I saw
minutes.
MBD doing it
Egg-free,
earlier, is
dairy-free,
they'll be like 3, 2, 1,
nut-free,
go, and they just
soy-free,
dive in with the
non-GMO,
Sarah. Like,
allergy-friendly. Come
especially
on.
if they're a comp that has like
Come
a
on.
little bit more support heavy or has more ranged on it, they kind of like chill back, want to set up shop, and that bug.
What do we have going on here?
Right in their face.
Winner
so it's like
is
something you might see, maybe not in this matchup.
Pepper
because it is
Jack.
big and
Let's
that they're
get
gonna
that
be
pepper
facing off
jack
against,
cheese.
but Finn being one of the assassin roles, you know, they got that little bit of a
Just
debuff that
egg
other
tastes
assassins have, right?
just
They got
like
14%
chicken egg.
additional
It's
damage that they
absolutely
receive while being an assassin,
delicious.
but they make up for it by having very speedy
All right.
and combo heavy.
And they
Let's
have
do this on
lined
the
up
fly.
pretty
We have
much
some
what
pepper
expected on
jack.
the Finn and Bug
We
side.
have
So
some
they
hash
do have,
browns.
double stack triple jumps.
Pepper
So they
jack.
have
We have
triple
some
jumps
hash
at all
browns,
times.
right?
They have the Axis third,
I
and
got
is
that there. We have
amazing defense
brioche.
advantage. And then
100%.
Any
there is one of
protein.
them
We
using
want to
aerial
do
off
some
the bat, so you have a
some
little bit of
plant-based
additional aerial
bacon.
drift in there. But
Do
they
we want to
also
go
have
with
the
our
fire debuff,
spinach?
so that
How about
does
spinach,
point out
bacon,
that they're
onion?
going to be using a lot of safes. There might be
Spinach,
the gem
bacon,
toss,
onion with
because
some
the gem
pepper
does
jack
count as
cheese
projectile
on
too
top.
when you re-grab and throw it.
And
that
the
is a
hash
fast
brown.
projectile at that too, which you can teleport through to get an additional hit for Finn. On the other side of it, I believe I saw the knockback reduction off of damage when you get hit off of ground.
Salty,
or
try
off of a
drizzling
wall.
some honey on
So
the
that
eggs.
can help a bit
YMS.
with some damage mitigation, which you
I
do
think I
need
shall.
against a team
How about some hot
like,
spicy honey to
Bugs
go
and
with
Finn, who are gonna
our
be countering you off the stage
pepper
to try
jack
and bounce
cheese?
you all over the place.
What's interesting when you talk about that gem, right, that Finn can throw, that costs 100 gold each. So, like, if you're spending that, you know, you have less gold in your bag for the backpack attack to do even less knockback and
What do you
damage on
think?
it. So that's something that's
Awesome?
very important to key
Yeah?
on. We're going to jump right into
All
this
right.
set. Here we go. Trophies
And since this
Edge.
is
Again,
like
this
our
Crystal and Carlos
plus
Classic
up
representing
sandwich,
Finn and Bugs on the blue
like,
side. RCDC
really,
and Tetaferis on
like,
Jake
zhuzhed
and
up.
Finn on
What
the
if we
red
do
team.
like
And
an
already
extra
getting
like
ignited off of that rocket
layer
start. That
here,
controls
right?
a lot of stage, Austin, as you already know. But
ciabatta,
safe
pepper
is another
jack,
way to control
just
stage
egg.
2. As we saw it break, it did ignite.
So our ciabatta is done in the toaster. I think we're going to give it one more time through the cycle on low.
Literally, if you're just out there just trying to get back on stage and you see Finn charging that down attack, you better be on the lookout, bro. That purple sword
Hot
is
honey
going without
glazed
fierce.
bacon.
Literally,
Oh,
just trying not to get back
did
on
we
stage
just
really
hear hot
fast.
honey
Meanwhile, you got
glazed
Jake over
bacon?
here, has that strong Sarah being able to have so much distance and get covered with the punches. It's very helpful.
And then you see a lot of Jake, who's been riding through as well with that side special, the horse,
Ooh.
to be able to kind of zone break and get in to help
Ooh.
his teammate Finn, who's been kind of struggling a little bit
All
to get
these
back on, using the
things
double side air there
sound
to go to get
so
in. But there is that
wrong.
charge side air from Bugs, and what did that line
But this
up
is
for?
all
Instant coverage
healthy
from Finn on his own team to get the
plant-based
knockout.
protein.
Exactly. And
So not
speaking of
only are we
knockouts,
like
there's already 3 on the
bulking
board
up
for
these
Crystal and Carlos
flavors,
Classic.
but
They
we're
seem to be
adding
on a tear
all
right now.
plant-based
Carlos
protein
throwing
while
the
doing
pie
it.
with
This
the
is like the
rocket.
best
I
of both
actually
worlds
like that.
here,
The slow
right?
motion pie going with this. You have 2 different
I
like,
say
details
we
coming
start
your
with
way.
our bacon.
Gets in
We're
by
gonna get it
Jake.
nice and crisp.
Saves him.
Okay.
Is he dead?
For that, we're
Oh,
going to
you
use
might get
another
knocked out
skillet.
here to
Oh my
avoid the
gosh.
second up special for there from Finn, trying to come in with the bag. But that was almost so good because you got launched into
Get
the
it
command
over.
grab from Jake, but wasn't
Medium,
able to
medium,
get
low
quick
heat.
enough to send him out.
Medium,
now they're
medium,
looking at
low
a 3
heat.
life to none deficit. This is pretty large right now, Austin, and it's going to stay that way as we see a 4 life lead go in on the side
Egg
of the blue
Sammy
team.
with
call
some
that a
tomato
perfect game,
hollandaise
That
and maybe a
was just
slice of ham
incredible. You saw
quinderella.
that time when you
Do
actually
it.
put Jake
Go
up
out there,
in the
grab
top
some
left
just
corner.
egg.
He's at 30
Right?
damage, got caught by the
Exclamation point,
backpack.
just egg
There
in the
was
chat.
potential. If that was
Click
like
on the
any
link.
fighter
We'll
character,
bring you
that might have been a ring
to
out,
a
but the problem
coupon
is
if
that
it's
Jake is
available
a
in your
pretty
area.
heavy
It will
character.
bring you
Like,
and
he's
show
up there
you
with the big boys.
where
Yes, being
you
like
can
5th or
buy
6th
it.
heaviest character,
And
that's a very
it will
important
give
trait
you
to have. Allows
recipe
them to be able to
ideas.
drive, but it didn't really matter.
Pretty
They still
amazing.
got the win, so that's going to be
Pretty
like I
amazing.
said, a
Ciabatta,
perfect game.
done. We're going to leave it right in the
Team
toaster.
dedication. Anytime
Perfectly
we saw
golden
a
brown,
hit come in,
right? We don't
especially
want
from
any more
Bugs on
color,
lineup, was one of those
but we're going to
knockouts.
leave it
Instant conversion
right near
for
the
Finn on
toaster
other side.
so it stays nice
With
and warm and
the red
toasty.
team, one of the things
Okay?
you need to use as Jake is
Right near
that
the
stage
toaster.
control with that large slider like we were talking about. He was using a lot of the horse to get in.
We have
to
our
close
pan
the gap.
here slowly
Occasionally
heating
using
up.
the house to bounce, but I'd like to see that a little bit more in those situations where the safe is out.
You're very lucky you
So
ate right
could
before this stream.
potentially
Otherwise,
just take the
I'd
hit.
be
It doesn't reflect the same way that
scrambling.
you get with the smaller projectiles, but
I like that pun.
Stop that big projectile.
I don't
and
have
let
my
Finn
alerts on,
rush.
so I haven't been
I
able to
think
do
that
my
was a little
dance
bit
moves like I
of one of
normally
the
do,
weaknesses
but I
in
applaud
trying to
that
get
pun.
the gap closed.
I
Even though they're up next to
had
each other
to
most of the
not
time, it was
eat
easier for them to line it up
before this
because
stream to
the
make sure
Saints
I
and the
had
Rockets
room.
are always there.
Something to consider is that
It was.
Finn maybe buy the
Everything so far has been
projectile,
delicious.
from the shop, the
And
projectile
I'm
armor,
saving
just
half
have
of each
something
sandwich
like,
so we
again,
can
All the
do,
other buns.
Yeah, the
you
armor
know,
buns,
a review at the
punch
end,
on
the
my
final
buns.
vote.
But like literally, whenever Finn
And
goes,
it's so
when
hard, 'cause
Finn
I'm looking
able to
there and I'm
purchase
just
that-
like-
that defense, right? That allows him to be able to, whenever he charges an attack,
Come on,
both him and his
let's
teammate
do
get
this.
some projectile defense, and that could potentially
I have
help
to
in the
wait.
matchup, especially because we saw so many pies and safes flying by.
Little
and
recap.
rockets.
How about we do a little recap? Remember,
you can't
we
go
have
with
our
projectile block
quick
perk, but you only
on
have
the
a few
go,
seconds for that. But having
double
that active
tomato,
always
just
while
egg,
Finn is
English
running
muffin.
around using
Hey,
those
it's me,
charge,
salty
those
hot
neutral
sauce.
specials,
Which are
We got our
neutral back.
classic
Yeah, exactly. They all lead to something.
sausage,
I agree. I think that's
American
a really good idea.
cheese,
We're gonna
just
run right
egg on a
back to
bagel,
Trophy's Edge.
and
I
now
think
we're
that the
making our
stage is really the
plus
big
up.
issue there. I think it was just the
So
ability to
far,
crowd them and actually get stage
beautiful
control
ciabatta
on the
bread.
left, hopefully get some better edge guards here.
Pepper
Already
jack
out the gate, they
cheese,
just opened them up completely.
just
26
egg,
damage already
we
on
have
head,
hot
just
sauce,
trying
we
to
have our
find a way
hash
back
brown.
center
I
stage.
think it's time to
They're
start
just
cooking our
slugging a
bacon.
fest right
We're
now.
gonna do a
Double team
bacon,
damage coming from
onion,
blue team.
and
All he's doing
spinach,
right
or
now
we're gonna
is
do a
nair to
hot
downer,
honey,
nair to downer.
hot
Bugs
honey
Bunny on
glazed
his there with Carlos out here just trying to get
plant-based
as possible. But
bacon.
here's the
Okay,
thing.
so we're gonna start
Jake
cooking
can
this
get
first.
some ring outs, man.
Pan.
He hits
Okay,
really heavy.
lower
He was
heat,
one of those grounded up attacks.
and we're
he
gonna let it
said, but
slowly render.
That down attack
Okay?
again, man. The
Slowly
coverage
render.
on the ledge, and also the
Medium,
jumps were gone.
medium,
and then
low.
covering in to try try and go help
Okay.
out. And then this
Medium,
once again,
medium, low.
Crystal and Carlos Classic have been so on point to make sure
Let's
that
go
they
in
get
here.
those
See what we
conversions when
got.
necessary. Now red team is really behind here with these two
Spinach,
guys.
Oh, he
we
was
have.
charging
Boom.
that up attack when they were landing. If he let that rip a little bit sooner,
We're
they
gonna
might have
cook
been able
that
to, like, do some
in this
big
pan
damage to him. But now we see
after
Jake,
we
67,
get our spinach
72,
or our
82, gonna
bacon
be able to
done.
survive. Good KBI getting back on the center
There we
stage.
go.
That was
Nice
the
slow
knockout
render
right there, too. That back
on our
from
plant-based
above just missed to get
bacon
it on
here.
top.
Just a
Yeah,
little
he's
bit
trying
of
to go for his
oil,
follow-up.
just a tiny
Again,
bit.
getting another backpack,
Okay?
enough coins to get that.
Just to help
Got
it
that
along.
going out of business, unique perk coming
Right?
in
When
to
you
get
were a
the
kid
next
learning
shot
how to
purchase.
ride a bike,
Cheaper,
you
but
always
does
told
not
your
matter. He had
dad or
no
your mom
chance
or
to
your
get back
cousin
onto
or
the
your
ground
uncle,
and try
hey,
to just open
I don't
up
need
that
your
roof
help.
shop,
I
and he
got
got
this.
obliterated
You know what they
on long
did?
left.
Not only
still
was
gave
that
you that little
extremely
nudge,
scary
right?
because of the position
Same
you
with the
were in, but
bacon.
because of the
It's
fact
gonna
that Carlos used to
render,
jump in
it's
a
gonna
dodge.
crisp
So when
up,
you
it's gonna
saw
render out some
Finn try
fat.
to get his way back
Just
through,
give it a little
two
help in
resources
the
were
pan,
already gone.
right?
That
Make
meant
sure it
free
doesn't
double up.
stick.
Charge that side
Oil
cover
for
up
bacon.
Another up
Yeah,
special up
little
maybe to get
bit.
a trade.
Little
But
bit.
if you go low, down attack's already there
Little
from
bit.
Finn, which you can cancel off a charge. You could drop
Not
off
a
of,
necessity,
with the dare as well.
but when we're using
They
a
already
plant-based bacon,
separated,
right, we
the
want
Jake
to
away, so
go
there's
ahead
nothing
and
that they could do getting quick enough to try and save him because they just recently got knocked out.
just make sure it doesn't
Amazing
stick.
communication from the blue team
This
to take
pan's
that
been
game.
through,
Conserving your resources is
this
such,
pan's
like, an
been through
important
war,
factor to put
right?
in this
You
game,
gotta
right?
make sure
Because
it doesn't stick
You don't
here.
even think about like trying
Mama
to be
Salty's
aggressive with it.
there.
You also gotta think about
Hi,
how you're gonna,
Mom.
like, approach from it when you're like approaching
My
someone
mom
up to
probably
the top,
can't
using
believe
all your
this right
resources
now.
to chase after them. All of a sudden you get hit, you're out of resources off stage.
When's
You
the
gotta think
kitchen
about that. We're
sink
gonna toss
just
over to
egg
some
sandwich?
replays here real quick just to
Maybe
see
we'll have some
a little
time.
bit of
Maybe we'll have
reaction
some
from what we
time.
just saw previously today, because right now
Just take
blue
everything,
team with that
right?
was just
Let's
almost
pile it up
encapsulated
to
I
a
mean,
for
thick
look at
just
you had
egg
nothing you
sandwich,
could do
right?
there. If you went in forward, you
All right,
tapped
so
it,
we
hit
are
from the rocket.
rendering.
If you
Look,
go
we
down,
have
you
our
get
first
hit by
hash
Finn.
brown,
And
nice
then
and
here as well,
crispy.
the jump
This
was
is a
already gone. The back
cauliflower.
forced them to have to
I
go
believe
upwards
there's a little
because
bit
we
of
were afraid
broccoli
of
and
the
spinach
back.
in there
Got
too,
covered
so
immediately by the
adding
up special.
extra
Then here,
vegetables,
every
right?
single time
Adding
there was a
extra
lineup, Bugs was
plant-based
instantly there to
food
cover, and
into
then
our
here's that
diet.
double up.
Cauliflower,
Used a couple resources, tried to get aggressive.
cauliflower,
Trip him
hash
up.
brown,
Didn't
number one.
matter.
We have
Every
another one in
trade
the
works
oven.
favor of the blue team at that
We got a
point.
little
I
bit of
feel like the
broccoli and
down airs
spinach
off
in there.
stage were
We're gonna
very,
saute
like,
some
it was just
spinach.
kinda him kinda
Plant-based
hoping for
protein for
something, because at
bacon,
that point, you're down
ciabatta
3-0,
bread,
so you
plant-based
need a
protein,
miracle
just
hit. So if you
egg.
land one of those downers,
We're
you
gonna
get-
put a little bit of
so you get
hot
both of them. All of a
honey,
sudden, the game could be
spicy
tied,
honey
or it has the potential to be tied.
onto
So, like, I
our
understand
bacon.
why
I
he
think
went for it,
we
but it was
should
just he got
get
blown.
ourselves
Yeah,
some
anti-rush,
onion, okay?
anti-rush down
I'm
hold
gonna go
tactics,
into the
like, please
deep
jump out here, but
dark
they did.
world
Yeah,
of our
and it was in the
pantry
wrong
here.
spot. So amazing job, of course, going to Carlos and his teammates.
Hey, I get to use a
kicking out
knife.
The
Let's
very first
go.
round on to stream here in the
This
6
knife
p.m.
is pretty
waves,
famous
but
in our
we have a lot
stream.
more still to come.
Okay,
Like
this
we
is
said
called the
before, we were
Force.
mentioning
That's
some
what
of
we
the teams
call
we're
it.
already seeing some of the top seeds.
Gonna go ahead and
At
get
some point throughout
some
this, we're gonna be seeing players like
thin
Dante
slices of
with
onion,
that
okay?
amazing
I like a
super game
nice,
coming up.
I missed the
like
Taz, bro. I missed
somewhat
the Taz.
caramelized,
I
somewhat
love it.
caramelized,
Say it again,
I do
bro.
not miss
but
that
not
task.
Wow.
too
Don't take away
like
for good
burnt.
reason. The
On the
Superman
verge
is
of burnt, but not burnt.
amazing and
Onion,
should stay out.
right?
I love seeing that.
Onion
Superman
equals
play.
onion
But,
rings.
Of course, there's a lot of other teams that we're going to be seeing here, of course, throughout the rest of the tournament. Like you said, it's not
Bucket!
just this one. There's still another wave.
All
to
hail
go
Wade
after
Boggs.
this.
Wade Boggs is a
And,
hero.
I
Myself
can't
and my
wait to
dear
see,
friend
as
Buckets
we get ready to
there.
get for this next match.
Right? We all love
Literally,
Wade
like,
Boggs.
just
Any
looking
Wade
at it on,
Boggs
like, a
fans out there?
Bigger scale, right? For like tomorrow, for instance, you know, we're looking at some of the top.
Whenever
seeds
I
out
eat
there.
breakfast,
know
I
a
start
lot
my
of
day
guys are on a
like
certain
Wade
two
Boggs
teams,
approached the
right?
bat,
We got
like an
Leviathan
at bat, right?
coming out, you know,
Zoned in.
Sinum, got
And
a
now I
final
know
tournament a
part
couple
of my
weeks ago,
zoning
ended
in
up getting
here,
second place at no tournament
Wade
right after
Boggs,
that. Guess
Just
who they
Egg,
lost to?
plant-based
Mirman and Rose J.
protein
I think those are like the
breakfast
two
sandwiches.
top
Let's go.
teams that
Yes.
a lot
We're gonna
of
take this
eyes are on.
onion,
And Leviathan and Sinum from earlier
somewhat
today, cool.
thinly
Hey, they
sliced.
almost, like that was a very close set they had.
Yep.
So that was like, oh, like that could have been
somewhat
something just kinda
thinly
axed that
sliced.
storyline completely,
Okay,
but
not
thankfully
too
they ended up
thin.
getting the win. That was against
And I think we're
Brand
gonna go ahead and get this in our other
Yes, they
pan.
were able to clutch it out. But
Start
one thing that we were
caramelizing it a
missing
little
in lot of
bit.
These online brackets was some people weren't attending because
Uh-oh.
they're waiting for
Left
the
something
land.
open over
We
there.
didn't have the attendance of people like
Onions.
Boomy and Sandstorm who have been
Unturned.
in these positions before. And then of course
It is a little
there's the
toasty in here, my
surprise
friend.
team like setups
Maybe
that
I
you
should
don't
turn
expect,
my.
like
Maybe I
Lord
should
in the
turn
Cat
on
with
the.
Tom and Jerry Wonder Woman. Nobody's doing that, but they have been top of the leaderboard forever. And then the only team
Maybe I should turn
succeeding
on the
with
AC
double
a little
rushdown
bit.
right now
Let's
with
get our
Bat-
pan
with
going.
the
We got
Batman
some
and
fire
Finn
back
with
here.
Chavo and Zoo. You have to be. It's so much more
All right.
stressful.
Let's
when
not
you're on
blow
that
up the
stage,
house.
when you're at the land.
Live
So
on
even though those two
Twitch.tv.
have been
We don't need
dominating on
that. Let's
top,
go ahead and get
you
our
always
lighter.
have to pay attention to those who are just
There
close
we
enough because
go.
we've seen a couple close ups.
I worked in a restaurant where you had to start every burner
Only
that
going to
way.
get even stronger once
did.
we reach top 48 tomorrow.
I think
Andy, thank you
playing
so
in
much.
online
Thank you.
Casual matches is like
We got
a completely
our
different setting from playing in an
oil
online
in
tournament,
our pan,
which is a completely
grapeseed
different setting
oil.
from playing in a LAN.
I think
Like,
we're also
literally,
going to go
like,
ahead.
it's a
Don't try.
completely
You know
different
what? I'm not even
setting
going to set a
from
bid
playing on
again.
stage. Like literally, there's like 4 different tiers. To
Take
how
yourself
stressed are
some
you about to be.
tongs.
Yep.
And
Right?
so when
We're
you
gonna
jump
flip
on that
our
stage, 'cause this stage is beautiful, by the way.
plant-based
You got
bacon
some, like,
here.
red carpets,
Nice
white
and
walls,
crispy
nice
on
Yeah,
one
an
side.
amazing crowd, everybody
Yeah.
who's been out here with us all
Look at
day.
that.
We appreciate
We're
every
ready
single
to
one
go.
of you, of course,
Come
who
on
have been
now.
hanging out with us all
It's got
day
that little
long.
bacony
It's been a
smoke
long
going,
day at that.
right?
We've been here
Yes.
since
Got
10
that
a.m.
bacony
10 a.m.
smoke.
in the morning,
Bucket, thank you for
still
the
going.
gifted subs,
And
my
a lot of
friend.
troopers who've still been
Big
with us the whole
cheers.
time,
Namaste.
getting ready to see
right?
These amazing
But
matches you're still
we got our crispy
somehow
bacon
still have
here,
the energy,
perfect
man. I think it's
slices,
literally
ready
the
to
game.
go.
Just being able to watch the
Low
game, please
heat,
play
let it
down.
render
down.
slowly.
Dude,
My sleep schedule is so
Slowly.
destroyed because of this game. I don't sleep anymore. I can't stop
Dude,
playing
Just
Batman. It's
egg,
too much fun.
making
understand,
just
bro.
egg your
We
must
gotta
egg.
move on. We gotta
Ah,
move on. We got some great
come
players.
on.
Of course, acknowledge the wave
Write that
from Mario
one down.
Starenkoa.
Put it
If you
down.
want to go
Put it
ahead
in the
and
book.
wave at the camera again. We see. I saw you. I saw you. There you are.
There
Up
we
here
go.
on the
Making
stream,
just
we're gonna go ahead
egg
and
your
show
must
this,
egg. I love it.
They'll be going
I
up
love it.
against from looks at things.
All right, let's char
We
up
got
these onions a
Kick
little
and
bit.
Nick on the other
Hot
side.
pan, little
Is that
smoky.
really? Oh my
It is.
gosh. There they
Simple,
are.
Fake
simple,
out.
efficient, clean
There
names.
it
Look
I
at
like
the
it.
matching, bro. Look at that. They got the same
Actually,
shirts.
Now.
They are matching. Okay,
Here's
I
a little
love
tip.
it. Team
Aspiring
synergy.
cooks.
This is what you need. Team
Yes.
synergy.
Aspiring
From the
cooks.
outfits all the way down
Get that
to the
onion
team
in.
lineup.
They already
But
got
Low
buffed.
heat.
They cannot pick the
First
same
thing you
characters.
want to do if you
I
don't
know,
want to
unfortunate for them,
overcharge
right? If they're rocking
your
the same
onion,
outfits, maybe they want to pick the
immediately
same
the
character.
tiniest
For those that
pinch
don't know, you
of
cannot
salt.
have two of the same character on the same team. In this bracket. Yo,
What
look
this
at that
does
zoom in.
is
Look
it
at that
draws
shirt.
out the moisture from the
Amazing.
onion,
Like,
and it'll stop it from
See,
getting
okay,
too
so if they're playing- one of
caramelized,
them's
right?
playing Shaggy.
Yes.
One of them has to be playing
100%.
Shaggy.
They
Give
don't
it a
play
toss.
Shaggy,
We want a
dude.
little bit
I'll
of
make
color,
so upset.
not
if
too
the
much
person
color.
playing Cake is not actually playing
Bacon
the Cake variant
looking
of Jake,
good.
I have questions.
Okay?
Yeah, I saw you
Cake
laugh.
the cat.
Ciabatta
Yeah,
bread,
Cake the cat,
nice
right?
and
Is
warm.
that you? Is that you? No.
Kind of like lean back, like maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Why are you?
I'm
why
gonna go
are
ahead
you
and
putting me on the
flip
spot?
our
Always
hash
here,
brown
but
that's in
I
the
feel kind
oven.
of bad
Looks
now.
amazing.
Round one's gonna
So,
be the Jake that's never been played before.
how are
just
we
like
feeling with
just to
this
make sure-
right
make sure
now?
we're happy. But
Caramelized
what we're happy about, of
onion,
course, is the amazing
spinach,
teams that we'll be seeing.
hot
We do,
honey,
in fact,
spicy
see,
honey,
at
glazed
least for
bacon,
Mario Starenkoa, it looks like that we'll
hash
be,
brown,
we'll be seeing a
ciabatta
Shaggy
bread,
and Velma,
pepper jack
and then we're gonna be
cheese.
seeing Batman teaming up with
That sounds
Harley on the other side.
Pretty
High
good to me.
damage output team,
Yeah.
very
That
light
sounds pretty
team at
good
that,
to me.
though. So it's going to be
Right?
heavily movement based.
To get the
control with
crispness of the
battering and
bacon,
confetti
the
boxes
crunch
to try and keep
of
Shaggy
the
in
ciabatta,
over
the
the corner. But one thing they do
fluffiness
have
and
is
the
word bubbles
protein
that
and the
armor
health
that
benefits
Shaggy that can
of
see through that.
That is another
just
thing that you talked about, is
egg,
being like super
plant-based.
rushed down, right? It's like
Charleston
they don't really
Flats
have
food
a
truck
perfect
gifting
user.
subs.
Yes, Batman
Wow.
does have the battering, and yes, Harley Quinn
She's
does
upstairs
have a
right
little
now, hanging
bomb
out with
that
the
she might
dogs.
Throw out there, a little stuffy toy.
Laura,
The
thank
problem
you.
Is that
Big
Velma
bow.
is actually someone who has a lot
Thank
of
you.
ranged attacks, so it's
What's
going
up,
to be
hype?
about how well can they
Nice
kinda
caramelized
stay away
onion.
from their
Let's
opponents
go
to
in
get all
with
their
our
workshop
spinach,
going, because
right?
Velma works wonderfully
Boom.
if she has a lot of room to play with when she can use her
Boom.
megaphone, throw out the
I like
word
my
bubbles,
spinach.
throw out the books to try to make their heads bigger, make
In.
their cooldowns come back even
Low
faster, so that
heat.
she can rinse and repeat
Low
even
heat.
faster.
You can
with
even
that.
actually,
Make Shaggy
you
think
can
that
even
much harder about what he's going
He
to
does
do.
a
have
little
slice,
splash of
bro.
stock in
He doesn't
there,
have cooldowns.
right?
He doesn't need a
That'll
True, just
steam
use the armor,
the
fly
spinach
on right through
Yeah.
with all of those
and
refreshes
stop the
and all that
browning
support as we get ready to get
of
into
the
game
onion.
number one.
But we don't need
Mario
that right now.
Starenkoa versus Cake and Nick.
So here
All
we
right,
go,
question
man. We got
chat.
Jake and Nick right over here.
Question
Nick with
chat.
The Harley, Nick with the
Are we
bats.
dicing up
And
some
right out the
tomato
gate, you know,
for this
seeing
mixture
them, blue
here?
team playing a little bit more aggressive than I
Are
thought
we
it was
dicing
going
up
to be,
some
but I think
tomato
we kinda
for
have
this
to with how
mixture here?
fast these characters are coming into you. So Shaggy right out the gate, connecting a lot of nairs, a lot of down airs, being able to
Boom,
combo
our
right
bacon's
on top of
crisp.
it.
It's
A lot
ready.
of side
He is
specials,
finding
too.
so many side
This
specials.
bacon's what
Every
we
time
call
they're grouped up
GBD.
together, this flies right through. And one thing that
GBD.
can happen is using those
Okay.
word bubbles to line up
Nice.
a free knockout off
Crispy.
of an uppercut
Oven
from
is
Shaggy,
off,
as well
but
as
what
just
I
lining
like
up
to do to
potential
keep
knockouts
things
off
warm,
Velma herself. But that
I go ahead and throw them in the oven. I
or
leave
down
the door
specials
open.
from,
Keeps
Harley,
everything
borderline
serving
impossible to
temperature.
challenge.
Yeah, and Cake is looking for those
Okay.
up specials as well. He's
Take a look.
back coming out into a pressure. Almost got the combo Darren to an air.
Ooh,
Instead gets down
now
with an
here's a
uppercut,
question.
double uppercut
Let's see
from
what our
Mario Starenkoa, being
producers
able
and
to take
our
off that
viewers
first
and my
point,
family
getting a
and my
sick
friends
ring out.
and dogs.
Velma going to be able to survive a little bit longer.
You guys wanna
Unfortunately,
mix
Shaggy is going down
the
at
tomato and
146
spinach and
damage.
onion
Velma's stressfully trying to
into
get
the
back on. They're
egg,
trading
or do you
attacks,
want to
weakened
top
status
the
on
egg
Jake.
There has been
with
no belief in
our
disadvantage in
ingredients?
this game. Everyone
Big
has been
question.
swinging on their way back down to the ground.
They're
But,
pushing buttons.
hey,
Right?
Look,
Top
we are
it,
holding
top
forward. We're
it.
doing it correctly. As we see,
Thank you guys for our little train here. Boop, boop.
Finding that knockout on
Top it,
the
top it
Batman.
it
And
is.
already a lot of damage, however.
Top
on
it
the
it
Velma.
is.
This
You
a
guys
big
are the boss,
opportunity. Can they get
right?
that roll up? Can they get that uppercut? They decide to commit to 2 down attacks instead.
Ooh,
That's
that's
gonna
going to be
get
so
separated.
good.
I was gonna say that.
You guys see what I mean by getting like a
Toss out
little
that
bit of
Mega Ball finally does
caramelization?
a very good move to be able to throw out. Got the big
Just
heads on
that
deck.
little
Double
bit of
spike
browning,
from blue
that
team,
tiny
1
bit,
point away from
but
being
it's
able to
cooking and getting
solidify this
soft,
game
right?
and being putting that lead.
Cooking
That's
and
very
getting
important
soft.
for them.
Oh, there we
Unfortunately,
go.
gonna get caught
I
by
think we
an
can even
uppercut,
add
and
more
all of a
spinach.
sudden,
Let's take it
this
off
could
the
be kinda
heat.
dangerous, right? Because even though the score
take
is
it
in
off
favor
the
of blue
heat.
team, Shaggy is at
I'm
105.
gonna go reach in.
Could get one
I
more
don't
uppercut.
suggest
I
you do
love
this.
that
Reach into
recovery.
a
The one
400-degree
last
oven,
came into
grab
play,
our
came
hash
armor,
browns.
allowed him to go for the
Boom.
side special, but that doesn't
One
even matter
cooked in a
'cause we got Spike
pan,
coming out from Delma.
one
Nearly
cooked
impossible
outside
to
the
get away
pan.
from what was going on
Both
right there.
ready
When
to
you
go.
saw
Spinach
how,
wilts a lot. That's
Batman
right.
was covered on the side of the
I
stage,
heard
looking for
that
grapple
one
hook, and decided to
Olympic-sized
dodge away,
swimming
but even
pool
then, if he did
full
dodge away,
of spinach
had both
can
Shaggy's,
feed
down air on the top
3
and
people.
Velma covering the lower side.
What
So
a bargain.
recovered. Same thing
I
happens
didn't
for
believe
Hardy
it.
at the end, where you're
But it's
trying
true.
to find a landing, use the down air
3
in
whole
disguise to
people.
try and control, use
Let's go in a little
the,
more spinach.
the
Right?
punching
Why
gun
not?
to just kind of back you up.
Why not?
But
I am Kate.
Two incoming, especially when Velma is right there creeping with the potential of the projectiles that can line
Oh,
up
look,
free
it's the
knockouts
rest of Hey
for
It's
that
Me
Shaggy,
Salty's
and
fresh
they
South
found a
Carolina
lot
garden
of
grown
vertical
tomato from
knockouts
our
using that very
first
same
breakfast
team combo.
sandwich,
Yeah, literally.
which was our
so many times that we saw
on the go,
like, you know,
right?
there's a
Nice and
potential
quick.
KO coming
So for
out.
this one, we're going to
So
take
Shaggy
a
was up at the
thick
top,
slice of tomato.
unfortunately, got back to the bottom of the stage.
Quick
Not
dice.
in time though, because the teammate ended up
You
getting
can cook
spiked,
spinach.
so,
It's
you know,
crazy.
It's
It's
it was a
crazy.
pretty
I
close
spent
game.
24
4
years in the
points,
restaurant
might as well
industry.
have been 3 because the spike was literally.
I'm a
incoming.
chef. If you guys
We're
want
gonna
to check
look
out some of
into,
my
potential
work,
counter picks here.
maybe you
We
guys will
got
like
stage
it.
counter
You
picks
guys
coming
can check
out.
out my
Looks like we're gonna get
Instagram.
right back to Trophy's Edge.
At
They're
Hey It's Me
debating on a
Salty.
second fight. I think the stage
There
works
should be a
very
link,
well for
moderators.
both.
Buddy
There was a
Fox,
few times
hello.
where the confetti boxes from
Go
Harley
check it
did
out. Give it a
slow
like.
down the
Let's share some
pressure.
recipes,
It's starting
right?
off round
Let's
start
share
with
some
the smoke
recipes. I'm
screen
always trying
just
to
to
learn
make sure
things
that they
from
can't rush.
you
But
boys and girls
even the Velma
in the
has been
chat.
right up close and personal. We've seen Koa
So,
be right
in
there
with our
with
diced
some the whole
tomato.
time.
I mean, Velma can
I
spread,
think we're
bro.
gonna hit it
Like,
with
she
a
can get
little
in
bit
there,
of
get some
salt and
down airs, some
pepper.
up airs, get really good at being able to get the melee damage. You got the double up special coming
That's
out.
gonna
from
put
that
us in some
back.
prime
That was kind of
position.
scary, right? Because Nick used up a lot of
Salt and pepper.
resources, turns
Good
the
reversal.
tables on him, gets
I
the
like to
spike,
use
avoids the down air in the process, and manages to get back on stage.
That matters
Sea
so much
salt
that
or
Koa got
kosher
out there
salt.
to stop that because
Okay.
that down air
High
from that
quality.
was so close to lighting up into a down special with
I like
that
the
dive
salt
kick.
that
But
comes,
down air coming from Shaggy, gonna
in a
go
red
ahead and
box.
stop them. Batman being put back
I
off
like the
stage,
salt that
and they
comes
get
in a
free
red
double
box.
up here, not able to do
Right.
too much off of it. They got a decent amount of damage now to start to claw their way back in.
If there was a Charleston Flats food truck, if there was a food Jeopardy, I think I do pretty well.
And things
Right?
are looking very nice for Blue
I think
Team.
I do pretty
While
well.
Shaggy's kind of getting bullied on it. That's going to give free reign for Koa to do all
Okay.
of her cooldowns.
So
He
here is
literally
our
just
little
spent every single
onion,
cooldown.
Yeah,
spinach,
I
and
think the
tomato.
biggest
We're
difference
going
between
like
the two teams so far is
Italiano
that where
here,
the red
right?
team will
This is
get
a
some
little
team
bit of
combos,
an
get some
Italian
damage. The
twist.
blue team is
The
always
pepper
going to
jack
make sure that they
cheese,
stop it eventually.
it's
But
neutral,
for the
so it
red
won't
team,
change.
they get
It won't
caught
change the
with
flavor
Castle
profile
on them,
too
they
much.
break
It's
it
just going to
instantly,
give it a
so
little
they stop any
kick, right?
potential double ups
It's just
after
going to
that.
give it a little
They're
kick.
struggling to find this knockout on the Shaggy.
So let's let
Even
this
with
cook down a
recovery,
bit.
Came out right there. 147 Shaggy a little bit.
We're going to take our
Yeah,
bacon.
we're gonna see some up air
Yo!
action coming out from Koa,
Ark,
trying to get that
Doc
side. Meanwhile, we get the
Barbarian,
uppercut
thank you for
coming out
gifting a
from Nick
sub,
on the
my
left side of the
friend.
stage. We got to
You
see
are
if we
far
can
too
get, try to
kind.
get Harley Quinn off stage as
Let's
well.
glaze.
Managed to get caught by another downer. That's one more point.
Let's
for the blue
glaze.
team. 1 point away on match point.
my goodness.
Plant-based
Velma in a bad
bacon.
spot here.
Time
Coach
for that
trying to
glaze.
get back
B.
on stage. He's been
John.
caught by yet another
B.
uppercut.
John.
I feel like history's about to repeat itself.
Yeah, it's pretty close to that right now.
Thank you
He's
for the
trying to go
bomber.
for a dodge down with that side special. I like that. He's been going for uppercuts every other time in that spot.
This is
Both
my
of them
kata.
jumping in, putting on the gray health, using the command grab to help him get that much closer
Man.
so they can take a hit.
I gotta
Batman
move my-
pretty much can't
my-
take any more hits right now.
I gotta
off me.
move
He's
my
currently
big old
at 140,
eyebrows
and that's
to see
going
all
to
the
be
love going
enough
on in that
and
chat. There's so
huge
much.
as he gets caught at the
Ooh-wee.
ledge. And Mario Stair and Koa, very, very well executed with each other, had good team composition, and able to shut it down.
They knew exactly what they were doing there.
Oh,
too.
man.
You saw that like the one person.
Let's
the
take
Batman
some
with the hot
spicy
damage,
honey,
all you had to do was shoot at the
get it on our
microphone, and
bacon,
the knee came out on top
right?
of it
Have
to
you
make
guys
sure
ever
it was gonna
had
seal the deal.
maple
And that's all you
syrup
gotta be
and
able to
bacon
do, right?
before?
So,
Delicious. Match made in
having
heaven.
just all that ability to be
Just
able to,
like Just
put
Egg
it
and
into
breakfast
work,
sandwiches.
put in the
Well,
team
let's
comp,
take
and
some
get everything
spicy
played. What's
Look at
honey,
the damage
right?
numbers
Some
on the
spicy
244
sweet.
For Shaggy, 318 for
And we're
the
gonna
ball.
glaze
They were
our
just
bacon
on
with
point
that. Throw it
with
back in the oven for
capitalizing.
just a couple
The
minutes,
244
right?
from Shaggy
When you're
showcased
zhuzhing it
how
up,
much he was in the
don't
fray.
sell yourself
And even
short.
For the Velma, a lot of projectiles only
Right?
needed to
You
get
got that
some
spicy
damage.
honey
They
on
had the
top. Look at that.
fireworks, so they were able to get more damage
When
over
it goes
time.
into the oven and
But
heats
Velma
up,
was
it's gonna
scrappy.
thin
Velma
out a
was
little
right
bit.
in there.
It's gonna
Like, Koa,
glaze it
he knew
really,
that he
really
could get in
nicely.
and use that the advantage of the
Into our
projectiles to
warm
close
oven.
it. And we're gonna take a look
Boom.
back at that right now with the replay.
Yeah, let's
Spinach,
see what we got cooking
tomato,
up here from the
onion.
past match, right? So there was
Looking
a lot
good.
Of, like, sick points
Okay.
that are happening here, right?
Spinach,
This is also
tomato,
a really
onion,
good
looking
moment right there.
good,
They both-
smelling great.
I love the synergy from these guys, right? Because they literally were both trying to do the same stuff. Whenever they see the opportunity, they both go for the side green out.
I think this is ready to go. We're gonna put it in one of our little mise en place containers. All right,
the same
here it is.
situation. It's so important
Bonus
to have that.
question
and
for
one
the
thing that
chat.
for Kate and Nick, if you're going
I know a lot of my
watching
regulars
watching
know this,
later,
'cause I'm
remember,
always doing that
every
chef
single time
speak.
you have a match slot like this.
Does
every
anybody here know what
opportunity, every loss is an
Mise en
opportunity to learn.
Mise
They
en
have
place?
really good team
Or what it
synergy to get
means?
damage on. But they're
Yeah.
able to
Now
push
the
advantage
tweezers
fully, and there were some
before
spots where they
you guys
overextended a
jump
bit
all over me.
when a knockout wasn't
Okay.
there. So if you line
I've
up
been
that
a
damage and
professional
you go
chef.
back to
That is
stage
my
control,
profession.
that makes it easier
Until
for
this
you to
past
set
year, I
them up,
decided to
send them off
leave
stage, maybe go for some
and
spikes
concentrate
instead,
on
maybe instead of going for the uppercuts every time, because
my
with
stream.
those
And
uppercut
I
plays,
go.
trying to
I'm
find,
back in school, getting my
and
marketing
Harley
degree.
almost
But I did spend
always was
24
swinging at a
years in the
disadvantage
restaurant
with the
industry.
down air.
My fingers,
Mix that
they're
up,
kind
it
of
can be a little bit easier
asbestos-y,
to find
but you
people
kind of have
in
to
a better
learn
position to find those
ways
knockouts off the
to
top of
make your
Batman.
lives
But I think
easier.
that team is a
So
very good
for
team at
cooking
finding knockouts
75
off the
hours a
bottom of the
week,
stage. And
these
I think if
things
they
save
work on
my
the horns that goes
hands
on, they could do a lot better.
and my
job of bracket. I hope
fingers
that
a
we see
lot
them
of
make
pain
a solid
from
losers run.
reaching in the
feel like
oil or
uppercuts
reaching
near the
into the
top
oven,
are-
or as
it's
I
part of
just
a
did.
conditioning game,
I got a
right? You wanna
stove on
keep
that's still
doing
hot.
that
My
so
hands
it
were
goes
here.
into your
This
opponent's
kind of
head,
saves
they're
you,
like,
right?
okay,
They're
here
nice.
goes an
Plus, I
uppercut,
like
so
to
you
do
just dodge
plating.
the same way every single
So
time,
if you guys
you
want to
avoid
check out
all
some of
a
my
sudden it becomes
plates,
a
you
side
can
special.
check
You
out my,
actually
like I said,
saw
I
that
post
from
them
the
on my
other
Twitter
side,
at
and it
Hayes
was like, it
Salty.
was
I
a very
post them
common sight to see.
on
So being
my
able to like
Instagram at
put
Hayes
those
Salty,
habits into
right?
your opponents is so important in a game like this.
So, getting
And
everything
it's a
ready
little bit
before you
harder than
cook.
it is, say,
Yeah,
1v1s,
mise en
right?
place
Like
means
1v1, you
everything
have way
in
more
its
opportunities
place.
to do that 'cause you're
Check it
really
out.
focused on one person.
Crispy
But in twos, you got to focus
hash
on not
browns.
only your two opponents, but you also got to think, what is your teammate
In
doing?
place.
Yeah, exactly. It's,
Spinach,
not only just
onion,
communication, but you're
tomato.
getting conditioned by two
In
players
place,
at the same time, like you were
right?
just talking about.
We
And
have
it
our
gets
bread
stressful,
ready to go.
especially because you're sharing the same.
It's time to start
Which
cooking
one was
our
the
egg,
condition?
I
Like-
believe.
Yeah, it's like, wait,
How do we wanna
who
cook
was the one
these
who
eggs,
made
my
me dodge
friend?
here the last time? And
How do we wanna cook
it's
these
not
eggs,
the
my
same as
friends?
where if you all had
Let me
individual
know.
lives, you can hopefully rely on someone to try and maybe hold that, push forward. No, you have to be just as strong as your teammate. And when somebody finds the weakest link in that, sometimes it's easy. So when you're the obvious one at a disadvantage, you're gonna forget about the
Gonna
other
scramble
player,
'em.
because unless that other player can
Sunny
get quick
side,
enough
no,
to
it's
close
just
you out
egg,
with,
plant-based
like, maybe a battering
protein.
to try and
Are we
close
gonna
the
do
gap
the
to try and get in,
folded?
or using
Are we gonna
like a
do
Fetty bomb,
scrambled?
or using the
Are we gonna
sticky
do
bomb
our
as well
disc? Are we
to
gonna do
stop
omelet
something?
style?
You're letting them get in for free.
What do you say?
So I think that's I think
What do you
that's one of
say?
the
How are we
more
cooking our
difficult
just
things to get
eggs?
used to as a team to start.
Are we using
What
the
we're seeing
folded
a lot
again
of
that we can
teams
cook
get
in
better at that
the
throughout the
toaster
day.
oven? Did
At
you
the end of
guys
the
and
day,
gals get to see
if the
that?
game's
For those
still
just
new.
joining us a
Like,
little
it
bit
came out
later,
2 weeks ago
did you
to
see
the
that we can
masses.
cook
Some
just
people have
egg
gotten
in a
closed
toaster
out, some
oven,
people have gotten
5
tech test
minutes?
and beyond, but like to the
Toaster
open
oven.
wide audience, it's people here.
You come
at EVO,
downstairs, you
they
get
don't
your
have
coffee,
access to
your
this a
dogs are
lot,
like,
like
hey,
Ninja
walk
Live.
me, I
So,
love
like,
you,
it is
feed
still a
me,
very
walk
fresh
me.
game. A lot of
Oh,
people
I
are
gotta
trying
be
to
at
work
school
out
in
the
like
kinks in their
25
synergy.
minutes.
Some people are
I gotta
faster
get
than others.
going.
Right now, it's like a race on who can do it the fastest.
Just egg
and then
folded.
We'll see how
One
that changes
serving
a
of
couple
that,
months from now.
100
Yeah, constant
calories,
shifting on
7
lives,
grams of
course,
fat,
and now
7
all these
grams of
amazing characters
protein.
we've been seeing coming out, even though we don't
Fold
see
it, ready to
LeBron
go.
and
0
Iron Giant
cholesterol.
here
Pop it
today,
in the toaster
they're
oven,
still,
bam,
I
ready.
miss them.
They're
Or
amazing
we can
to
go back in
watch
our
when
pan
they get
and we can
things
make
going,
ourselves
especially with the fact that
kind of like
Iron
we did
Giant's
with
just
our
a
classic
giant, like,
and
target
scramble
dummy,
it, make a nice
when he doesn't
fluffy
have the
egg
invincibility, but when he
for
does,
our
a nightmare to deal with, and
ciabatta.
that's
What do y'all
only going
say?
to continue to get better as
Let's
we
see.
get more characters in the game, more team synergy, more.
I do not.
a
Jimmy
utilization of new
Two-Bits,
perk
you don't
layouts,
need to
'cause you don't
add
necessarily need to
anything
change
to
your
these
team.
eggs to
Sometimes
make
you
them
can just
fluffy.
change your perks and have a
Nothing.
different way to do that.
They
Well,
are
what a way to
all,
start things
they're
off, though,
already
with the
fluffy.
$100,000
You shake, you pour,
tournament at the very beginning
fluffy
to
and
give
perfect
people
for a
some motivation
sandwich.
to get the esports career started.
Wait, how much money?
Bigger Blue, love your passion for food. It's all I know.
$100,000 of
Right?
total prizes
It's all I
on the
know. I
line
love
throughout this
food.
weekend at the
I
very
love it.
first
And I love
event
talking food.
being at EVO of all
So
places.
feel
I
free to
love
reach
it,
out
dude.
during
That
this
means
stream with
they're
any
paying out
questions,
top
during any
32. So,
future
like,
stream.
literally, I feel like
Amazing
tomorrow might
stuff.
be one of the most stressful days ever because like you want to win that first 7 winners, you know. That
Yeah.
first 7 winners means you're either.
I do not. I
You
do
wanna
not.
make
No,
it
I
into
don't.
top
I don't
32,
frown
so
on
you
that.
get
get
some
in
money.
towards
I don't
money,
frown
and then
Pay
the
for your
stress
EVO trip,
lies
you know?
on- exactly. Like it
This is
helps
gonna be
get that
so good.
return on the investment of coming out, but also.
All right,
just
so what
see
are we
so many
doing?
People come out here.
Are we
make,
doing
great
toaster
friends.
oven,
It's been such a friendly
foldable
environment.
just
Everybody's
eggs?
been
Are
having
we
a
getting a
great
pan
time.
ready to go?
You know,
What do you say?
All of the Jakes that stay 20 feet away from you online where you're trying
Pan?
to fight them and get through. Well, they've been
When
really
do you
friendly
season
here,
your
so it's
eggs?
not been so bad.
Just egg
don't
is
got the stretching
seasoned
powers
really
in there,
well
right?
right off the bat.
Yeah,
Maybe a little
punching you
salt
from
if you
so
have a
far
salty
away. Let me
palate
tell
like
you,
I
that-
do.
that's
Otherwise,
serotonin
not a lot of
Yeah,
seasonings
but
needed.
it's
It's
been a
like
fun
ready
time.
to
It's been a
go.
fantastic time
All these
overall,
sandwiches have
and,
lacked
we're gonna get
zero
into the next
seasoning,
match
and I haven't
upcoming
even
here.
had to
We
add
just saw a couple of great ones.
anything
We're
to
gonna
the
see
pan.
Neutral Arc
Okay.
and Jay Gohan
Chat, I
on
see
the
pan,
first
I see
side
pan, I see
of,
pan.
this side
That's
for the
pan.
blue team.
Okay?
Yep, that's absolutely right.
On
so what's going to be happening here,
low
right,
heat.
with the blue
Let's
team
check
here,
on our
we've got
bacon.
perks being
This is
selected
our
momentarily
spicy
as well
honey
as characters.
glazed
I'm seeing
bacon.
a Taz come out.
And it
Seeing a
looks
Tasmanian
really
Devil. That's
good.
actually the first one I've seen.
I don't think I've seen a
Right?
single Taz.
It
all
looks
day.
really
I'm pretty
good.
sure
I'm
this
gonna
will be
take
the
a
first
pastry
one.
brush.
And on the other side, it looks like
Oh, Doc,
some
thank you for
Dazzler
gifting the the sub, my friend. Thank you.
Ooh,
6 away from that August goal. August just started. I just got back from vacation.
On the spot.
Right?
Yeah, we're talking about you. Yeah, you're on camera.
So,
you're on camera, bro.
Say hi
go
to
ahead.
everybody. There you go.
Give away. There we go. Hey.
It's a
Just
fantastic
glaze.
time, and like you're just
Just
talking about,
glaze.
I do see a fin and a tag.
You guys are going to love this. These are eggs
Double rain dog.
made from plants.
Oh, rain dog. It's usually
Watch how amazingly these cook.
Right,
You guys are going to, your mind's going to be blown. Your mind's going to be broad phenotype.
But because of Leviathan's recent
It happened to me
success,
today.
remembering That character is extremely strong in twos.
Mung bean.
May not have the best knockout
High
power,
protein, high fiber.
the strongest move.
Really good for you.
And,
Lowers your bad
not being able
cholesterol,
to find
right?
knockouts
It's got
easy outside of
copper
side
in there,
special,
which is good
but
for your
the down air
eyesight.
and all the
It's
zoning
high in
and the tether
potassium.
allow
It's
your-
great for
enable your
expecting
teammate
women.
to
It's high in
just
folate.
go
It's a
off.
super
Literally, like,
healthy
my day
44-year-old,
one
4400-year-old.
beat up the whole
They're
time in
amazing.
this game. And
Very,
on
very
the
healthy.
screen, I had
One
the most
cup of that a
damage.
day
Like, what
can
happened?
really,
It's because he's so
like,
good at racking up so
you can
much
really
damage.
see a lot of
That
health
tether
benefits
is
from it.
menace. A lot
Right.
of people say
1
that
cup a
tether,
day,
all they think of
38
is,
carbs,
you can pull your
good
teammate back
carbs,
in.
because
But
you
that
get
is an offensive weapon, because while that
15.5
tether's out
grams
there,
of fiber
that is
with it.
passive damage
It's
being
perfect,
added onto the enemies
right?
if they're just touching it whatsoever.
I'm so glad
And
I
sometimes
found it,
enemies
because
don't
I'm
even
always
think about
looking
it
for
because it's
one
not adding
number
any
one
knockback,
thing
and
that
it's
I'm
not
looking
affecting you
for.
anyway, but your numbers
Number
going
one
up,
thing
and
I'm
that,
looking
that
for
adds up over time.
Yeah, and both of these teams have a very similar
Is
team combo. So you have Rain Dogs on each team. and then you have
convenience when it comes to
the
breakfast. Check
point
this out.
shooter.
Just
You have
egg
the
right out of the
Taz, and you have
fridge.
Finn. Now Finn,
Give it
the
a
assassin,
shake,
very
right in
quick
the pan.
character, has boosts
Little
of
bit of
speed,
oil.
has the armored buns like we mentioned before.
And we're going to be done
Unfortunately,
here in
we don't
just a
see
couple
BMO
minutes,
too often
right?
because it's a little
Half a
harder to set up.
teaspoon
I
of
would love
oil.
to see
That's
that
it.
move at some point
We're going to be
back
done
in.
here in a
also
couple
waste your
minutes.
money
That's
on
how
it, 'cause
quick
if you spend
this cooks
BMO
up.
and you miss, you
And
just
fluffy,
threw away $100
right?
I love BMO
I
It's great.
understand. It's actually a very powerful
very
move.
Quick
biased
and
to it.
fluffy.
It's
And
just-
these
it's
taste,
the
in
highest
my
kind of
opinion,
reward, man, 'cause, like,
many of
every
you
other thing
know,
you
you
can
guys
buy
know
with
there's a
Finn,
chef
you
out
get
there,
something
spiky
out of it,
hair,
right? Speed up,
right?
automatic.
Drives a Corvette sometimes on
power
this show.
buttons, automatic.
Not a
You
big
spend-
fan
you
of
throw your gem,
eggs.
You can go to it, automatic. That is the only move
I'm
that you
loving
spend
this.
800 gold on. Spend it
Into the
and if
pan.
you
Check it
whip,
out.
it's
As
gone.
soon as it gets in the
Now,
pan,
from,
boys and girls,
like,
give it a
with the
quick
other side
stir.
too,
Start it to scramble.
besides the Finn,
Start to scramble.
With Taz,
Okay?
he doesn't have the best mobility.
You guys want some seasoning in there since we're plussing this one up?
He has the ability
Boom.
to use
Little
the
bit of
melt
salt,
chili apple out to get
little
in,
bit of black
but the
pepper.
tornado,
Go
is
reach in.
not the best move
What do we
to
got?
get to in
First
center,
things
so
first.
it's gonna be a little bit easier to get in.
Fleur-de-lis.
With the
Cajun
team combo
boy,
line
right?
of perks that they
Cajun
have, they have
seasoning.
actually gone
Just a
pretty
tiny
heavily
bit.
damage-based, and it's not
Just to
double
give it
up,
some
they
depth
have
of flavor.
the
Why
plus
not?
100,
You
so
can
when
add
you're
anything you
plus 100
want.
damage, you get an additional 10%.
Okay.
They had the fire
Here we
debuff.
go.
I saw snowball
Keep
effect as
scrambling.
well, so, and,
Whenever you put
one
scrambled eggs
projectile
into a
block
pan,
works,
you
so
want
that's
to
gonna be
scramble them
helpful to
first,
get in on the
real
rain
quick.
Between two, there's
Real
a
quick.
heavy damage-based
And then you're going to
combo
let them
for
start
the
to
blue
set
team
a
here.
little bit.
Yeah,
While
literally
this
just
is
being
starting
able
to
try
set
as much
on
damage
low
as
heat,
possible is a very
we
likely
are
strategy,
going
right?
to
Especially
get
with, like, again, the tether. Both
our
characters-
mise
both
en
teams
place
have
together.
tethers at the
Let's
deck.
go ahead,
But also
get our
just having that
ciabatta.
ability to either go in
Whole
fast
lot
with
of
Finn
ciabatta.
or Taz, like even though the tornado might
Quick
not be
and
seeing
fluffy.
as
Sounds
much
like a
use this
superhero
time around,
duo.
It's still
Nah,
a really, really
it's only
good
one
edge guard.
product.
So if someone's trying to recover,
Just
you can
egg.
do the little
Quick,
drop down dead
quick,
zone with the
fluffy,
spin
healthy.
attack. You can catch someone
Come
off
on.
stage trying to get up there. It's just an
Yeah.
active hitbox that's kind of
There we
difficult
go.
to avoid off.
Yeah, both Taz and Finn being in that same department of very
Again,
difficult
make
to get
sure,
by when you're off
exclamation
stage.
point,
Those
just
downers are very
egg.
strong,
Go
easy
check out
to
where you
dodge
guys can
up
get it
and go
around
for
you,
another
right?
one, follow
It's
up on
available
it, and
many,
if
many
you
places.
panic in
I
those
did not
spots,
know that until
it's easy to
as
lose all your
recently as I would
resources
have
and
liked
just
to.
fall.
Because
That's
I
why
saw
your
this
team is gonna be
branding when I
there,
used to live in
and necessary to
Charleston,
help
South
you out.
Carolina.
Raindog being one of the best at
And I was
helping
like,
in
oh, I
that
got to try
situation
that.
does,
And
is to
then
pull
I was
you
like,
right
oh, I
back
live
out
in
of
Myrtle
there.
Beach
If
now,
it's
right?
not
I didn't think
cooldown,
I was going to be able to
or
find
you
it.
throw a projectile right
You know
in,
what?
obviously, so you can go ahead and help them.
6
help save them
stores
out
within
if you're
5
far
miles
away.
of me.
Also, for edge
Pretty
guarding
unreal.
yourself, you can also do down attack, just on the ground.
Pretty
down
unreal.
grounded is
So many
very
places.
useful as well,
That's
just
right.
Being able to have that little hippity hop.
Spinach, tomato.
Yeah, that is a
Okay.
big hitbox. If you get caught by
Spinach
that,
and tomato.
I've seen that get
Again,
rebounds at 40.
Yeah,
for
it
the
is,
sake
an
of your
incredible
sandwich,
stage control option,
maybe get rid
incredible
of some
at catching
excess
people slipping
liquid,
out the ledge.
okay?
But
I like to do
we're
this
gonna
whenever
get
I make sandwiches.
the final
I like to
pieces
get rid
ready
of some
for
excess
this,
liquid,
quick
right?
warm-up. And,
Tomato is
I'm
going
looking
to
forward to this 'cause,
put out a
like we
lot
said,
of
this is the
liquid.
first Taz
The
I've
spinach
ever
will give
seen
out some
on
liquid.
stream
I like
all
to go
day,
ahead and
I
just
can-
dab it off. That way you don't
it's
get soggy
paired up
bread.
with a teammate
No soggy
that would
bread,
make
okay?
Taz succeed.
No soggy bread.
Using that rain dog, I really like the idea behind your combo. Whereas also Finn is extremely
Basil?
powerful.
Jimmy
when
2-bits, you
someone
want
is
some
enabling
basil?
him to
Let's
just
go.
Behave recklessly, rush
Anything
up on
else?
you, and use those
I got some right
siders
there.
and push you all the
Let's
way
do
off the cider stage. And
No
close
soggy
things out.
bread in this house,
One of my favorite
okay?
things about land, by
You
the
don't have
way,
to do
is
this
the fact that
step.
if you have a brand new
I'm
copy
wearing
of
my
this
nice
game, you
shirt.
select
It's got
land.
lobsters
All
on it.
characters are unlocked. All perks
It's got
are unlocked.
lobsters
You have
on it,
everything
okay?
you need. So for all the like community
Check this
tournament
out.
organizers, that's
Boom.
such a boon. Like just being able to just
Some
have
basil.
it already at the get.
Right from the
You
garden.
don't spend any money whatsoever. You just have a full-fledged
Right from the
setup
garden.
there.
I'm glad you pointed it
Boom,
out because
fresh
I
basil.
have seen
And some
individuals
garlic
asking
powder!
about this before, like, hey,
You got
how
it.
can if I wanted to run this locally,
this
how
out.
can we do this?
Nice
'Cause there are some
nonstick
local
pan.
tournaments that are running. The fact fact that you have access to everything removes a lot
got
of
a
stress from it,
perfect,
because it is a
nice
free-to-play
little
game, and
circular
you can unlock every character through in-game currency, but local
scrambled
play,
egg
you do
ready
have
to
access
go.
to everything other than the skins, but you can
Heat
get those off of your own
off.
account, of course, to use them in the match.
You guys like that
but
flip?
it's awesome because it makes it that much easier. We see all the community tournaments. We love watching them. We love
Not
watching
that hard
the
to
online
do.
ones. We love watching the local ones. We love watching people
Twisted.
show some
Little bit of
some
garlic powder. Why
dedication
not?
and,
Hey, some on the
spirit
egg.
to this game already.
There's something to say about this game that has like
We're
such
plussing
a
this
gigantic
bad boy
player
up.
base already, but also on top of that is
We're
that
plussing
it
this
is
bad boy
hard
up.
to put down. Once you get
It
going,
is.
like there's something about the formula about like queuing
So we
to a
have our
match,
basil.
queuing
We
to a
have the
match,
bottom
play
of
a
our
match,
roll.
queuing to
Now
a
it's
match,
time to
queuing to a
build.
match, play- like
Now it's
especially
time
when
to
playing with a
build.
friend, the game is
Hey,
designed
thank
for-
you guys
yeah,
for
like,
our
it-
August
it
sub
is
goal.
so
This
fun
is
just
only
to
my
climb with people.
third
Kinda showing
stream
you
back.
jumping
I
to
had
the
to
voice
take
call,
some time
hanging out
off
with
to
your
go
homie,
visit
connect up.
family.
I mean, there's something to
Thank
say
you.
for it. It's just
Thank
like
you all so much.
After like 5 hours, like wait,
Okay.
5 hours just went by. It's already done.
Let's
Yep,
see.
and
What
it's just
order are we
characters
going to
that
do
everybody
this? You
knows
guys
and
chose
loves, too.
pepper
Like, there's
jack
so
cheese.
many.
Are we
Look,
going to
I
go
was taking a
one
look at the
slice
red
bottom, one
red
slice
team,
top,
didn't
or
see
we
their
double
perks.
slice them?
I do see
Chat,
a
your
double up.
choice. Thank you all so
I
much.
believe the
I'm
feature
beyond
ones up, so
humbled.
they're going to be going to
Beyond
different
humbled
play,
and
which makes a
honored.
lot of
Thank
sense,
you.
of course. But one of the other ones
Big
I believe I
bow.
see there
I can't wait to
is
see what you guys
the,
have next. You guys have been such a good chat. You guys have been amazing. You're creative. You're fun.
If you hit
I
someone with
can't wait to
debuff,
see
they
what
take
you
an
guys are going to
additional
bring
amount of
next
damage.
to our
So
streams. We
using
kind of do a
that
little bit of
fire
everything
debuff
here. It's going to be great.
along with
Top and
the
bottom.
additional debuff damage
Top
that
and
you get,
bottom.
that
I
damage is
love
going
it.
to rack up big. You were talking about Rain Dog getting all the way up to like 500-600 damage.
Okay.
This is the
One
type of
slice
team
on the
combo that can do
bottom.
that.
Break the numbers, man. I
One
wanna see it
slice
go
on
into
the
4
top.
digits. Never seen
Back
it
in
in
the
my life,
oven
but this
2
could be the time.
seconds just to help the cheese melt.
That'd be very interesting.
While we're over
It says
here, we're going
1,000.
to grab
It's
that
like, yo, what? Like,
spicy
I wanna see
honey
the stock
What
count.
did you
glazed
First off, how'd you do that
bacon.
much
There is
enough?
so
Why aren't
much
you getting
going on here.
KOs?
This is
What's
going to be a
happening?
hell of a
It's
sandwich.
like you have to press
Or a
other
heck of a
buttons. Attack
sandwich,
decay
whatever you
is
wanna
there
say.
to prevent you from just pressing the same button over and over again.
You just hear the same sound effect.
Look at this.
Attack
Crispy,
sound effect is such a
shiny. Look
unsatisfying
at the
sound.
glisten. Look
It
at the
makes
shine
you
on
not
it.
wanna keep
You
doing
guys
the
see
same
that?
attack.
It reminds you,
Spicy
like, hey,
honey glazed
it's a
plant-based
category. You can do
bacon.
this.
I love the sound design. Like just being having.
I'm
those,
feeling
like, good sound,
healthy
it feels good
and
to hit
happy
people, but then when you
all
hear
at the
that
same time.
When you hit someone, it's just not a good
It's like
feeling.
Prozac. It's like Prozac in
Every
food
single
form
character
right now.
design, it's just been amazing. There's been so much love behind it.
Boom.
And so much action to be had.
Just
as we get
egg.
ready to get into
Ready to
the
go in
first
our
game
pan.
here between these two teams leading up to this match. Taz and Rain Dog
Check this
versus
out.
Finn and Rain Dog. to start
Right
things
in the
off.
shape of our
So
bread
right out the
again.
gate, they're just
Just
gonna
like
go for
making a
both
fluffy
double
omelet.
tether,
Some
right?
people do
You
the
just send
thin
their
omelet that
teammates
you
in,
roll,
start
not
racking
the
up that much
breakfast
tether
sandwich.
damage as
I want
possible.
that nice
And also you're gonna see a
fluffy
lot of
omelet. Look
projectile
at
games
that.
coming out
It's got
from
some
Rain
bounce
Dog.
back to
As you'll
it.
see, Night Owl
Perfect.
Marie be throwing out a lot of
Boom.
fireballs, allows him to be able to also shoot out his projectile through the fireball. Adds additional
All
fire
right.
on top of that. Plus they have the ignite perk on top of that, so there's gonna be a lot of flame going on.
Now, one thing Neutral Arc and Jake Gohan did not do was deal with that crystal.
Let's go
from
check on
Rain
that
Dog
bread.
early on. That is a full stage control move. If that's floating around and following you, and you get hit by that shock state, you now get electric debuff, which increases
Go
your
check
amount
on
of time
that
you're
bread.
hit stun. But also, it just stops you.
Time to
It
plate.
gets you out of combos. Just missing that
Time
was
to
a
plate.
good dodge from
Salt plates
from
in the chat, subs. I know there's a lot of new ones here tonight.
Yeah, so Jay Gohan gonna
Salt
get pulled
plates
up
in
by
the
that
chat.
tether, just
Let's
kinda
do
back
this.
in, going for the spin
How
yet
much
again, but gets
protein is
caught
in
out by
this
the backpack.
sandwich?
That's
How much
counterattack.
protein
Really easy to be
have
able
we
to punish
eaten
that move.
tonight?
Also,
This is
Taz managed to
unreal.
go for that spin attack across Rain Dog, his teammate.
Bottom,
That allows
twisted.
him to go even
Thank you for the
faster
sub, my
because
friend.
there's a little
60
bit of
months,
speed
5
buffer
years.
through a
Wow.
teammate.
I like how
GG.
Jake Gohan came in there
Slightly
with that
melted
tornado and
cheese.
neural
I saw
arc
some
got
people
confirmed
asking,
off of the downer. It
why
didn't
not
lead
melt
to a
the
knockout,
cheese all the
but
way?
held him in a hit
Take a
stun.
piece
Gonna
of
get
fully
sent to the
melted
right side,
cheese
though.
and a piece
Does
of
not
not
matter.
melted
The up smash
cheese.
is gonna find
More
it. Finds the downer.
flavor
You gotta
in
go
the
away from that. You
non-melted
can't get away
cheese
from
than
that.
it is in
That
the
was an
melted
amazing
cheese. I want to
coverage
keep
there
some of
from
that
Distant
sharpness
Bro to
and
go
some of
ahead
that
and get that,
just
get
regular
the two
cheese
knockouts.
flavor. So I'm
And
slightly
unfortunately,
melted,
Gohan just couldn't,
right?
like, get in there to
Slightly
try to,
melted
like,
over the
interrupt it.
corner.
He was too busy on the right
Let's
side
go
of
ahead
the
and
stage.
take
Okay, we got
our
ourselves a
hot,
tied
beautiful,
game. 2
fluffy.
points
Look at
apiece.
this.
Another
Just
tether
egg
on the
hot.
board.
Look
throwing
how
it
fluffy
on
it
Finn,
is.
sending him in, and this
Good
is
to
how
go.
you play the game. You put the tether
Down
on,
we
let them
go.
run in, you then
On
throw
top of
projectiles.
that, we have our
Exactly.
spinach,
Night Owl Marie allowing
onion,
Desert Bro to
tomato.
just rush in because the
Boom.
was online. Plenty of projectiles
On
behind
top of
And
that,
if you
our
ever see
crispy
Finn get a little bit
cauliflower
too pull him right back. This
hash
is very
browns.
good on the red
On
team.
top of that,
the blue team has done with each
our
other so far.
crispy
Oh, catches him with the backpack. That's another
hot
point for red
honey
team. At
glazed
match point,
bacon. I'm
mind
actually going
you.
to break
All
it
they
so
gotta
it
do
can
is
fit
just
on the
finish
sandwich.
off
We're going to cut it in
neutral arc. Here
half.
comes a downer. Was tethered. so
Layering
wasn't too
flavors
much fear
here.
there. You even saw
This
like a little
is
bit of
a
the delay on that
sandwich.
pulse. It's like, are you actually safe? Gets
Look at
called
this.
out by a downed attack. Could not get back
Ugh.
on stage.
On
That's gonna be
top.
Destin Bro and Night Owl Marie taking away.
Wait a
game one.
second, that's the
Neural Arc
bottom.
is so on point with getting
Switch
that,
it.
catching that
On the
downer
fly,
before,
Salty.
But use so many resources to do
On
it.
top.
And instantly
Another
got
piece of
caught by
cheese.
Destin Bro. Like, oh,
On
I see
top.
you have spent a lot. And Rain
Oh my
Dog
goodness.
does not have the best recovery options when they cannot
didn't
jump
know
cancel
the
that up
magazines were
special
coming
to
today,
use that
'cause we're
ball
ready.
to get in quickly.
Ooh-wee.
And if you are forced
Oh,
to only
our
special,
basil.
you're probably going to free fall that low. That was
Basil
really good team
on top.
communication from the two of them after that stock went. For Destin Bro to go over there instantly to go capitalize.
Our
even though they
final
just lost
plus
the stock
up
there,
sandwich
lost the life
of
to
the
go
night.
get that knockout.
Having your resources
As chosen
is
by
so
you,
important off stage.
the
Just
chat.
being able to try to hold on to them as long
Look
as
at that.
possible so you become less predictable. Because the less resources you
Look at
have,
that sandwich.
the more obvious where you're going
That's
to go.
got
'cause you
layers
have
and
such
layers of
limited
flavor
options.
in
You
there,
got two
right?
dashes, 2 jumps,
Ooh-wee.
2 specials. Being
So,
able to use
let's
any
give this
special
a
you want, so the
slice,
horizontal
check
or
it out.
vertical. And then after that,
There's
you're
so much
pretty
flavor
average,
here.
kinda like a triple
You
jumper,
can't
literally,
contain
it
it.
is,
Or you can't
the more
control it. You
resources
can
you eat off
only
stage,
hope to
the
contain
more
it.
difficult it
Let's
is
get
to
some
dominate.
salt
Sometimes
gas
you don't even go for the
M's,
spike right away.
right?
Sometimes you just
Salt
go for
gas
long, just
M's
kind of
in
wait
the
out, hit
chat.
them with a light attack, just keep pushing them off, and just keep them off stage for as long as
Let's
possible
take a look.
until they have no choice
Oh.
but to go a certain way. So you trap
Oh.
them, put them in that trap, then you hit them with the down air. That's how you
Look
guarantee
at all
the
that
spike.
flavor.
Exactly. And now
That's
for
a lot of flavor.
Taz
And
switching
it's a
up
lot
one
of
of the perks to
plant-based,
the
healthy
horizontal
protein.
damage buff. So you can
Unreal.
get 5%
Going
damage
in,
every
we're
time
gonna
you hit
call
someone
this
with
one-
a horizontal-based move.
Which is
Let's see.
too much
You have to come up with a good
damage.
name.
Yeah. So decided to get a little more damage on. The fire debuff not working as well as they expected,
Yeah.
but you have plenty of fire damage you can get, of course, with
So
that dot damage from the tether
good.
and from the firewall that gets put
It's
up from
sweet,
the
it's
projectiles.
So we
salty.
got a counter pick coming
It's
out
got
from
that
neutral,
Italian
opting to
vibe.
Slip over to the Shaggy. Felt like Raindog maybe just wasn't doing it for him. Once he could try to go in there and get a little bit of more just like
All right.
basic bread and butter.
Now.
You know? Like that's pretty much
Boys
Shaggy
and
in a
girls.
nutshell. You just want to get in there, try to get some easy damage going and see what's going on. But all
It's
of a
the end of the
sudden,
stream
racked
here.
up so much damage about that one last zone's about to
Give me one
activate. There
second.
it is. Speaking of,
Let's go
guys
over
are ready
our
to go.
sandwiches.
Looking for that one confirm.
And I want
I like how
your
Neural Arc
votes.
still was zoning,
What is your choice
even after J
for our breakfast sandwich? We have our quick,
and then
on the
reflected
go,
right in the
downstairs,
and it's still a
tomato,
really good stage control option. But
our egg,
even though Shaggy at 107,
homemade
this
hot
is where
sauce
things
on
get
an English
frightening.
muffin.
Like you were talking about before,
That's
they have
vote
the 100
number
plus
one.
buff still. And Shaggy
Vote
with
number
Raze around
2
this point, or actually
are
another 20 damage pretty
the
much onto
classic
Finn there, and a down
New
air
York
from center will
style
probably get a
bagel
knockout.
breakfast sandwich.
Fell
Just
out of the
egg,
backpack
American
there.
cheese,
I mean, that's because you got
plant-based
caught so far
sausage.
away from it that you were
Or
able to fall out, so just not able
number
to get that confirmed
3,
yet. 108
our
on
plus
Dustin,
up,
bro, trying to find a way to get back
chat-driven
onto the stage, gets the tether ready to go.
Just egg
Barely
sandwich.
got away from that tether.
Honey,
Itself,
spicy
that
honey
little
glazed
spin
bacon,
right there, gets a little
just
bit of a speed up.
egg,
Actually,
spinach,
like how
tomato,
Mario
and
Marie didn't
onion,
instantly pull in off that
and
tether 'cause he saw what
cauliflower
was
hash
happening.
brown.
Jay Gohan saw the
Which
potential of a tether and
do
put a tornado
you
out to try and catch him on the way in. They
enjoy?
didn't react
Which
to
is
that,
your
and still
favorite?
Dash
What do
Bro
you
was able
think?
to get over there and find a knockout, but they get a two-piece to get themselves back up.
What
in the
is your
light.
favorite? We're going to have a vote for this. I want to see what y'all
We don't
think
really
here.
see too much from Taz.
So while we're doing this,
is strong. It is a big hitbox.
Let's recap,
It allows
guys.
you to, like, multi-hit,
Just
so it
egg.
can easily turn into a
Healthy,
converter, and your teammate can get a pick up on it, and that's exactly what we saw.
plant-based
We saw
protein, 7 grams per serving, 69% less saturated fat, 0 cholesterol, can be found around you, exclamation point, just egg. Locator, recipes, coupons available, okay? It's a delicious, convenient, plant-based egg. It's prepared in minutes. You can do it in the oven, the microwave, a skillet, the toaster oven, right? Ideal for filling your breakfast sandwiches. That's not it. What about some ramen? Make a scrambled egg, chop it up, put it on some ramen, get it in your fried rice, right? We made it in the toaster, which is amazing. It's been unbelievable. It's made from monk beans. Delicious, healthy.
Still surviving at 129.
I'm blown away. I really cannot believe how well it cooks, how much texture is there. It is unbelievable. Chat is voting. Mention to vote in the poll, boys and girls. Get that poll. Chat, let's see it. What's your favorite breakfast sandwich?
Things are getting tense here. Neuralog just trying to
What is
survive
your
for as long as
favorite
possible. They just
breakfast
keep on
sandwich?
racking
The
up
winner
damage.
is-
Literally, either they just need to get two
winner
more
is-
stocks here, or two more lives here. 134 on Finn,
Who's the winner?
129 on Rain Dog. Gets the down air. One
Plus
more to do
up.
it. They don't
Look
even
at that.
need it. They're gonna be able to take that second
Plus
game.
up is
even at a
dominating.
1-1.
That was frames
The plus
away
up,
from
this is
stopping
our
that. That down attack
just
from Finn
egg
just came in to get
liquid
Shaggy,
made into a
but
beautiful
Shaggy
scrambled
already
egg.
got the hit on the
Ciabatta
Rain
bread
Dog. It
chosen by
just
chat.
snuck it out
We have
right beforehand. Shut the
pepper
situation
jack
down.
cheese,
Like you said, we
spinach,
get into the
tomato,
game,
a little
the
bit of
Shaggy counter pick
caramelized and
being
charred
the right
onion,
call.
and those cauliflower
Dude,
hash
that's
browns.
actually what
Lots
saved
of
it. I feel like the
plant-based,
Rain
lots
Dodgers
of
wasn't getting
protein,
too
very
much
healthy,
out there from the
absolutely
blue team, but ended up going with the
delicious.
Shaggy, especially near the end when Neural was just surviving.
I'm so happy.
There's something
I
to
got
be
to
said
eat
about
all
just
of
running
this
away and not like engaging and letting your teammate do all the work. Because what happens is both
This
players
is
from the other
awesome.
team start chasing after them, and they're getting nothing accomplished. They're pushing all these buttons to try to chase after them. While they're pushing those buttons, the other
right.
teammate Taz is coming in and starting to get all those hits
Let
on
me
them
finish
as a
this.
punish. So that's something to be said about just trying
I've
to
had so
get
much
away
fun with
and
you
just
all tonight.
Stay away from the
A
fight.
big thank you
even though,
to everybody
Tornado
who
may not
came
be as
out
strong as he used to, it is
to the
still
stream
very
and checking
frightening
out
when
Just
the
Egg and
tornado
what it can
comes
do,
through,
how
because
versatile
not
it is,
only
how
does it
healthy
keep
it
you
is, how
blocking
delicious
the
it
hits on
is.
for a long time for your teammate to get
A big
a
thanks
potential
to
follow-up
Just
on.
Egg.
But off stage, it can still
I'm beyond
early
grateful for
knockout
this
pressure, which
opportunity.
forces
Can we
you
get
to
some?
catch up
Can we
and
get
get
some
to
love
the
in the
button.
chat for Just
One
Egg,
side kick
please?
from Shaggy
Right?
or that
Maybe
down
some
air
salt
covers
dance
so much range,
for Just Egg in the
and
chat.
that's what
Thank you
made
so
them
much for
kinda
allowing
try
me to
cover
showcase your product
center
and
so
to
much,
learn more
but
about
when
it
you're doubling up
and to
next
share
to
it
each
with
other,
other people.
both
It's been an
Taz with that
honor.
there, like you
I
said before,
cannot
the
wait to
multi-hit,
use this in other
and Shaggy
applications
can
this weekend.
close in quickly. If they can find a way
Ugh.
to enable Finn to go crazy
I'm
like
so
before,
full.
well, they're going to be able to go crazy here as we go to Scoobies. Mansion.
Now,
First appearance from Scooby's
again,
Mansion, bro. Like, this is a stage I absolutely
you
adore.
can find this
Cried for it at
exclamation point just
League.
egg.
Made me
You can
hurt
find
my
it at
feelings a little
grocery
bit, but
stores.
now
I know
I'm
around
pretty
me,
sure
Food Lion,
got you.
Kroger,
I know, yeah, but now we're
Publix,
here.
Whole
It is
Foods.
finally
It's the
happening.
second time
Starts
of
at
the
$4,
day, and they
right?
continue getting,
Just
home
eggs,
field advantage to the
cholesterol
blue
free,
team,
but not free.
amazing combo
Very
damage
well
that can be
priced.
happening
It's
here
around
for
$4.
Finn, and a lot of
And you
recoils
can get
off
it
the walls
in
from
a
those
lot of grocery
projectiles
stores.
from
Yeah.
Raindog.
Walmart
The
has
already
it, yes.
destroyed. That's how you know they maximize
Right?
the
Walmart,
damage off of
food
those wall
stores,
combos.
exclamation point
Speaking
just
of, you're
egg.
gonna see
We'll
lot
give you
of
a link.
bouncing coming
You
out
can
off
find
that
it
up special.
and
Trying
have a
to get
store
the spin
locator
being interrupted in the
on
process,
there.
but you'll see the
Right?
spin being
Let's
used
go over
a
the
lot to
sandwiches
point where
one
it's
last
that
time.
tactic.
Quick,
Nothing
on the
like
go,
stage, if you
just
hit those
egg
levers up at the
foldable.
top, it's gonna turn
We
down
put an
the,
English
the
muffin
adjacent walls,
and
right?
just egg
You hit the left
foldable
lever, it
right
takes
from
out
the
right
freezer
wall. Gets
into the
another
toaster.
spike,
We
it's gonna be
cooked
two
just egg
apiece. That
foldable
ceiling in the
in the
middle is
toaster
so
with the
scary.
English
It's
muffin.
working out well. I mean, you were pointing it out.
In
Oh,
5
you
minutes,
could-
we had a
were in
breakfast
no-win
sandwich on the
situation
go.
there. You had Taz on the
Second
right,
sandwich
you had
again,
Shaggy on
our
the left,
classic
you got
New York
Evans, you got
style
Shake right
bagel,
hand.
Shake right hand, going
sausage,
into my next
American
stop.
cheese, and
Another
just
downer.
egg.
Oh, no,
And then we've
unfortunately,
had
3 points
our
for red team. Things are happening really
Twitch
fast.
chat
That's the nature of
chosen
this stage.
just
Another
egg,
downer. That was at like
spinach,
6 damage,
tomato,
too. That would've been scary
onion,
if managed to
pepper
find
jack
another second
cheese,
downer.
hot,
Yeah, one of those
spicy,
was on
honey
the fact
glazed
that Taz just
bacon,
free fell too, so now you're
cauliflower
looking for
hash
those knockouts
browns.
in center, but look at the way
I
that
want to
knocked
thank
out
you
Marie.
all
It's
so
kinda
much
like
again
eating.
for
It's like,
being
okay, I
here.
know you wanna
A
get this
big
knockout
shout
off
out to
the top
Just
of the-
Egg. I
the
cannot wait
roof
to
here.
use
So I'm just gonna
Just
flip around,
Egg
and the down attack
the rest
finds
of the
mark
weekend
again,
and next
and
week
air
to
is
figure out
gas
some
and throw,
more
and Night Owl Marie
some more
with the
recipes,
counter pick over
right?
the
Let me
Scoobies,
know if you have any
removing the ability to
great
find those knockouts off the top for
any great
Shaggy,
Just Egg recipes
constantly
in the
bouncing
Discord.
around with that back half, like you said, off the walls,
And that's going to be
able
it.
to take
Thank
it
you
here
all
and
for
gain the
being
victory.
here.
Yo,
Thank you
Marie
for
was
starting
like
off
just
this
not
weekend with
losing
me
a life in that
and
last
everybody
game,
at
just
Twitch
holding
and
out,
everybody
being
at
a
Just
tank,
Egg.
if you look at
I
everything,
love
it's a
you
little
all
bit
dearly,
understand, but
and
King
I
Elvis
will
Survivor really
see
helped out the team.
everybody
Even though they didn't really
very,
need the lives,
very
they
soon.
only
A
lost
big
the final.
namaste.
So it was
Have a
really
great
fun to
weekend.
watch them
Thank
able to
you.
take that win
Much
and
love.
move on to the bracket. But let's real quick take a look at these replays from that previous game, just to kind of zone in on what was actually happening at the end of some of these lives.
Yeah, at the very beginning, when we were talking about it, it was a little bit more difficult to deal with all of this from with that Raindog mobility minimized. So it made it easier for Decibro and Night on Reed to go crazy and kind of just cover them all. That's how game one was able to be solidified by them. But game two, the switch up to Shaggy, their ability to deal with that right there. Whenever they were crowded up, Shaggy's aerials, his dares were too strong for them anytime they were crowded.
Yeah, literally just having the ability to get in there, disrupt any sort of game plan you got going with the big hitbox like down there from Shaggy. Not only can it spike, but it can be a huge combo start there, man. Just every single time, especially on a stage like this where the walls are constantly going down. This is Spike City. Like literally you can get spikes everywhere. And if you're not getting spiked, then you're in the middle of the stage, you know, blasting off to the top.
Yeah, majority of those knockouts just constantly obliterating between the double up from the blue team with Taz and Shaggy, but they couldn't get it again. Finn was just dominating in that regard. And then the defense from Raindog, Night on Marie just staying away from everybody the whole time. Like you said, not losing a single life, playing perfect support, excellent DPS, and found a knockout off the center too with that down attack. Very good counter pick on their part to sneak that one out and take advantage fully of those platforms as they disappeared from the bottom.
Yeah, like I said, those little screws at the top, you know, hit those levers, brings down the floor a little bit, allows you to get some really zany on that stage. I'm a big fan of the walls just because you get a lot of big wall combo damage. I don't know, something about this game when you just like bounce someone off the wall and you
That's
get
kind
hits
of
off
why
of
I
it.
enjoyed playing on Batcave because like that,
It's satisfying,
that
right?
Cromulons, like we don't have that available here today because it's a newer stage. But
I love that stage.
It is very fun when you get a bunch of wall bounce strings off of those, and then you just like you feel fantastic.
If you're on the receiving end, it feels horrendous. But when but if you're the one doing it, it's so fun. You can't help it. Like it's literally like create your own combo sometimes because it's like the hit stun is so massive, bouncing off of a wall that it like allows you to be able to do a lot. And hey, you know what? If you don't like being bounced on the walls, you can run the Tunelicity perk, you know?
Yeah.
Lower down the hit stun a little bit. 20% if it's one perk or 25 if you ended up stacking it. But guys, we got some more multi-versus games coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A girl is Arya Stark of Winterfell.
Time to eat somebody.
I am here.
Really? This is what I'm up against?
Here comes the broom.
I look good in a monocle.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Welcome back to some more multiverses action here at EVO 2022. Look at everyone in this audience. We got some TOs, we got some matches, we got some great sets coming your way, and we got some more multiverses on the horizon. My name's Austin. I'm joined here by Ajax. We got some great games coming for you, and another set full of live action packed fighting, man.
Official first offline event brought to you, of course, by Player First Games. They are, in fact, about the players here today, checking with everyone, having a great time with the rest of us. WB in the building, showing so much love and support for Multiverses. Everybody who's been with us all day. Crowd's been constantly shifting out, in and out, but a lot of support for everybody who's been watching all day have been fantastic. And we've just been seeing, as the match has been going on, you know, we were looking preemptively at this, like, okay, we're going to see a lot of, like, certain pairs of teams, right? No, we're seeing a lot of unique teams consistently showing up here, Austin.
Yeah, literally, I think it was in Block C. We saw quite a few Velma and Bugses, but other than that, like, today, this block alone has been, like, every team has been different. I love seeing the unique teams that we see coming up to the stage. But here we go. Get jump into our next set. We got Texter Andrew and Blue Flamer. I believe they're going to be rocking Adventure Time team, actually, with the team that we saw earlier.
Yeah, we've been
Finn
seeing
and Jake.
quite a few Finn and Jakes coming up here. Texter Andrew and Blue Flamer on the first for the blue team, like you're saying there. And on the other side of it, we're going to be looking at
Mystery
Velma
Inc.
and Scooby. Another one we've seen quite a bit with Mario State and Blue Flame coming back. Oh,
that's cool. Cool.
Oh.
There we go.
Showing off the artwork, showing off the strong gameplay as well so far here today.
Yeah, so like again, we're gonna see this one more time. It's literally Canonical Adventure Time versus Canonical Mystery Inc. You know, you got the Shaggy and Velma coming out here. Honestly, just a really good team. Just to be able to have someone in the back line shooting out projectiles, have someone in the front line going in there trying to interrupt people from trying to like stop people from hitting Velma, you know? Just I think it's just a good team. I feel like having a supporter arranged in the back line, having someone charging in the front line is a really good basic team.
I can see this actually being like an actual proper crossover episode. Like the Mystery Inc. is trying to figure out what in the world is Jake, and they just assumed that he was the monster the whole time.
Scooby and Jake together, like I can already see that as well.
Actually, yes, that would be a very hilarious bunch between the two of them. But we do not play such games with Jake out here because he is a menace.
Yeah.
In the right hands, very good at dealing with zoner-based characters, and that's something we were alluding to off stream before we actually hopped on. Was Jake has this very interesting spot in the meta where using that house to be able to prevent any type of zoning is really strong, because there's been some very strong zoning concepts that we've seen, of course, with Velma at the front, Rain Dog showing up a lot here today, and when you could shut that down and enable Finn to just rush, things get really frightening, and then here comes Jake sneaking in with that down air or that side air and just stealing away stocks off the bottom of the stage.
I do think it's cool to see like a team of that caliber being able to have the synergy together, you know, like just having not only the canonical synergy in their series, they have good synergy within the game. And I love seeing stuff like that. So it looks like we're going to jump into our first game here. Once again, it is going to be blue team rocking with the Finn and Jake, and the red team with the Shaggy and Velma. Let's jump right into it. We saw Mario Star and Koa earlier today, and they put on quite the show, but I got some new teammates. Mathematical going to come on the board. That's a down air. If you manage to get that third hit, going to get some free ignite.
Exactly, and like you were just saying, Mario Star and Koa were so strong at consistently pushing advantage and controlling the stage. Velma being able to separate very quickly, and then using that. Those debuffs for ice are the last thing you want. Here comes the bounce house, though, using that to try and block any potential zoning, so we can see that down attack come in from Finn. Aggressively coming in, backing with that sider to get away from Shaggy.
I actually liked Koa's uses of that side special, right? Just going in there, goes for a second one, too, to be able to catch that follow-up. Very good use of being able to just try to get those edge guards. And now we see Jake kind of playing the tank role right now, only sitting at 57 damage, getting caught by the projectiles. Hold on a second, that could have been really bad, really fast.
That's the last place you want to be, getting hit by those word bubbles, and then Shaggy below you, looming to try and knock you out. But there's the neutral special, neutral attack to knock you back off. Side special plus the down air doubling up. There was nothing that Finn could do to get out of there.
And that was a fully charged up attack, and it still didn't get that ring out. Jake out here, there it is. That's the move you're looking for. Get that axe, be able to get that little smackaroo, get a ring out on top of that, and now we got ourselves playing this little tank game, right? You got Mario Star sitting at 138 damage. That's something that's probably going to be like a prime target, but unfortunately, going to get a free ring out from all those bubbles coming their way.
Yeah, and look at the way that Blue Flamer has constantly been controlling stage, and after that knockout, has been switching up between the up attack and the down attack, using the purple move, which is an armor break, to stop any approaches from Shaggy. But every time Koa starts getting those bubbles up, here comes Shaggy with those side specials every single time to get a free approach.
I'm seeing a lot of like cooldown usage coming out from Mario Star, by the way. Throwing out a lot of those ice potions, for instance. We haven't seen too much of that from past Velmas. Ice potion's such a good move to just be able to throw down there and kind of control a part of the stage without having to be there. Yeah, it definitely does, because he wants to run. He wants to stay grounded, and that stops him in his tracks.
As we see him right now, still one of the most comical things to watch is he just puts his arms, just like rushing in, and you have to respect it because he can cancel it, he can get the full charge and get that hit. Right now they have stage control. Down attack comes through, that's going to be one. Up attack coming through, that's not enough to get the knockout, but getting the pressure going as they find that down attack, and they take it. With that first game, amazing adjustments from the blue team.
What did I say, dude? He just wanted to be on the ground. He just wanted to charge the attack. Down attack to the left, down attack to the right. You know where would have stopped that? An ice potion.
That is definitely one of the options that was working very well early on. But it was so hard to touch the ground because here comes Jake just rolling through, putting the arm out, and then he can cancel it at any time, rolling again, go for it again, and it makes you inclined to walk away because you don't want to jump over that. And then here comes Finn. So really solid job from that team. The Adventure Time team has actually been very, very capable of getting a lot of W's so far here today.
And we haven't actually seen that team too much today, besides this block, obviously. So it's actually like a very refreshing thing to see.
I think I've seen it only one other time, and that team won on stream too. So something about the Adventure Time team.
I mean, it's an assassin and a bruiser. That's a pretty good team, you know. Usually that team comes down with like the rush down, you know, being able to get in there, do a lot of damage, prevent people from being able to like retaliate against you as well because you're just constantly in their face. It stops zoners in their tracks. If someone's trying to set up shop, they'll be right in your face.
And it stops Shaggy because all that armor he has means nothing in the face of down attack from Finn, down attack from Jake, the neutral air from Finn as well with the kick, and the second hit of neutral air from Jake. All armor breaks, so that stops that free landing that he was doing at the start. That's why you saw the red team get the early lead, and then once they started answering that back with more armor break moves, their free approaches disappeared, Austin.
Yeah, neutral attack's also a good one for Jake too. The little axe, like you get another purple move on there. And even if they weren't playing this team, they're playing any other team to deal with armor, they'd just be running the armor crush perk, you know, just to be able to try to like have more options to be able to try to like get through that, but they clearly don't need it. That armor is not an issue for them.
Oh my goodness! So we're gonna see a heavy switch off of here. So we saw the how well the Velma was working so far, but now we're going to have all hands on deck. Hands are ready to eat for everybody because Batman has showed up along with Shaggy, the two faces of what you see at the start of the screen.
Canonical team.
This is kind of canonical work at this point. And I can't wait to see how this goes because we're switching heavily away from that zoner play with Velma to the rushdown style now with Batman.
Yeah, I mean, literally, we're going to see a lot more of kind of rushing in there, right? Because we have the Batman being able to just kind of open up with the combo with the battering at the very start, but also going to go straight back to Scooby-Doo's Haunted Mansion. This is also a fantastic stage for you to be able to get a big wall combos on as you get that first opening. Already have the rage ready to go to get something going there. Wall already gone.
Yeah, everybody is wasting no time with scrapping. The uppercut to stop the potential car from coming in, and this is basically the game plan on the red team. We're just going to overwhelm you, and we are going to combo you endlessly off the top of the walls to find those knockouts, but you have to be careful of the Finn if those platforms go away, because what happened the last time we saw the Finn on this stage?
Literally, the platforms went down, and he got a down attack. That's exactly what we might see again. No one's hit the lever just yet, though. I feel like it's not a high priority for anyone. I think they're just kind of scrapping right now.
Oh, and well, that's going to be advantage Batman and Shaggy at that point because both of their uppercuts and the side special off the side of the stage going to find one as they try to get another potential down air spike from the double up. And Shaggy, even at 133, getting good survivability because he's hanging out underneath the roof.
Literally, the coverage on that side special, just going in there, getting the kicks. Very smart stuff coming out from him as Koa just trying to survive 143 off stage. See Jake trying to like get in there and get something going, but just keeps getting uppercutted by Koa.
And Water, Andrew, and Blue Flame finally striking to get themselves on. Shaggy taking a whole trip off the mansion, refusing to get knocked out, getting sent off to the side. This isn't a time where if you're having a struggle here and they're separated, get a double up on the Batman, but finally one of the wall bounces leads to the life being taken away off the top.
There's another one, speaking of the double, on the right side. Now got match point in blue team here. Got literally just need to get two more on the board. The thing is that Blue Flamer's already at 109, so he's going to become a prime target for red team to try to just chase after and try to like just end it completely. Things are looking really good for Mario, Star, and Koa.
And that's why I say you see a lot of active hitboxes coming out from the oh wait, a lot of resources are gone, but uses the drift on the need to get back in, gets hit by down attack, Batman trying to come in and get the save, Downer coming through, going for the side special, back off, and they're going to be able to get themselves back on. That was a very scary situation for Shaggy.
Manages to get back on there. We see up attacks coming out immensely from Blue Flame. We're just trying to catch these dashes, but unfortunately gets called out there at the end.
Amazing job on that, because how many times did you go for those side specials in the air and drift down? That time stayed up, because you can freely fall with that flying sidekick and mix people up, especially on dodges, but deciding to stick with it and go upwards, working much better there on that counter pick. The Batman and the Shaggy looking very solid, But this time there might not be walls. There might be something like Trophy's Edge. It might be a wider range, which is going to make it a little easier for them to find those knockouts because Shaggy was living a very long time.
Yeah, dude lived to like almost 200 there at one of those lives. But the thing is, with Shaggy himself, literally Koa was getting a lot of mileage out of those side specials on the air, right? Because what was going on is when you're trying to like push advantage towards someone off stage, you go for the side special. If they dash downwards, he can react to it and push down and follow him with the kick. If he dashes to the left, the kick's gonna catch him. If he does neutral, it's gonna catch him. If he goes to the right, it's probably gonna catch him. His only choice is to go up, and that puts him in a scary spot. So it's just a really good offstage move for Shaggy.
Exactly. We're seeing a couple potential switches to perks, not really changing too much on the side of the blue team here. Red team, pretty much the same position as before. You see how they're using the cooldown refresh. So every time you get a debuff attached to someone, you have the weakness debuff, and you have that ice debuff from the Batarang. You apply that once. Every time you hit them, you're getting 0.5 seconds back. But with the double up, you're getting even more, and that's going to allow you to get Batarangs all the time. That's going to allow you to get easier access to any of the specials you'd like for Shaggy, but the main thing is enabling Batman to have bat bombs, the smoke grenade, and of course that Batarang at all times with those debuffs.
Meanwhile, we got blue team rocking with the snowball effect perk, which is also just a really good one. If the person who has been taking the most damage for that game receives 15% more damage on top of that to make the snowball effect even larger, because it is stacked. If it's only one, it's only 7%, but because they're stacking it, they get an additional 15. So that works extremely well in this game if they're like bullying someone.
Exactly. Like you said, snowball effect being the name, it really rolls everything into your favor. And we're in fact going to see that counter pick to Trophy's Edge. I think this is the right call. It gives you a lot more room to work with, and it allows you to enable actual knockouts off the top. And let's see how things go here in this third game.
Yeah, out the gate, Mario started doing a fantastic job of just trying to get a lot of these combos without even really getting hit too much, only staying at 7 damage. Meanwhile, Dexter's already at potential death here. 111 damage, could potentially get caught one more time. That's going to be a ring out.
Yeah, you do not want to be getting caught in the air right now either, because Batman can go and snipe you with that uppercut in the air as he chases him right now, but the dodge is getting away. Excellent job right there. But here comes the flying sidekick, but the anti-air from Jake keeping them safe.
Yeah, literally that Batman's uppercut can become so scary. That's going to be 1 point for red team, being able to take away that Finn. Let's see if they can try to finish off Blue Flamer as well with the double uppercut from both teams. I like it. They both kind of have the same move, right?
Exactly. And look at that. Now that the weakness debuff going away, but there was a lot of damage that was happening to the Finn. As you see the double up going in and closing it out with the uppercut, because you saw that Jake was coming in. Instead of going for the Batarang combo, you go for the anti-air to keep yourself safe as they strike, get themselves on the board.
Man, Jake is a heavy boy, still surviving. Gets uppercut twice until eventually that's what's going to happen. The out of business brick is going to be able to come into the play. We actually don't even really see too much shopping coming out from Finn. Often they spend their coins on the backpack as well as the gems instead.
Oh my goodness.
Another?
He's going to have to shop for another life right there, because they are now down. Last point here in favor of Mario Stair and Koa, trying to take this game number 3. Coming up the flying sidekick. Going to look for the uppercut, but the boat keeping him safe momentarily.
This is when things are going to start to get dicey. You see Raid Team trying to get these spikes off stage. Potential edge guard action coming out from Blue Flamer. Trying to get that up attack, manages to land it. This is game 3 situations. There's no more lives for Blue Team to be able to try to work this out. Managed to avoid throwing that side special. Finn's going to be able to get back on stage.
I like how Batman is using the Batarang and dodging to keep it active between the double up and the down air. Finds the mark off the side of the stage, and that is going to be Mario Stair and Koa with the switch off from the Velma to the Batman and getting themselves the set.
Man, that's how it ends, bro. You get that game 3, it was almost a comeback. You saw it potentially in the works, trying to get some snowball effect going, but it was just a little bit too little, too late. Look at these damage
my goodness,
numbers.
330 damage for Shaggy. That means Shaggy was boxing. He was in the middle of the fray the entire time, and it happened often, as we saw. How many times did those side Bs connect? How many times did he sneak in and get a tanked hit off of his neutral punch to then break them up? It was very, very solid recognition of Shaggy's win condition, as we're going to take a look back at that set right now with some replays.
Dude, just so many hits coming out. And then we can't even forget that they actually rocked Velma in that game number 1 before swapping over to Batman. It was actually, it was working out a little bit. I just feel like they couldn't get anything going with the just staying away from this rushdown team. So I understand the counter pick to Batman, especially on Scooby's Mansion.
I think the thing was that Blue Team said, okay, rush the Velma as much as possible. But once they switched to Batman, it's like, wait, we can't rush Batman because now he's beating us down. He had, like the way that they were able to work with each other. Every time they tried to double up on Batman, here comes Shaggy. And I think that as the match continued, they didn't pay as much attention to Shaggy as they needed to. They were using less armor break moves that they were compared to game 1, which was invalidating Shaggy's safe approaches. And then it just kind of started steamrolling away from that. Even though the other team had the snowball effect perk, everything snowballed in favor of the red team.
That's exactly right. But that's going to be the set for that one. Again, they're going to be Mario Star and Koa going to be able to move on through their bracket as they're going to try to, get ever so close to that top 48 spot, the revered top 48 spot for tomorrow. Because guys, this is not the only day that this tournament is going to be here. This is a 2-day adventure, so we still got a lot more games coming up tomorrow, but we still got some later on today.
Of course, and we're enjoying the fact that everybody, for one of you, all of you are tuning in. We appreciate everybody who's been watching this entire time, enjoying this first offline event. And I know we've said it quite a few times, but looking out to the crowd, appreciate every single one of you who's been here with us all day, having a great time watching all of these bracket matches. And of course, big shout out to appreciation to Player First Games and Warner Brothers, who's been behind the scenes, making sure everything is going well, having a fantastic time here at this first event with $100,000 on the line.
Shout outs to everyone here also running the stream, making sure it's going well. Shout outs to the TOs, the staff, to make sure that the actual tournament itself is happening over there, because we can't put every single game on stream or else we'd be here forever. So like there's a lot of matches happening.
I could watch this game forever.
I could too, but
eventually
they're going to kick us out. That's the thing.
Yeah,
you're not thinking the long game, Ajax.
Yeah, look. All I know is that we're back here at EVO. I see some up and off on there. Hey, all right, it's about time. So we've been looking forward to seeing some more solid teams coming up here, and we're going to be seeing Sifu Zugzug. Proper name switch. From Sifu Zugzug.
Is that actually the name now?
Yeah, so it's Oopsie Tier currently, but the proper name now is Sifu Zugzug.
That is Oopsie Tier right there.
That is Sifu Zugzug. Okay, Zugzug.
What does the name say though? If you go
all you need to know.
If you go into start.gg,
I
what does it say?
convinced him properly to switch the name.
What's his government name, bro? It's like
I don't know that.
It's Oops Tier. That's right.
We ain't going down that road.
It says it right there. The birth certificate literally just says Oops Tier, and like no last name.
Where you going? But of course, we're going to be getting the brothers coming up here in a second. Go ahead and go over their character picks once we get the cameras on them. But we're in for a treat. This is going to be a good one. Oops Tier out here with that Superman. Yes. Very, very strong character to use right now. I think one of the people who has helped exemplifying why Supes is so strong, because of that armor, because of the new ice perk, being able to add so much more damage, being teamed, of course, with Broskis using that Velma.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Superman and Velma's a pretty solid team, right? Because Superman can just go in there and just duff people, and then Velma's in the back line just kind of throwing out support like she's supposed to do. It's a tank in a support role. It's like, it's traditional, you know?
Yeah, it matters so much because you need to be able to rack on the damage as quick as possible. And it's like it matters so much to be able to get that damage racked on quickly. So it's gonna be you and Oopsie coming up here. But I'm very curious to see how the opposing team is going to be dealing with that, because on the other side of things we have Starlight and Mike Ox AVG coming up here. And you're going to need some armor breaks and some things to deal with Superman as it goes on, because his mobility is one thing, but his ability to tank hits is completely another issue.
Yeah, and the thing is that like this team they're going to be fighting against, Blue Team, they got 7th at that Rose J Rumble that happened a week ago, right? So they are a team that is no stranger to going into the top 8.
I just realized who this is. This is this AVG Migo. This is one of, if not the best Shaggy currently doing it.
Oh yes.
Here. Yeah. So this. Well, you want to talk about ways to deal with Superman? Throw Shaggy at him. Get that rage mode up there, and that's going to be a problem.
And also, Shaggy is one of the very few rare characters that has the ability to just nair through it, right? Because like the only characters I can really think of that have really strong aerials to deal with armor is like Shaggy's nair, Wonder Woman's nair, and like just being able to just go through armor really quickly. You're going to be seeing it a lot. I might even go to DK. If Superman's on the ground, a nair's coming. Yeah,
it's going to be very difficult to deal with that because you normally can just kind of he's easily handle something like a Superman if you have just a straight up armor break move, but his mobility is a problem. One of the ways to be able to deal with that as well, though, is Starlight running Arya. We've been seeing very few Aryas throughout the day, but when Arya gets going, especially with someone like Shaggy, we're going to be seeing sub-30 knockouts.
Yeah, literally the only time we saw Arya today was with Rose J when they were teaming with Mirror Man. So like literally always a treat to see Arya coming out here. A lot of people are kind of staying away from Arya sometimes because that is like the definition of glass cannon.
Yeah.
Like she can deal damage and she can get really early knockouts. But then she also gets rung out at like 40.
Yeah.
So because she's the lightest character in the game.
Now, one thing that Shaggy does help with that is even if you don't get the knife stuck to an opponent, if you get it stuck to your teammate, you can teleport to them too to get the hitbox active. With the fact that Shaggy is always in the fray, you can teleport in after Shaggy gets that hit, confirm off of that, find that knockout off the top, or maybe find that side air off the side when Shaggy went for a side special to go and chase him off the stage. And that is frightening. It's frightening to see both of them rushing in on you like that.
Literally just getting rushed in general. Like when you're playing Velma, especially, you don't want that. Like, get away from me. I'm trying to play games over here. I'm trying to throw out projectiles. Like, why are you in my face? Go away. But the thing is, Velma can scrap. She can scrap if she needs to. She's got the downer. She's got the up air action. She's got jabs for days, be able to just toss people out. She's not afraid of being rushed down. She just prefers not to be.
Yes, for the blue team, the biggest key factor is get on ice debuffs as quickly as possible. Slow down Arya and slow down Shaggy, because you have infinite ways to do it. Like you're talking about before, the potion, you have the frostbite, you can put on the ice debuff perk to get those additional ones off of not only the laser but the word bubbles, and the next thing you know, Shaggy is moving like molasses, and Arya, as quick as she is, can't close the gap. And that just allows Superman to not only go in quicker because of his mobility, but get extra damage on. And all of a sudden, he becomes basically DPS rather than just a tank and get those free knockouts. It is very frightening to see when you have a lot of stacks.
Yeah, and honestly, you don't even need the damage sometimes with Superman, because he has the ability to grab you near the blast zone and you could explode at 10. Like, I have seen it happen, especially when I fell for it once. I told myself I'm never falling for it again. If a Superman is chilling on that wall off stage and they're like, hey, oh no, you're gonna spike me, whatever will I do? That you run off there and try to spike him, he's gonna command grab you and toss you down there.
Yep, leave him alone.
That's a trap.
That's his
a
time.
trap.
Unless your name is Finn, just don't bother with him.
Yeah, you can stay on stage, you know.
That down attack will come through eventually, but just like look, he'll be fine. Go focus on the other teammate, which is I think the primary win condition for the red team. I think that they need they're gonna be looking to push Superman away. He has survivability, heaviest character, not named Iron Giant, and Velma is not the best mobility in the world. So if you can push them to the corner, you're going to be in a good spot, which is where most of your knockouts are going to be coming from the red team.
Yeah, so we got ourselves just a quick hand warmer right now, just to figure out like what we're going to be doing with these controllers. Again, Arya, one of those characters that like literally has the ability to just move around in ways that you might not be used to if you're not used to fighting her, right? She's got the ability to throw a dagger around, being able to zip-zap through wherever the dagger's landing, whether it's on her teammates, whether it's on an enemy, whether it's just on the ground itself. It allows her to be able to move from one place to the next. She's got the tricky down attack on the ground, which allows her to like roll behind you and get like a back attack on you. Back attacks being something, if you hit from the back, you get even more damage on top of that. She has the ability to give back attack to her, give a back attack to her teammate by going for the down special. She's got a lot of work going for her.
Also, the up special itself sends you towards that target, so it moves you out of position sometimes where you thought you had a free punish, and you have to read where they're going with that. And you could also choose to communicate with the teammate, say, hey, I'm going for this, which means they're probably going to try and punish me at disadvantage, and you bait an approach, and that can be an easy way to catch Superman, who wants to find that grab, like we were talking about with the up special, to sneak out knockouts off the top. And then here comes Shaggy underneath him, and he punches him right out of there. So as long as the team communication is good, they can capitalize on that. But both of these teams very strong in their own right. We've seen them very, very high on the ladder early on, and there's a good reason why they're competing in this position right now to continue to try and make it towards day 2.
Yeah, they got something to prove here, man. That's going to be this set. Oh, they're still trying to figure out their perks and control settings and everything. Literally, like, just... I feel like Arya, if left to her own devices, could just carry you.
Nightmare.
Like literal nightmare fuel. You throw the dagger at them and you manage to zoom in on them. That's a free dagger hit, leads into a free up special, leads into a free up air, into potential follow-ups if you get reads. So it's just like a lot of damage can come just from that scary little dagger. You just want to stay away from that thing as long as possible.
That's why I said the nightmare situation of dealing with Miko and Starlight is the fact that they can remove those lives sub 50 without much issue between Shaggy's down air, between the knockout pressure from the uppercut off of rage mode, and the fact that Arya can just convert pretty much anywhere on screen if that knife is stuck. So it's so much more important to make sure you don't overextend. If you're the blue team, it's going to be mostly Upsatir who's going to be pushing to try and find those openings, which we are seeing them go with the ice stack. It makes sense. You get that extra damage on for Soups, like we said before. They're doubling up on it, so they get 2 stacks per projectile, and that's going to slow down the red team heavily.
Yeah, literally, I was looking at Shaggy's unique perk, right? Because that's like the bread and butter one. The one that just gives you one last zoinks. It just gives you a free rage whenever you hit 100 damage. The other one, I've actually talked to Shaggy's about this. The other perk is really good too, because how that one works is if you pick up a sandwich and then use your rage, you consume the sandwich to charge even faster, so you get more rage out of it. However, the downside to that perk is that you no longer have access to throw the sandwich in rage mode. That sandwich in rage mode is so powerful because it's a slow-moving projectile that does like 30 damage if you get caught by it.
So, it is a massive projectile at that too.
Yeah.
Like so. One thing that they did do, though, is something we kind of expected. They went with aerial mobility and triple jump to make sure that if you get hit in the air once,
you're going flying.
There's a potential that you lose that life very early, and they're playing right to that. Is as we expected. It makes a lot of sense. I think one of the places you definitely don't go to is something like a Batcave, because that is a lower ceiling, easy to combo off the cars. But Superman can take advantage of that too. It just depends on if they're willing to take that risk with both of them having very early knockout potential.
But you know, I'm no stranger to Batcave. Like if we see Batcave come up on this stage, I'll be happy.
I mean, I'm not gonna be upset about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Dude.
Bruce Wayne's home, man.
Yeah, well, it's not his home.
Batman appreciation hours.
It's like technically underneath his home. You know, it's like it's underneath the mansion.
You know what's funny? I just thought, just a separate thing. Why does everybody in the cast know
Bruce Wayne's
they all
identity?
know that it's Bruce. Like, why does everybody know that it's Bruce?
Bro, it's so obvious, bro. Look at him.
It's like, look, we
Where
all
do you
knew,
think
man.
he's getting
We
that
all
money
knew.
from? He's in Gotham and he's rich?
We're not joking out here, though. We're going to go ahead and get into Batcave to start it off, actually.
Yep.
So there's a potential that many lives will be lost early on both teams, though, because not only can the red team do that, but that blue team, and there's that very slow-moving sandwich like you were talking about in rage mode.
Yeah. They literally just does so much damage to the game. We're in a very stressful situation on the right side of that stage, by the way. We're trying to get some early KOs for both teams.
Yeah, the Batmobile getting demolished, and there's the down air after using many resources to try and get back. It's very hard for Velma to sneak away back through, and that, oh my god, the big head on Superman looks so funny. But using that down attack and the moves from from Arya to break through that armor.
And you see literally Oops here just trying to get another early KO, you know, going for that command grab, trying to follow up with a charged side air as well. Trying to, you know, easily get like a really early point, could be very devastating. And all of a sudden you see both teams go for it, just like you called it, Ajax. Literally, all it took was the dagger.
All you needed was to get one team combo lineup. Here comes Arya, and then to close it out with the Shaggy. Amazing job from Miko to go ahead and get in there. But here come those bubbles to help protect Superman. Very needed situation because he was in a bad spot.
Yeah, no, Miko just going ham right now, looking for an opportunity. I love the positioning from Miko right there, by the way, because you notice that Arya was below. What is Arya going to do? What is Arya going to do when she hits you? She's going to send you upwards. Shaggy put himself in a position where he can get a follow-up right after.
Yeah, perfect execution. But using the Frostbath and the bubbles to get a safe recovery, and that kind of not mattering because they went from the left to the right. Instant switch. One thing that has not happened very much here, Austin, is that Ice debuff has not been able to find its mark because they've been getting so overwhelmed. They haven't been able to line it up, and now Superman in such a bad spot. At 130, it's going to be borderline impossible to run away, using that side special without the knife to get that armor break and get back in.
You notice that Oops here is definitely trying to just run away from everything right now because he's the one sitting at a pretty high damage. 137 could be pretty devastating. You see Red Team both trying to capitalize on them while you just trying to go in there and care for it, but unfortunately gets caught by the downer, and that's going to be a fast game coming up from Starlight and Miku.
You know, a lot of people looking at the idea of the zoners, the strength of Velma, and being very frightened because of how good her zoning capabilities are. Something that has been a consistent issue for most of the Velma teams has been the double rushdown teams. It happened earlier with Chavo and Zoo. It happened earlier, I believe, when I saw Sonic Fox into Kill Stage with the Finn and the Arya. And it's kind of happening again here with the Shaggy and Arya. They're finding ways to break through. It's stopping the point from being able to go crazy because Velma just can't get away from any situation.
Literally, it's one of those moments that we're seeing where Arya is a character that we haven't seen too much of, and I think people like slept on her really fast in the beginning because she's hard to play, in my opinion. I think she requires a lot of finesse to be able to get those right conversions right when you need them. And also, again, definition of glass cannon. She's going to go flying at very low damage, so doesn't feel good either to lose your life very early on.
Yeah. Also, the red team basically has a double counter pick against Superman right now because they have constantly active armor break moves. Superman normally just gets to rush in and not care. He just gets to swing, and you have to respect it. That does not matter against Shaggy's down attack or pretty much any option that Arya chooses, and we saw how many times that side special while having the knife on cooldown as a way to get in, poke, send them up. Oh wait, Miko's there, closing it out.
Yeah, literally, that's exactly what was going on. And I love the positioning from both players, just kind of understanding what each teammate's going to be going for at any given time and positioning themselves in a way that they can get a follow-up if they manage to land a hit. Because if that happens, I don't know how many times I saw Miko literally chilling at the top of the stage waiting for Starlight to land a hit. And if they manage to get it, they get an early KO off the top. Let's jump over to Trophy's Edge, shall we?
I think a very smart counter pick over here to Trophy's Edge, because you have Batcave was a little bit too small to try and reset, because even with the Batmobile is gone, you don't have much room to work with. Here, much more room to work with for Velma to be able to separate, and a lot more room to survive for her too. This enables Superman to kind of rush in and see a lot of ice stacks start to go on. This is where he can push.
Yeah, Lynn, that's exactly what they're doing there, pushing. You see Shaggy off stage, just trying to get back on the center stage, get away from the opponents, but like blue team is just trying to just hang in there for as long as possible. Oops, here, Vine just finding himself at a little bit of an opening there for a second. Maybe couldn't capitalize too much on it. I like the ice breath over the ice potion, by the way. If you're in that stage, that part of the stage, you're getting something.
Exactly, that stops them from going for the edge guard, because you have to respect that. And finally finds the mark on Starlight, and there we go. Oopsiteer getting the first mark.
Yeah, literally, with Superman being able to tie yourself that deep, being able to just fly in and get a follow-up on top of it. Oops here. Oopsie.
You know, you take that trade off anytime, because he came through, got the side special, closed it out with the nair on the multiple punches, and even though you got capitalized on, that's fine, because you were able to move up 2-1 in that position.
You also took the lead. And I mean, you already had the lead, but when you trade with a lead, that's always a strong trade. Every single time.
Exactly. And now look at the way you is staying in center. You're at 119. You're forcing them to find a knockout off the top rather than finding a knockout off the side. But this is an opportunity for them to find that, and they're just going to get back down into center using that cooldown reduction to help Superman just fly in, finds another one, gets hits out, but it doesn't matter. He's starting to play much better here in the second game.
Oops, you're definitely trying to get a lot of these command grabs off of the fly, because he just gets so much mileage off that. I like the evasion, trying to stay a little bit away from Arya, as both teammates are going to go flying towards the right of the stage. A target marker on Superman. Unfortunately, that's going to be Velma going off the thing, and then all of a sudden, we find ourselves in a bad spot. Red team actually taking the lead.
That was really good capitalization, because both of them took 5 stacks of weakness off of that flying sidekick. That led to that very easy knockout on Velma, and the follow-up right after that, because he took too much damage for Stoops. Now, we can see Starlight deep off stage, but uses the side special to get back in and get right underneath that. Miko not falling, but the nair not going to close it out either. Finds the side air, no, misses the mark off Steve.
Literally just fell out of the third swing, so it would have been the kill swing as well. Trying to find him with the megaphone, good air dodge, and all of a sudden that's going to be it. Gets caught by the up ground. The up attack sending him flying to the moon. It's going to be able to take game number 2. Oops, here, and you are still in this.
Looking to the crowd popping off to say we are not done just yet.
They got
amazing job. They were able to not only did Oopsiteer really go off in that game, had a lot more room to work with, did not have to worry about the potential of getting knocked out at low damage because of the low ceiling for Batcave. He was able to go off because he had so much room to work with. It was easy for him to reset, and those flying side specials constantly found their mark, and that was what led to so many lives in their favor.
And now we're going to think about what we're going to be doing for game number 3, Ajax. So much happening right now. You got Arya, you got Shaggy, again, coming in here, worked really well, worked wonders in game number 1, and honestly, they had a potential to get a comeback there. There's many a moment where they could have like easily stolen a life, and that actually happened a lot in that game.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the twos in this, is that because you share those lives together, those 4 individual, you're not out of the game at any point. Even though they were at they were able to close the gap there, they had Oopsiteer at high damage, but Oopsiteer did not care. He took advantage of that. He capitalized on them going for those approaches, was able to not only use that up attack before with the charge to get the armor to get that last one, but he also reacted to an Arya teleport and on a knife on a perfect call to stop another free follow-up, because Shaggy was right there on the side. If that happened, that could have been a double up, but because he reacted to it with armor, Miko had to back off, and that allowed them to keep playing.
Yeah, and so now we're going to think about what we're going to be going to next for our final map. Game number 3, a lot on the line here. You definitely don't want to be getting sent to losers this early on in pools. Put yourself in a really bad spot. So being able to just find a way to find that answer, you got counter pick advantage, right?
Yep.
They have the ability to change the map, as well as if they want to counter pick characters. They can also have that advantage as well. They lock their opponents in, so that could be insanely devastating. But it all is going to decide on this map pick.
From the looks of things, it looks like the final 2 choices being Tree Fort and Sky Arena platform. So
I don't think for this team, Tree Fort definitely
I think Tree Fort is way too beneficial for Superman, for him to capitalize on how many ways he could just maneuver on that stage.
100%.
But there is a lot of maneuverability that could be comes available to the red team as well. And that is a low blast zone to get knocked out on at the bottom too. So there's a trade-off there. Are you willing to try and have Velma run more, or are you willing to try and take advantage of that? But it seems like, actually, I missed one of the stages that was available. We're going to go once again to the mansion.
I mean, if it doesn't succeed the first time, People are starting to realize the beauty of this stage, Ajax. I'm telling you, I love me some Scooby's Haunted Mansion. So do they. Immediately going for the big head mode, trying to get some cooldown reduction for both teammates. But honestly, Superman's not going to get anything from that. His brain gets massive, but he gets nothing from
Well, one thing that does help here, at least on this stage, is survivability on Arya definitely gets better. Because Arya was struggling a little bit before at the early knockup potential, but now here, you get those wall bounces. It's much easier to deal with that. Here comes the backstab, though, and using that armor, but 2 of them came through. He could not afford to stay there.
Yeah, now I like using the Ice Breath as a way to kind of just slowly retreat, preventing people from being able to approach. But because they did that, that's going to be a free charge for Miko to get that rage mode going at for didn't get too much mileage out of it. Going for the Nair. All of a sudden, we got the police ready to go. Probably going to wait for an opportunity for them to be off stage before calling for it.
The cops would be amazing here, too, because if you have 3 different spots where you can get dragged up, here comes the cops. Arya gets the snap and gets the cop call, and they get up 2 lives to 1.
You have been arrested. You have been Mr. Jenkins' old time. Imagine that. Now we got 1 point to 2 here. Oops, here and you with the lead blue team. It was very slightly, mind you. You sitting out 78 damage. Being able to just kind of throw out projectiles as much as they want to be able to, as long as they just chill back, throw it out, and support their teammate.
And you see a big reason why is Velma's taking full advantage. You standing over on the side where the blast zone is open on the bottom. So you have to jump towards him. That's an easy reaction. And now dealing with Superman on a center platform, not a greatest spot. You're going to go ahead and set up the other platform to allow Oops It's Here to be able to box and center.
Oh my god, that was so much damage. Does the side special as well. Chases Velma. Super
Oh
deep.
my goodness.
Getting caught by projectile. That's going to be a very early kill for you. Sinister brings it back. Oh my gosh, Miku.
Final life here on each side. It's 83 attached to Shaggy. Uses the armor to get back down, but here comes Starlight to try and get the protection. Both of them going full screen to try and get that set up, and now they have activated both of the center spots to try and find a knockout potentially at the bottom of the stage.
This is literally anyone's game, but right now, Miku's sitting at a very high damage. 104 could be a very easy target for blue team to be able to chase after. Meanwhile, Starlight's sitting instead. He almost got caught by that side air. This is a very dangerous spot. Here come the projectiles, Ajax.
You cannot afford to fight in center right now. Cooldown reduction coming through. Getting a bounce up and gets knocked down to the bottom. And the blue team, Oops It's Here and you, closing it out, shutting it down, and able to stop the potential comeback after they were up so much off that free double knockout. An amazing set that sends Miko and Starlight to the loser side of bracket. And we see a crowd. There's a whole crowd of support going on right there. You love to see it. This is that energy that you get at offline events. The crowd getting behind it to support. The Tony shirts, of course. Tony Appreciation Hours. It's been amazing. And what an incredible change up from Oops It's Here and you. Sifu Zugzug, man. Sifu Zugzug out here getting in that work.
That was insanely close. I could not believe. I was on the edge of my seat. I was out of my seat, honestly. I was just watching that nonsense. Like, that was just from the ceiling to the bottom of the stage at Scooby's Mansion was unbearable to watch. But we're just going to watch it one more time with these replays here, guys. Just one more time. I want to see a little bit more nonsense from the past of that set.
Yeah, we got to take a look back at how much chaos was happening. First chaos started on Batcave. So many lives could be lost so quickly. The ground bounce, but then how many times did he find marks with that? Converting off into that Nair. Amazing stage control. And Oops It's Here just kept it going from that point forward as we continued here on Trophy's Edge.
Literally just so many opportunities for them to get these really early lives, early points, be able to try to just finish off the game too. But unfortunately for them, Oops Here and you were able to bring it back there from the depths of despair, bring it to a game 3 situation, and have to deal with a wacky counter pick like Scooby-Doo. This is the prime moment right here. Where they got arrested. That kind of solidified what was going to happen for the rest of the set. But then all of a sudden, Mako with that side special, just being able to tie that up, and this was the most stressful situation ever. The red team was at high damage. Eventually gets caught by the megaphone off the backboard from the ceiling of the stage to the bottom of the blast zone, and with the pop-off as well. Always love to see stuff like that.
That game 2 was so close to going in favor of Miko and Starlight. They had the life lead, they had the damage lead, but then they were able to clutch it up. The blue team was able to get that communication going. They were able to capitalize on the armor from Superman, and then going into that last one, it's very, very frightening to try and box with Superman anywhere near that center, because if you get hit, goodbye. So
yeah,
like it's hard to try and box over there. It's like, yeah, we'll be seeing you. But now it's just amazing how they were able to close that out at the end, rushed it down against the double rushdown team themselves. And they always had one of the platforms gone in the center, which allowed Velma to hide on the other side. It forced you to have to jump at her, and that was easy reactions for you to avoid and get away from those.
At the end of the day, that wasn't even their counter pick. That was them reacting to the counter pick. I love the strategy, especially like you mentioned, the Velma just kind of chilling with the platform down. You have the ability to control those platforms. You just hit the little screws at the levers at the top of the stage, and you can actually like make them go up and down. It's a very useful thing that people I feel like don't utilize much of whenever you're like playing in like online casual play.
Yeah, and this is only to get into top 48. We are just in day number 1.
Say what?
This is just day number 1.
You tell me
All
that
this
wasn't top
action.
8 right there?
We haven't even reached the top portion of bracket, and this is how close these matches have been. It's only just a precursor to what we're going to be seeing tomorrow, and it's only going to get better as we see more of those teams make a return after having very stressful qualifiers to make it to the next day.
Bro, stressful is the correct word. I'm not even up there playing with the sticks, and I'm stressed just watching that nonsense. There's just so much opportunity for both teams to be able to just kind of get in there and just finish off this game. Like I can only imagine what it's like being on the stage and just like sweating up a storm playing. You know,
you're the first teams at the first official multi-versus major, trying to show how strong you are early on in the game, playing for $100,000 on the line, and you're on the stage in front of everybody trying to show them what you can do. The stress is just nonstop. The ability to stay composed in these situations is so difficult, but one thing that you do have is a teammate who helps keep you composed. And the best teams have been able to clutch it out together, and then the pop-offs unanimously with each other at the end. It's been so heartwarming to see, and that's only an experience you get offline.
Literally, I think it's very helpful to have that teammate, you know, have your back. You know, I feel like you're not alone. So maybe your nerves don't have to be as shot, because maybe like, oh no, I'm not playing so good. Hopefully my teammate carries me. I think that's something that's very valued here as well. So it can make it a little bit easier when you're like trying to go on stage and like play in front of an audience, play online in front of people. Like that can really help, because like honestly, if you're by yourself, your nerves might be shot.
Yes.
Like,
For all you in chat who aren't here at EVO today, we look forward to seeing you at future events when we get to have more, of course, announced down the line. And for all you who are saying, yeah, I could beat them, they're free. Everybody up there, they're nothing. We can take them out. We can't wait to see it.
Prove it.
We can't wait to see it, of course. Go ahead, show up here and show everybody why you're the next best one, because you have to be able to look at everybody in front of you and say, I could beat them.
And anyone has the ability to play this. Like literally, it's free to play, so anyone has access to it. You can play on any of those like given systems: PlayStation, Xbox,
cross
PC.
progression across each one as well.
The online's really good, so you can actually play against it. If you match up with them online, then you can prove it. You know?
Yeah, and there's a lot more action still to come, like we were just saying. We still have at least one more wave after this one before we close out the day, and we still have a couple more matches to finish out the Wave 6 PM blocks here on the West Coast, of course. For all y'all who have been hanging out with us on the East Coast and other places, we appreciate you who are still sticking with us all the way through tonight. The action's been incredible. The character team diversity has been amazing. We're not seeing the same team lineups every single time, Aussie. It's been a lot of fun watching the uniqueness. And we've seen some unique perk lineups throughout the day, too, that were kind of tripping people up. And that's just the amazing part. Like, there's no established meta. There's no true tier list. There's no nothing yet. It is still early. We have a lot more to go.
And that's what makes it beautiful, man. That's what makes it absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's great. Like it is fun. Don't get me wrong. At the early parts, it's just like, okay, who's the definite strongest? Who's this and that? Yeah, but we haven't even scratched the surface of what the meta is yet. We're seeing a lot of new characters who are right around the corner, who can potentially change everything. And it's too early to call everything, because a lot of people, you know, at these online events, you know, you go with what will get you to the major event. But at the major event, you pull out all the cards. And I think that's why one of the cards we're seeing is a lot more Shaggy, having the armor break options, the ability to zone break, and it's been consistently working against the zoner type teams, and it continues to prove as such to be a problem.
I think people have been sleeping on my boy Shag. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, the dude has always been good. It's just people see other characters that might come off as more exciting, because Shaggy's a very bare bones character in terms of just like, he's like the blueprint that other characters are based off of, right? And like he's the Shoto of the game. He's literally the character that people like trying to like model after. If you want to learn the game, you play Shaggy first. That's a really good character.
He's only using 0.00001% of his power, man. We haven't even seen full percentage of what he can do.
I don't want to see it, Ajax.
If he does, he will break everything. There will be no matchup that can win. It'll be impossible. He's out here throwing hands with Superman and walking away unscathed. It's just...
How does he do it?
How does he do it? Something in that sandwich. Something in the Scooby.
Is it kryptonite?
It might be, maybe.
Is that what it is? Literally eating kryptonite to give him the power to go toe-to-toe with
Scooby snacks the whole time, was just like little kryptonite bites.
I mean,
I think it was Batman. He's prepared for everything.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they've definitely had like mashups in the past, of, like those old cartoons. Remember that, what is it, Scooby-Doo movies, when they actually like met up with like random like celebrity characters? Yeah. They definitely met up with Batman and Robin tons of times.
Yeah, there is so many times. So all these crossovers coming in, and now here in Multiverses, the crossovers continue. My favorite thing easily is probably the voice lines between each character, because the amount of time it takes for one to get all those voice lines is one thing. Big appreciation to all of you voice actors, by the way, who've been watching. We love and appreciate all of you. And it's been, there's so much character, there's so much enjoyment that you can see between them and all the voice lines, whether they're talking smack to each other or they're just having a normal conversation.
They're always talking smack,
Arya
bro.
wants the smoke with everyone. Arya actually just wants to throw hands with everybody in the entire roster.
She's got something to prove, dude. Like, honestly, she's got to get in there and just be like, why are you so lazy, bro? And that's like Arya talking to Shaggy, you know, just being like, why?
She does not care. Even her own teammates like, oh, you could have did more. I carried.
There's something to be said when you hear Batman just say, "Bring it, hippie!" Like literally every single time. It catches me so off guard.
Yeah, look, like the voice lines have been great. Also the costumes that we're getting, continuing to go different.
Can't wait for the future costumes.
Different voice acted variations. Uncle Shag's worthy cake. Who knows what we'll see in the future. And all of course, we've seen the trailer for the costumes go up. That just future potential for what you're going to see. Give me legendary samurai Batman back now. But and of course for you, I saw the golden armor on Wonder Woman for you as well.
I kind of like the New 52 costume, to be fair.
It is a great costume.
I really like that costume. That was a 800 Gleamium well spent.
Yeah, definitely 2,000 Gleamium spent on the animated Batman as well. I love that show. I love all that, and I love all the action. Of course, we've been seeing here. Let's get ready to get that match set up behind us. We're going to be getting right back into the action momentarily. But all this appreciation, of course. Big shout outs, like we said, all weekend to PFG Multiverses. But shout outs to Multiverses and at EVO, and every one of you in chat who's been watching with us this whole time. We've had a long day. All of you have been having a good time. I hope you've been enjoying the open beta now and just having a bunch of fun. Because like we said before, it's been impossible to put the game down just on our own end.
Yeah, and literally, like, speaking of putting the game down, like, I can't stop talking about it either. Literally, like, I'm going on hour 6 today. I already had a 7-hour day like a couple weeks ago. So did you during Justice League. So like, we're used to it and we love it, every single second of it.
Yeah.
If I'm not talking about it, I want to go play it.
Yeah.
I'm in withdrawal, bro. I haven't played this game in like a day and I'm going into withdrawal.
It's been 2 days. Please. All we've done is been talking about it. I need to go back and get back on the ladder grind.
Give me the sticks, bro.
We're going to be seeing Deech and BBP coming up here for the first side of the blue team. And on the opposition, one of the teams that we've been looking forward to seeing, Dante with that Superman coming up here, and CPWMA. This is going to be another amazing showcase from another extremely powerful, one of the best Supermans in the game.
This is like one of the teams I've been waiting to see, right? Because these guys got 7th at Justice League 2 weeks ago, and that was back when he was playing Taz.
Yeah,
so,
and
like,
properly switched to Superman.
I know you were happy about that. I'm a little bit sad about it. Don't get me wrong. I love Superman. I love seeing Superman.
I do enjoy seeing really good Taz players.
Yeah.
But Dante's Superman is
the truth.
The truth.
Yes.
I've been loving watching the back and forth between Dante and G3 on the ladder. They constantly keep going back and forth between each other.
Oh yeah.
G3, one of the other great Supermans in both 2s and 1s. So they're constantly pushing each other, and that happens with Sainu and Zoo and all them too, and Dayseeker. Everybody's constantly pushing each other to keep pushing the metas. But we just saw Oopsatir showcase how strong Superman could be in a comeback situation. Now we're going to see Dante try to do the same thing.
There's also a Ross FGC as well.
True. Big fan of Ross FGC and Cinco. The Superman and Arya team combo, another extremely strong. If you want to see lives get lost at 20, they're going to happen with that team.
Yes, 100%. Literally, like, I feel like Ross was one of those players that was, like, constantly catching people on the Blast Zone, kind of developing the meta for Superman to be able to try to, like, get those really early KOs, pushing the boundaries of how far deep can Superman go. As long as he has like one more resource, as long as he has a special left, he can get back. You know,
I mean,
to be able to fly.
How many times in Justice League do we see all the Supermans just get knockouts at like 10 because they accidentally flew too close to the sun and he sent them there?
And honestly, we're going to see it here probably. Dante coming up with the Superman, definitely going to be seeing some really, really early stocks being taken. Because the thing at the end of the day is that like he can get caught at the bottom of the blast zone, the side of the blast zone, the top of the blast zone. Like, you're not safe. Superman has access to anywhere because he has the best jump in the game.
Yeah.
One jump and he's almost at top of the screen.
Well, just using a dodge up from the ground too, just keeps all of your resources still alive. You go into the skies. It is a very fast dodge, and like you're saying, that jump, the coverage that he gets, it's so easy for him to sneak up on you using that dash cancel jump to just fly in. You're not ready for it, and then he just gets you with those quick options, or he catches you on the read with that flying side special, which is exactly how Oopsatir was able to get them back in the game in the previous set.
Yeah, literally just having the ability to fly like that, very strong. Being able to just get back on the stage as easy as possible. Also, one of the very few characters has the ability to just dash upwards from the ground. Him and Batman share that trait, but like just being able to just dash upwards and all of a sudden you're airborne is such a good idea as well. Getting that a little bit of invulnerability too, very helpful.
Now, one thing I'm very curious about looking at the blue team here, we're looking at Steven Universe and Velma. So this is double support, and they both have amazing support at that. This almost tells me that the Velma is going to be the one playing more rushdown at times because that bubble from Steven, we saw it earlier with Flash Tyree and Ox. It enables so much bad behavior. You can run in with no thoughts at all and just rush. And that getting through Superman of all characters or taking some hits from Velma because we're seeing Superman and Velma on the other team as well, it is very frightening. Velma, like you said earlier, can box. Steven Universe has the ability to box a little bit as well. Probably get set up.
Bro, Steven can box. Let's be real. He's got combos.
He's got some. That Nair being pretty solid as well. Using the shield to control stage. I think one of the things we're actually going to see now that I think about it is putting up the shields in two positions and then zoning. Forcing them to approach, get that tether up, get Watermelon Steven out so you can make them have to get to you. And once they jump over those shields, that's a free anti-air. That's a really easy way to catch people's landings. If you can set it up, because Superman, like you said, great aerial ability, is going to be able to sneak under that very quickly.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, you pretty much just said it all, just like being able to set up shop down there underneath those shields. On top of that, when he ends up being able to put a shield onto their teammate as well as themselves, how that works is they share 3 separate hits while like he's just holding neutral air dodge. That's just how it works. So those 3 hits are shared and they go on to like an ammo cooldown. So like if you hit all 3 of those hits, then you have to wait a little bit and you get one of those hits back, then you wait a little bit longer, get the second hit, etc. So that's a really strong tool that Steven gets. That's just like a little, kind of like a passive to be honest, because it's not tied to a button. It's tied to the neutral air dodge, not like a special.
Yeah, and it's something that you don't see too often throughout the day. We've only seen a few Stevens, but the few Stevens that have shown up have been very strong. And they've been enabling their teammates to just go in, just push advantage extremely well. It's not going to be as easy for Velma because Velma usually uses the zoning-based capabilities to do that. Maybe Steven is going to try and rush down himself and use Velma as the back pedal to try and just get that zoning and get in. But I think Steven v Superman might be a little bit rough unless you're able to catch Superman slipping and find some of those down air starters, which usually lead to a lot of damage from Steven Universe.
Yeah, just honestly, if you get caught by a dare from Steven, free damage.
Dare,
like,
pop, pop,
you just pop him up. He can box, dude. He also has the ability to put on that little bubble. So if he manages to put that laser on his teammate, it's like a little tether. And when that explodes, not only does it do a lot of damage, it has quite a bit of knockback. Also starts the Rose Quartz debuff. So like if you manage to get hit 7 more times on top of that and get that all capped out, you then go into a bubble and you're taken out of the game for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to get into the game right now for game number 1 of Deech and BBP versus Dante and CPWMA. You can already see Dante immediately rushing in to try and get between the two, but I think you're extremely right on the whole idea that you're going to be using that tether as a way to try and get early knockouts off of them when they try to jump in on each other. Good job from BBP to get out there to try and body block, but currently having a very miserable time trying to get back on stage is Steven.
Dante just doing a fantastic job of just like keeping the enemy team off stage completely, just kind of continuously just charging up that side air, being able to get those big swings on the opponents, abusing the armor from the up attack while grounded, also very helpful. But we got tons of projectiles coming your way. He's eventually going to break through it all, but he is just smacking them up right now. Steven can't breathe. All of a sudden the tables got turned on them. BBP coming back and actually just like reversing the situation.
They finally capitalized on him going deep off stage because he keeps targeting Steven in particular to make sure that he can't get anything set up, which is a good idea, but finally they are able to get a reversal. Answered instantly back though from that downer from Velma earlier.
Okay, getting smacked up a little bit here. Dante just trying to get back down to the ground. Managed to get some combos going with that jab. This could be really big. Managed to get that one more hit. Gets the speakerphone, the megaphone attack on Superman. Be able to get, increase that damage a little bit longer as we're going towards back to the center stage. 106 damage on Velma.
And Superman, Dante constantly going to get the clues to get additional gray health so he can just kind of push. And he's going to throw it down. But the reason why that stopped is because of the bubble from Steven stopping the active animation and allowing her to fall out.
That's my homie right there, bro. He's be looking for his teammate.
And I think that's a big reason why they're still in it so far, but finally finds the upper to get the knockout off the top.
Big fan of this as we keep going for that up attack again. Tries to get in another command grab. That would have been huge for red team.
I'm surprised he even got away because he had that up air, that light bulb from Velma, and then somehow drifted away from that. Looking for 2-up specials, and Steven trying to box him over and send him towards Velma. BBP, however, not able to really do much about it.
This is exactly what we were talking about before the set with Superman, right? Just being able to chase after your opponents that hard. It's risky, but it's worth it, especially when you can close out those lives like that. Gets another grab on Velma, pushing them back off stage. 81 damage, gets the nair, closes it out, gets the life off of the blast zone. That's going to be red team taking game 1.
Dante executed that to a T. After sending him back out with the forwards, with the up special, but sending him forward, put out the nair to cover dodge in. Dodge in never happened. So what do? You free fall down, and then you hit him with the cider, send them back out. And then after that, you know that they're going to be wanting to jump. Covered that with the cider once again, and there was no room for Steven to get in quick enough because he was getting hit by the bubbles from Velma. Now it's perfectly executed by the blue team.
Those nairs, man. The triple punch, bro.
The red team, excuse me.
Fantastic nairs coming out from Superman. So now we're going to be looking at our counter picks here. I mean, that was pretty much a shutdown from Dante and CBW, man.
Yeah.
Like, that was just like they were on top of things. I love the Superman movement.
Yeah, there was moments. There was moments where you saw that both Deech and BBP were kind of figuring out the movement from Superman. Until Dante said, I don't care. Like, you got me that one time. I'm still going off stage after you because your options against me compared to what I could do with this nair pressure and everything else are very limited. And you're not going to have someone there to protect you every time.
By the way, I was looking at their perks there for a second there for blue team. We saw the defensive perk coming out from blue team that was really good against projectiles. The School Me Once one. Basically how that works is you get a 2-second projectile block buff after getting hit by one for up to 4 seconds if it's stacked like it is. So you got a counter pick as well. Got Bugs Bunny making the appearance from BBP.
And going to Scooby's. Now this I think is going to be one of those matchups where they actively try to hit that switch because it takes away tunnel capabilities from Bugs. You do not want Bugs to have free range to just run around this whole stage.
Yeah, but the thing is, they picked this stage with Bugs, so they got something in mind.
Oh, true. But I think the red team just like looking for that. However, they do still make it easy for Dante to find those ciders on the side of the stage.
Yes.
This is not a very lot. You don't have a lot of distance to cover there.
All right, getting caught by the jab into the up attack. Good. Again, that shield coming into clutch. And that's such a good tool against Superman's command grab. But all of a sudden, one of those lives is now gone. We see Superman tossing off super deep. Tosses Steve out, gets the down air, the double whammy. That's 1, that's 2. And now we got ourselves a 2-1 game.
Same situation as last time where you use the up special to send him out, cover him with the nair. But now Superman just can't get out of that situation. He was covered between a little rock and a hard place. That shield, having kryptonite capabilities, just bouncing him off the ceiling.
My man could not escape, dude. He was going back and forth between that shield and the ceiling. Caught between a rock and a hard place.
Right now, currently, everybody kind of boxing around center, but smartly Steven putting that shield right there, not trying to get juggled off the top for free.
The second you see a hit on Steven, Dante is in his face immediately opposite, trying to just get rid of this threat, this ability to be able to just kind of like shield through. There's that Rose debuff, by the way, that's on Dante. If he gets 5 more hits on him, he goes into a bubble. It's not going to be able to happen and eventually wears off.
Yeah, and it's going to be on Bugs to get out there and help as quick as possible because Steven does not have the best aerial mobility. He doesn't have the best air drift either. That's why Superman's constantly out there, but he's going to get knocked out off the top, and not quick enough is Bugs to get in there to try and save him.
Sitting at 93, gets another side air off stage, looking for the opportunity. I love the counterattack from the down air, but Velma was already there, getting the counter pick with the down air. CPW Mod closing it out and giving themselves the 2-0 lead they were looking for.
Instant capitalization as soon as that nair from Bugs was out. It's like, oh, you have committed to a move animation. Congratulations, I'm going to down air that.
Here's your reward.
And if you somehow dodged that and you went down, up special from Superman, throw you right down to the blast zone. You can only have hoped that Velma didn't get there quick enough. You dodge back on the stage. You maybe take a hit on stage and you don't lose that life, but not quick enough there. Pop off coming in, of course, from Dante towards the crowd. Feeling good about that one and getting themselves further into this bracket. I believe that being a potential qualifier for the next day. I did not see if that one was for winners finals for the pools, but let's go ahead and take a look back at that set and see as to why the blue team, the red team, excuse me, with that Superman development worked so well.
So many great opportunities that we saw here. There's that chase again, going with that nair. That was the turnaround moment where like he was trying to go for it, but then we saw BBP actually capitalize on that. It's like, no, get away from my friend. Here's a flashlight. I see you. tosses him off. But then that was like the only time that ever took into effect, because every other time you're going to see Superman going off stage. Here was the double that we saw, the 1 and the 2 coming in clutch, being able to find themselves with a lead right here. Here's the one last time getting punished by the Nair from Bugs, but all that made it so this made himself wide open for a free passage to Albuquerque down at the bottom of the blast.
Exactly.
So.
Just the biggest problem really being Dante. Like you said, Steven got hit once. He was in his face. Like, he never backed off. And that is great coverage on a character with poor aerial mobility, not a lot of room to get out of there. And Velma also having poor mobility makes it harder to get out there too. That was why the counter pick from Bugs mattered so much, that you use things like that charged side air to stop him from doing that. But every time he tried to do that, he just got hit by Velma. So the team coverage from CPW and Dante was just too on point, separating the two of them and winning the 1v1s mostly throughout that match.
The way he could just dash up there and catch them was all because of those dash cancel jumps, man. If you go for the dash and the jump, you get that huge burst of speed, and if he does it a second time, he can get up there even faster at the cost of his resources. But like, that's what he's doing, and that's how he got the games, and that's how he closed it out.
Yeah, and that's how they're to continue more forward into the following day. Amazing job from them, of course, throughout that wave pool. And we're coming to the close on this one right here. Another wave that is still right around the corner, but a lot of matches still to go. Even with the final ones of the day, we've seen all these great qualifiers, all the top seeds finding the way to the final bracket. And speaking of that bracket, let's go ahead and take a look at how things have shaped up throughout the day.
Let's take a little peek-see, shall we? So right now, this has been the pools match that we saw. The advance to top 48. That was actually Dante and CPW Mod that actually made it over to top 48 on the winner's side. So looks like BBP and Deech at the bottom of the bracket is going to be the ones that are going to try to play one more game to proceed into the top 48. But congratulations to Dante and CPW Ma for actually making it for tomorrow.
Yeah, amazing job from them going into the next day, like we were just saying, and like so many other ones, like you said before, the top seeds, Leviathan Sinum, Merriman Roche, Chavo Zoo, Void and the Cat, Boomy Sandstorm earlier, and a bunch of other teams that were able to put in work as well. We saw, like you said, the Kill Sage and Sonic Fox.
Tomorrow is going to be...
It's going to be crazy.
Oh my gosh, I was just thinking about that. It's like all these killers everywhere.
Like, getting through all of these teams at the beginning, getting through all their early waves, the stress of day one to get to day two, make your way that much closer to the money, that big send-off of all the prizes, all the way down to top 32 for that $100,000 prize pool. Getting to that pot is stressful. And tomorrow, it's where you have that 1 to 2 rounds of possible elimination to just miss out on it. So those matches are going to be insane.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You have to play one of these guys in order to get into the money. Like, I understand why it's so stressful now. I get it. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's easy to freak out in those spots, but that team communication, like we said, being so strong, a big reason why people were able to make it this far in the first place. And you always have that. You always have that support. You always have the ability to look under your teammate who tells you, like, "Hey, slow down. We can still do this," or "I'm gonna rush. This is the time to push." It's awesome because of the fact that, like we said before, having those shared lives, you don't have the ability to just play alone and kind of carry the team. You have to work together to get to this point, and a lot of these teams did exactly that to get all the way to day number 2.
Yeah, literally just, we're seeing like all these things. This is literally just one pool out of the 4 that we saw in this block. So there's so many other brackets that were happening throughout the day. Being able to see all these players still playing on, and we're still not done, Ajax. We're still not done.
Exactly.
There's still one more pool after this to find out who the final 8 players are going to make it into the top 48 tomorrow. There's so much more on the line. Drowning in pools is like not that, like, it's pretty hard to make it out of this. There's a lot of good teams out here.
Extremely stacked teams all the way through the entirety of this tournament. Like we said, a lot of a big prize pool on the line, and also a lot of pride, because you want to be that team to get that very first W. You want to be the one that says, we are the first champions of the multi versus EVO bracket, when there's going to be so many more events still to come to try and get that challenge. But having that first notch on your belt that early on just feels so special, and it's such a pride move to showcase to everybody who exactly the strongest is at the start.
Dude, like, it is such a boon to be able to get that lead, because you're not even only getting that money, you're getting that street cred. The street cred's what matters, you know, being able to, like, to convert that into, like, whether it's like Twitch, YouTube, any sort of social media, like being able to like carry it on and also be the legacy for whatever character or team that you were rocking, being able to show off what your character can do and kind of like pave the way for the future and see like, oh, you were doing this, but you could have done this, and then all the lab rats come out and start giving you all the data you need for the future
Speaking
matches.
of teams, by the way, talk about all the things that are on the line. There's a lot of eyes on this game right now. There's a lot of teams I know keeping an eye out there, looking at all of this in the esports category, and we like to see all of y'all who are watching pay close attention to these players because they deserve it. They deserve the support. We can't wait to see who walks away potentially, maybe with a new prefix before their name. So who knows?
Could potentially happen.
Yeah, I hope to see it, and I hope that I hope that all of you are watching have been entertained. I hope all you've been watching been having a lot of fun and seeing exactly the depth that can come from this game and all the uniqueness from not only the perks but the different team combos and how much fun it is to finally see this where everybody playing each other in the first major event.
Yeah, like you said, you hit it right on the nail of the head, dude. This is the first major event. This is the first offline LAN event. So much more has happened today, and we still got more coming for you guys. But that's going to be it for us on this block. But that's okay. We got more multiverses action coming your way in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A girl is Arya Stark of Winterfell.
Time to eat somebody.
I am here.
Really? This is what I'm up against?
Here comes the boom! I look good in a monocle.
Hey, what is good, everyone? Welcome back to the very first Multiverses tournament here at EVO 2022. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with Flambeau, and what a day of action we've had so far here at EVO. I mean, it's been fantastic to see the different dynamics of duos that we have between a lot of players, but it's kind of like the diversity of the characters that I wasn't really expecting to see. I kind of was expecting, all right, is there going to be like a mainstay duo that we're going to see constantly? We saw a lot of Shaggy and Bugs through ladder. Are we going to see that transcend into a live tournament format? But it hasn't been like that. We've had a lot of surprises coming in through the bracket. We've even had some intense game threes earlier on in the day too, and I'm excited to see how the rest of the tournament's going to play out because we only have a few more matches left before we narrow down the competition for day 2.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you, Vicky. Granted, like, this is to get into top 48 for tomorrow, and then everyone else is going to play their hearts out tomorrow as well. But I'm a little bit surprised as well, right? We're talking about diversity in team compositions, and I was expecting to see a whole lot of Bugs Bunny and Velma. And admittedly, earlier on, I did see a fair amount of them, but the thing is, like, at this point, most of them have been actually knocked out. So we have some pretty unique team compositions waiting in the rest of bracket. We've seen some Arya, actually, in terms of, like, Boomy and Sandstorm. We got Arya coming with the Bugs Bunny. That combination's been doing very well.
I think we're going to see Arya again, actually, in this wave. I wouldn't be surprised. Got to keep your eye out for the Aryas, too, because I know Arya, aside from being super light, has so much potential to follow up from even Bugs. We saw the Bugs and Arya combo coming in as well earlier on in the day, and that's what I really like, just seeing these dynamics that I wasn't expecting going into the tournament. We got our competitors here set up, too, and I'm just excited to see what more we're going to see. Actually, Tiffany and Stolly are going to be the first 2 competitors coming up. You and I were talking about which teams that we were excited to see later in this block, and this was one of them. Tiffany, of course, top 15, I believe, on the ladder right now with Velma, playing with Stolly, and I'm excited to see what dynamic they're going to bring out. Is it going to be the Velma and Bugs? What do you think?
I think probably. Probably. I think that's like, as far as meta picks go, and we always laugh when we say meta because the game hasn't been out that long, but the way that the game has been developing, I think that will be the go-to pick. Now, Tiffany, of course, has been someone that has found abundant success playing other platform fighters as well, so it does make a whole lot of sense that they're coming up here to come out to try and get out of the pool winner's side with their partner Stolly there. But with that said, on the other side, we're going to have some competitors who might have the ability to shut that down.
Yeah, we got Twisted, Rivera, and Tooney, which, by the way, is the first seed of this pool. So while we were hyping up Tiffany, Stolly, they're actually considered the 2nd seed so far. And that's kind of been reversed earlier on in the day where we've been seeing a lot of high-level competition, obviously, between the 1st and 2nd seed. I mean, that's why they are seated in those respective positions in the first place. But it's nice to see a little bit of a mix-up where we've even had competitors kind of shake up our 1st seed team at the very beginning. That was, I believe, the first game 3 that we saw of the day.
Oh, man, that one was wild, too, because it was like Leviathan and Sinum, people who we expect to win potentially the entire tournament, but I caught word later on that their opponents, I believe, may have been from South America, and so they hadn't had any results really in terms of what people were expecting in all these community online tournaments, but you show up in person, they had to give you the business.
Oh man, you know, I'm actually so glad you pointed out because I didn't know what region they were from, but I just know that with the amount of attention and fan favorites that I've seen across the world for Multiverses, I know that Brazil has a huge scene going down there for Multiverses. They were tweeting about it a lot. They even have their own region Twitter going down, so it's just nice to see the international diversity that we're getting so early on in a game like Multiverses that's still in beta, that still has a lot of things that they're like catering towards to make sure that the game is going to be at its best form. And I'm so excited, Flam. I'm so excited to see what the outcome of the day for tomorrow is going to look like for us.
Yeah, same. No, tomorrow is going to be wild. Now, of course, got to keep ourselves grounded in today as we try to figure out who the last lucky but also skilled few are going to be to go ahead to proceed on to tomorrow for the top 48. Now, of course, if you are on the winner's side, I believe you're going to automatically get floated into top 32 just because of how brackets work. And then, of course, if you're on the loser side of things, you're going to have to do a little bit more grinding to make your way down.
And you know what's really great about being in that top 32, Flambeau? You also got that top 32 payout that we love to see. $1,750 with this $100,000 prize pot. But let's take a look at game number 1 already getting started here on Trophy's Edge.
Okay, and just like that, Tiffany and Stolly going to be rocking the Velma and the Bugs Bunny, and on the other side, Twisted Rivera and Tooney, we're going to have the Adventure Time combo of Jake and Finn the Human.
Oh, this is amazing. I absolutely love Adventure Time here, but I love the way that Tiffany and Solly are actually playing this around, but taking a look at what Twisted Rivera and Toonie are doing, trying to actually isolate Tiffany and Solly a little bit right there, but it can be so difficult with the amount of aerial space Bugs can control, not just with the rockets, but it could catch you off guard if you tunnel underneath it, and not only does a safe fall in that, but so does the rocket as he chases him with that.
Yeah, man, that Bugs Bunny up air can be so oppressive, and just like that, we're going to see a life be taken, and another one's going to fall on the side of Finn there, as the red team has already secured absolutely no KOs, right? The blue team's looking pretty good right now.
Blue team looking fantastic. Oh, nice. Oh, and he managed to actually angle a triple two. He chased him, making sure that those outers were going to absolutely land there. They even tried to actually jump right off the wall, but they couldn't really reset their utility right there. But the aggression that we saw from Toonie. And for how long, though, Flambo? For how long is this going to last right here? We saw a nice little off-stage gameplay there, but it's the fact that Tiffany and Solly have been able to just contain so much stage control in general that's so important.
Yeah, you got to look out for... Oh, wait, hold on. Are we getting mathematical on him? Looks like it's not quite going to be the case as everyone manages to make it back to the stage. But we are looking for potentially game point here for the blue teams. They're able to secure a KO onto Toonie. 146 on an assassin. So one clean hit will secure the game. And there it is. A nice little up air from Bugs Bunny.
Got to go for the batter swing real quick, especially with the amount of damage that Toonie was unfortunately sitting at right there. But can we talk about the Jake arm swinging around town? That was a really nice look right there, too. But Tiffany and Solly also just do a really good job at controlling so much stage space in general. You saw how it looked like it was really difficult for the red team to even really not only try to regain and reset at the same time, but they took so much damage already from the beginning that momentum is really important in a game like Multiverses.
Multiverses, the stock count, I think, is the perfect amount where it's like, all right, if the enemy team has 4 lives that I have to burn through, you don't really have a whole lot of time to go ahead and reverse things around. If you fall behind in terms of momentum, you really have to have the strictest of mental fortitude to strike back, because otherwise it's really easy to watch the game get away from you. But despite that, I do think that there is a very solid chance of going into game 2 here that we're able to bring it back. I did like the way they did retaliate with the double down air spike coming out from Finn to go ahead and bring that game back, but they weren't quite able to turn it all the way.
And that's important too to note. They needed that. They needed to go for that, because that was what was going to allow them to kind of even things up after actually being at such a disadvantage from the very beginning. So it was a really good attempt and awareness to actually understand, all right, we need to try to go for this, but I want to see this more often. I want to see this even when they are in advantage, Flambeau. So getting set up for game number 2, we're just taking a look at stage picks currently. Map rotation. I love watching Trophy's Edge. Very good neutral stage there too. Even when that platform in the middle is missing, in general, it's really, really great. I also really like Sky Arena. Basically, the more neutral stage that we've been seeing a lot with our competitors and their options and trying to go for there. And the platforms too. I mean, those platforms are so detrimental, I feel like, to Velma and the amount of space that she creates around the platforms. But let's take a look at where we're going to be moving here.
Yeah, and you know, of course, Cremulons is not legal for the sake of this tournament. And then there are places like Batcave that's a little bit smaller. We've seen people pick, but it looks like we're going to end up right here on the stage that has some of the best music in the game, by the way.
Before Cromulence is going to be legal. Hold up. I love the music on that stage. It actually goes crazy. But this kind of goes back to what we saw at the very beginning of the game. The stage control that Tiffany and Stolly have is insane. Even with that megaphone, too, kind of sneaking right over the safe as he goes for another downer. Make it 2. You can't go anywhere. But you know what? He managed to just make it back to the wall. Look at the cover, though, that Tiffany has. You think you could go for the spike. Maybe you thought. Again. What is happening off the stage here?
Fully charged one coming out from Jake. That's going to go ahead and be Twisted Rivera going ahead and securing the deal there to keep things even, but the action does not stop as the red team tries to press on and add that pressure to the right side of the stage. Nice charge Sayer coming out from Jake yet again. Will the blue team be able to hang on?
We talked about it. We talked about seeing a lot more spikes, especially here, but this is not what I was expecting right now, Flambeau. Look at this 142 onto Twisted Rivera. He is still living. He is trying to actually avoid a lot of what Tiffany and Solly are doing, but you got to worry about the hammer. Amazing DI right there.
That's what it's like being a light character, and there's going to be another KO off the top. One more KO for Tiffany and Solly to go ahead and bring things back here. Amazing knockback influence coming out from Tiffany to survive that up special from Finn.
I really liked what we saw from Twisted Rivera right there, actually keeping him in his mouth so that way he could get the follow-up. He tried to predict the jump right there too. A really good adaptation from the red team in general, but it's so difficult when you're constantly getting hit by a barrage of a lot of these projectiles that Tiffany's throwing out.
Okay, and it's coming down to the wire here as the blue team is hunting for that final blow, but they need to rack up a little bit more damage first. This is the time where the red team needs to strike back. They need a double KO at this moment. That's the only chance they have to bring this game back.
And the best opportunity right there is to try to keep the blue team right close to the ledge here, trying to find the opportunity. I mean, the damage is racking up. It's right there here too, but they have to go through an entire another life right after that. You saw these spike attempts, but now he's going to try to get punished for it here. Bugs by himself though, 144. Tiffany now going to be able to make it extra big here. Everybody's head is big in this stage. And yep, unfortunate, but it's so much space being controlled. Where do you go?
Yeah, no, yeah. Acne Rocket is covering so much of the horizontal plane. Safe is coming down.
The megaphone,
as well.
you have to worry about the words
like,
too.
What? Where do you go? That's the question, Vicky. Where do I go?
And I know that you and I were talking about it beforehand, before we jumped into this wave, but we were highlighting the kind of shenanigans that Bugs really has. Not only between the underground tunnels and, you know, having your rocket go through there, the rocket going up and you have to worry about it. The sound cue does come in, but it's 20 seconds later. Yeah. Sometimes you just, you know, keep track of something else. You zone out, you think about something else, and it can be tricky a lot of times, but I feel like we didn't see that as often because it was all about the stage control. Why don't you take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened? But my favorite has to be those spike plays that we saw constantly coming in.
And I think we're going to see the double right there. It wasn't the KO, and then another one right through the stage. That's actually 3 charged Sayers coming out from Chuni there. I didn't realize that was 3 in a row. Go get them.
3 in a row. We saw a few others coming in. Let's see. Oh, yeah. The hay batter swing real quick to try to catch the landing. Super important right there to also be spaced in that position. But it's so difficult when you feel like you are losing out so much space. And then at that point, you're put in such a bad position where you're not only using your utility to make it back, make a mix-up, when there's no platforms available in that version of Sky Arena, that you have to imagine, all right, well, there's no platforms for me to actually try to mix up where I'm going to land, where I'm going to fast fall through. So my only other option is to play close to by the ledge here. But you can't make it back to center stage.
And especially, you know, some spikes in the game are better than others, right? But Bugs Bunny and like Tom and Jerry have some of the most powerful
And Shaggy have like huge downers. Yeah, huge spikes at potential right here from a lot of these characters. It's actually insane.
Yeah, it's like, once again, where do I go? It's so big, some of these hitboxes, and that's why it's so great when you watch these aggressive offstage plays. It really does spell the end for you, honestly. But, you know, good stuff to Tiffany and Stolly there for going ahead and closing out that set. They're going to be moving on forward and on the winner side, so they must be happy about that and probably getting a good chunk of change with that as well, guaranteed.
You know, that's the best thing to hear right now. Of course, this was a free-to-enter tournament as well, but it closed out so quick. Anybody was eligible to actually sign up for it, but I literally blinked and I didn't even have the opportunity to even shoot my shot there. So, you know, it happens, but then you have the opportunity for players like Tiffany and Stolly now to be able to make it into the top 32.
Yes.
Even though they were the 2nd seed, they made it out. They took it over the 1st seed in their own pool, and they're going to be sitting pretty for the next day.
Man, that means, I mean, I guess that's a slight upset as far as things go, right? Slight, not really like, you know, 1, 2, like, okay, one of them's going to go. But even with that said, I think just thinking about all the people I've already seen today and thinking about what tomorrow's bracket is going to look like a lot of the matches we're going to be seeing in round 1 tomorrow are going to be matches that I'm like, any of these could have been top 8. Like, that's how condensed the skill is here at EVO 2022. But despite all that, we still got more action to get through in this pool.
I love it. I love it. I want to see some more change-ups when it comes to these duos, because that is honestly my favorite thing. And I saw, what, 1, 2 Garnets so far within this bracket. I know it's been a lackluster pick, but I want to see more change-ups. What am I going to see for the first time when it comes to some of the duos and the matchups that we've been exposed to? Of course, a lot of these players are known for their ladder runs. I've been known for the small performances that they've been able to perform in the most recent tournaments between singles and other more smaller tournaments that have been happening online. But that's just the thing. It's been all online. So this being the first offline event where competitors could actually duke it out in person is my favorite thing, aside from the emotion that we get to see from the players.
No, and especially like when you play it online, like sometimes the players can get pretty disrespectful what they be doing in game, right? But it's like, all right, well, when I'm on the monitor right next to you, brother, I want to see you have the same type of energy, you know?
Gotta keep that. You better see me at LAN.
Facts.
You gotta do it, especially when you start using the sprays and the emotes really early on in the game. It's like, oh, wait, hold on. I'm just doing my challenges. Don't get mad at me.
Okay. Challenges, sure, yup. Trying to mask it in some sort of in-game affordance. But despite all of that, I do feel like that the game gives you great opportunity, actually, to have some of the most flexing kinds of emotes that you can ever. That's why Shaggy, when he rips the shirt, you know, every single game I play with Shaggy, the first thing I do is...
That's his game. That's his game. You know what? He can take it. I'm out. I'm out. That's all his game. You know what? He did exactly what he was meant to do. It was to be intimidating as we get set up here for our next set. It's nice to touch up about not only the meta we've seen in the competitive way, but talking about multiverses as a game in general.
Yes.
How fun it is to see these characters stay true to their kits from where they are coming from. But then how wonky it looks to see them in the hands of these professional players that have been able to practice the game for as long as they have to prepare for this exact moment.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. Even taking some time away from the casting desk and sitting down and chatting with some of the developers, they make it so abundantly clear how important it is that they make sure that they capture the fantasy of the characters that they put in this game, and how it's such a, like, what's the word, a priority for them, right? How much it matters. They want to make sure, if we're going to put a character in this game, we want to make sure that it feels right. When you play Tom and Jerry, do you feel like you're playing Tom and Jerry? Yeah, I'm trying to, trying to get that mouse. Every single animation, right? It's like they're trying to hit each other.
It's literally his priority there, too. Even though Jerry's helping you out, one of the few times that Jerry would help you out in that situation, Jerry wants to win, too. He wants to be able to be in that top 32. You got to split it up with him as well. So it's really cool. That's why I also was talking to Asti earlier that Bugs being probably the more animated character that we have, I mean, it makes sense. It's Bugs Bunny, and it's so fantastic to hear the sound bites too when those moves land. It's funny. I mean, we saw the hammer coming out, we saw the bat as well, and the sound bites for a lot of those moves just sound so true to the character that it's really refreshing in general.
I'm actually really happy that you brought up Bugs Bunny, because Bugs, I think a lot of people look at him and are like, wow, he can do so much, right? Like, okay, he can summon a safe, he can summon a rocket, he can go underground, he can do a drop kick, he can spin his ears around, like, he can do a lot of stuff. But then, like, you think about Bugs Bunny the character, and what can't he do?
It's true. It's true. It's true. He literally transcends like what physics even made. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense to Bugs. He can do whatever he wants, just like he can sometimes when it comes to some of these double sets that we've been saying too. And it's just that creative. I just really like how creative you could get with him and the rocket in general. Since it acts like a wall, you could use it as a way to reset and then jump off and maybe extend into another conversion. I just really enjoy that part of it, because you could just, again, it just gets so creative with what your ally could do to really help you out, especially with scary characters like Batman, for example.
Oh, man.
So, gotta think about that uppercut sometimes. Hey.
Batman's the oppression session, man. Batarang, uppercut, uppercut, batarang, uppercut. And it feels like no matter where you go, you can't escape. You feel like you finally get some distance, grappling hook. Like, bruh.
Hey, you can't forget who he is. He's Batman.
That's right. Utility belt, man. It's called utility for a reason.
All right, we got our competitors on the stage right now, guys. We got it settled in through the rest of the bracket. We got Excalcion and I Hit Buttons. I like that name.
No, same. That's actually...
I also like to hit buttons.
Yeah. I'm a masher. And I also feel like Multiverses is a good game if you like hitting buttons.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely
if you really
it.
like to be an aggressive player. And you know what? That kind of opens things up when it comes to the perks in general and enabling the way that you want to play. Despite even some perks maybe even being better on some characters than others, if one perk complements your playstyle, if you like to be in the air a lot, you want to make sure that you could close in that gap with some extra aerial speed. It's just kind of catered towards what you want to go for and what you think. For all you know, you could be metagaming and you could be ahead of the curve than any of the other players. So I think that's really nice too. As we take a look at the opposite side, red team, we're gonna have energy and zombies.
Okay, so this is gonna be a different zombies than we saw a little bit earlier on. Two players with the tag zombie, but these are different players indeed, and the 6 is going to be paramount here in terms of distinguishing them from each other. Oh, and we got a nice close-up. Check out the sick nails, by the way.
Oh, those are
beautifully
nice.
done. Yeah. On gods?
Oh, those are EVO nails. I love that.
On gods?
It feels like it's so in tune. Okay.
Sheesh.
Okay, I see you. Got a rocket.
Nah, that's Chris right there, man. I always love seeing some expertly done nails, man. It's an art, believe it or not. That's an art.
Oh, those put my nails to shame. What the heck?
Like, Dan, don't put me on the camera again.
Hold on. No, I'm going to keep my hands under here now. No, on the real, though, it's also really nice to see the interactions that we have between these players in person on the stage, because it's a different vibe whenever you have your teammate alongside you and you get to celebrate that together. Figuring out what you got to do differently together in person it's just a different feel.
And I'm wondering, I mean, you were mentioning earlier that like you saw a few Garnets earlier, and I saw a few Garnets as well, but I feel like on my side, like I'm like, can we get a Garnet maybe out of one of these two teams? Because every Garnet I think I've seen today has lost. I think Leviathan may have whipped out Garnet for a game, and I think he did win that game, but it's like, it was obvious that like Garnet wasn't the pick. It was like, oh, I'm gonna play Garnet for a game. I want someone who was like tried and true Garnet to come up here and show me what the character's all about, because I do think that she got some stuff that people don't know about yet.
It'd be a little difficult sometimes maybe to try to dissect what the character needs instead, and who knows what changes we're going to see to the game right after this weekend.
True.
That was the one thing that I thought about. I'm wondering what results are we going to see that's going to influence the patches that are going to come when Multiversus drops. And I also really like to theory craft that too, because it puts into perspective like what we're seeing so far in the bracket, the consistency between a lot of the Jakes that we've been seeing, a lot of the Finns, a lot of the Velmas, a lot of the Bugs, and what is that going to mean in the future for some of these characters. You know, recently the patch actually nerfing Taz's Tornado. We've been seeing less Taz's than I was expecting. We see them, but it's been less than what we were exposed to prior on the ladder.
Yeah, and I think a good thing about the philosophy to the approach, right, is that they want to make sure they're reserving the character fantasy and also enabling characters to still have silly things, right?
Well,
like
yeah, what's
Taz
true to
Tornado,
them.
like,
Exactly. That is Taz.
that
you
is
know?
Taz, 100%. Like, he wildin', you know, he trying to grub, trying to salt and pepper you up. I want some good chicken. Yeah, throw that one in the oven for a second. Yeah, I'm eating good. That's Taz the character, and they really nailed it. And all right, yeah, they nerfed the Tornado a little bit, but I know they plan on circling back to really, really, really have them hit that sweet spot again in terms of KO efficiency, because they care so much about making sure that they retain the character at their core.
It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. I love when he gets sophisticated at the end there too. It's just so funny. It's goofy, but that's kind of like the name of the game here with a lot of the characters that we're going to see, as our players are just getting warmed up a little bit, making sure that they got the right controls, everything feels smooth and nice. Again, a lot of action that we've seen here in Multiversus at EVO 2022, but it's even better to be able to see how it plays out in person with these players that manage to make their way out here, get away from playing online through ladder, and see what their skill is going to provide in person.
Yeah, and they always, of course, got to make sure that these button checks go through, because one of the great things about Multiversus is that you can play it on such a variety of different controller types.
Yeah.
And so you want to make sure when you're pulling up for your first in-person LAN experience that everything is going according to plan, right? You want to make sure that the buttons are working, that you can, you know, if you press left, you go left, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds silly, but like this stuff is important, guys, because if you hop into game one and then you realize that your buttons aren't working, well then, okay, it's going to be a problem.
Well, you got to play through game
you gotta
one,
play
you know?
through it, yeah.
And that actually has happened. I talked to one of my friends who streams this game, who was actually playing on stage not too long ago, Cliff Dog, who plays the Harley, and he didn't realize that he had the wrong control scheme set up for game number one. So these, you know, it's unfortunate, but things like this, and they did so much better game number two when he was able to fix that. But things like this do end up happening. That's why you have to be attentive as to what's going on the screen, like what controls you have going on, because you could put down your controls and not, you know, miss out that you have a one button mapped wrong. So.
Okay, and looking at the screen right now, it looks like we may be hopping into perk select. I see 2 Finns on the screen, and I think I saw a Batman in there as well, so that could be a little bit of a hint, some foreshadowing, if you will, about what we are about to see as they head into the stage selection process. We've been seeing a fair amount of Finn today. I think it makes good sense. Usually in platform fighters, characters with disjoints, like Finn with that sword, end up being pretty solid in a doubles environment, just because you're able to go ahead and swing at your opponent and not put your own hurt box at risk. So no surprise to see that there. And Batman has also been a popular pick, wielded by players like Zoo, for example, or Ox, for example, who just use that battering with great efficiency and find those knockouts with those uppercuts.
And what's really great, though, is a lot of the combination we've seen between Finn and Batman has to be the fact that not just the backpack able to cover so much space, but then it's the uppercut that you got to worry about. So not only do you have to wonder how much coins does Finn have in that backpack, how much knockback and damage is this about to do? Is the uppercut follow-up going to end up taking my life? And that's something that you have to worry about when it comes to this duo in general. So let's get started a little bit here, because we got that mix-up. And maybe the Finn and Batman on one side, but you got to worry about the Finn and Shaggy on the other.
Okay, and so far we're starting off here with this tri-platform layout, and it's going to be the Shaggy here, who might be going to the corner. We're going to go ahead and throw that sandwich, maybe charge up a little bit. No, throws out a flying kick, and that's not going to connect either. got a little gem on the floor, not going to pick it up. He'll teleport. Nope, not going to use it. Just having it out there just to make sure.
Hey, he used it at the very end to at least go for a last-minute repositioning just in case he could go for a follow-up with energy here. Zombies, though, getting set off to the stage. That smoke screen also covers so much space, and when you talk about the triplats, you have to worry about forcing a lot of interaction, maybe forcing a jump around the triplats instead. That's one jump down. You got one more to go, and 2 specials as well as those air dodges. So you have to also think about juggling that utility.
Yeah, and you also have to think about the height of the platforms as well, right? The platforms are low enough that if Batman wants to do a grounded up special, he will still catch you standing on those platforms. Oh, so you really need to be careful where you land, as the first stock is going to fall, and a lot of damage is going to be hit onto energy as well on the Batman. Will he be able to survive? Looks like he will, but on the other side of things, we're seeing Finn being commanded by Exelon, not quite able to be KO'd there. I thought that might have been it.
Yeah, Exelon actually just putting so much damage. That's definitely going to do it after getting hit to 145 or so. And it happens here too, but he was able to control so much space, able to take that first stock originally here. But look at the way that Zombies is playing. He's quite literally swinging, actually teleporting to closing the gap right there. And he's playing so aggressive. And not only that, he's got a lot of coins in that bag.
Okay, yeah, the more coins you have, the more you're gonna fly at the end of that final swing. So you want to be careful here, as we're having a pretty close game, all things considered. But it's not going to be a KO. Uppercut, not going to be enough. Another uppercut. Good knockback influence to the left there.
He did it again with the
What?
follow-up? Are you kidding me? If it wasn't the checkmate, they were going to definitely make sure that was it.
That is bonkers. I cannot believe what my eyes have seen. That's going to be a great replay to watch later, as the red team soars into the lead here, looking for one more KO, but we do have a lot of damage racked up on the 6 zombies here, so could be an even game sometime soon.
I'm really enjoying the way that Zombies is using the teleportation as again another life here too. Very close between both of these teams, very similar to what we saw in that game 1. Tries to throw out that Batarang at the same time. We're going to see the Rage coming in actually uninterrupted, it looked like right there.
I'm a little surprised that we actually saw the Rage burned immediately on a side special. I would have thought that maybe you'd wait a little bit longer, wait for the damage to rack up, and then use it to confirm a KO. But despite that, they're hanging on here as we're looking for the final KO of this game to happen. We have a lot of damage racked up on both Finn and Shaggy. The blue team is bleeding, but will they be able to bring this one back? They need a quick offstage play, and they're not going to find it as a KO happens off the top.
Can we talk about that Batarang into the uppercut into another follow-up?
Yes,
I mean,
please.
that was insane.
Please.
That was insane. And I know what we were talking about, spikes. We mentioned Shaggy's downer just being so big in general.
Yes.
It did look like that is exactly what he wanted to do on the Finn, but unfortunately, when you have so much awareness and your teammate is understanding what's happening, the coverage that we saw, the insurance policy to make sure that he was covered right there was really good on that part.
And one of the other things you have to look out for too, both of these teams are rocking a Finn, right? And with Finn, that up special, you know, the amount of coins really matters, how hard it hits, yada, yada, yada. It's also a multi-hit move, which means that both of their respective partners have a fair amount of time to react to it. But that's also the double-edged sword, right? If you go and you throw out that up special, you hit somebody, and then it's like, oh, I have all this time to save my partner from being hit, and sometimes you can lose your life that way. So they're going to have to be careful with when they decide to let that move rip. Hopefully, won't be too bad. In that first game, I didn't see any moments in particular that I was like, oh man, this led to your certain loss of a life, but do need to look out for that.
Literally duking it out to the very end right there, too. It was just such a close game in general, but I really like the way that Zombies has been using the teleportation to actually not just closing the gap, but defensively as well. We saw for the end portion of that game that it was used very aggressively, but at the very beginning, it was more for repositioning around his own teammate, and that's what I really like to see. I want to see more of that, actually, going into this next game.
And I think even I got mixed up by it, because sometimes I threw it out there, and like I'm the kind of person, like, I'm thinking, I'm like, you're going to come here at some point. I'm trying to cover this area where you're going to teleport to, and then it never happened, right? There's a little level of mind games there that you're able to have.
It's the pressure of just knowing it could happen, because then you have your teammate on the other side of the stage who's doing a really good job. You saw that the Batman was able to get the uppercut on there, but it wasn't a high enough damage to actually claim the life just yet. But then you have in the back of your mind, but if I jump here and he teleports, then he's going to be able to cover the landing. So it's just understanding that that's pressure unnecessarily on its own that he has to worry about, even if he's not physically there.
Yeah, there's so much to look out for, right? And that's the kind of 2v2s in a nutshell. Granted, this time around, we're going to see where they decide to go to for game number 2. And it looks like here we are. So we're abandoning triplats altogether.
All right, yeah, we got Trophy's Edge here. a lot more of those neutral stages that we were talking about in general, but you still got those moving platforms obviously here, and a bit of a mix-up here too, because we got to talk about the Arya. We got to talk about the changes that we've been seeing so far. It's going to be the Finn and Arya. How do you think this is going to differ, actually, depending on what we had seen before?
Okay, so the thing about this team that I'm always a little hesitant about is that you're running double assassin. That means you're taking that increased 14% extra damage, and that can really add up over time. But the affordance that you get with Arya is, one, you have easier conversions off the top. You land that up special, you can convert it into an up air or maybe a different aerial as well. And if you want to convert to Finn, Finn can go for the backpack right after that. But as we're seeing, this team is not working out. This has already been 2 stocks taken by energy and 6 zombies, and maybe the blue team's regretting their decision.
It's the glass cannon here. You mentioned it perfectly right there, Simon. It's the fact that you're running double assassin. Arya obviously being the lightest character in the game in general here too, but you have to worry about the uppercut and how early it's going to be able to KO, especially if you're going to get sent up by the Finn up special.
But you do want to look out for that backstab too, right? If you're on the red team, because that means Arya can get that little bit of extra damage, extra knockback if you're able to find it. But just like that, finally the first stock has been taken. But you almost see an answer right back, and there it is, another uppercut coming out from Batman. When did he get so strong?
He's been going to the gym. He's been going at it right now. I actually love the patience. I'm noticing that when he loses out on his teammate despite having the lead, he's just going to go for repositioning, running away, waiting exactly for zombie to come right back before swinging again.
Oh, this is going to be tough. I hit buttons is bleeding right now. They need to hang on. So much damage racked up, as you mentioned before. Extremely light character here. One short you can, or a down air coming up from Batman to get the bounce off the bottom to KO off the top. I was mentioning earlier that that's one of the hardest things to do anything about.
Yeah, because you don't know what trajectory you're going to be going in, and it can really catch you off guard before you can prepare yourself to actually DI properly. 100% there too. It's different, especially when you're the lightest character in the game, so you are going zooming out of here.
Man, that's rough. Because if you just got hit by an up special raw, okay, maybe I'll hold down to the right and then try to go sideways, and maybe I'll survive that way. But when you get hit by a down air like that, it's actually much more checkmate than you think it is. And so I love that option, being the one to go ahead and secure that game. That was well fought, valiantly played, but unfortunately, Batman got the boots on. The teams go crazy.
That team. I really do like that team, because we have seen other variations of the Finn and Batman, and it is kind of like the pride and true of what we would expect. You want to keep them up in the air. You want to be able to get the follow for the uppercut, the batarang into the uppercut. But the way that they were able to play has been creative. It's been a little bit different than with the other Finn and Batmans that we've seen. It's always been different. As we take a look at the replays, it was a bit of a quick set here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get to see that batarang. I think it's going to be
our favorite.
Boom,
bam,
bang, boom. Wow. And then I think there's another part right here. Bang, off the side, sends them up. Quick KO with the uppercut. It was so good, so valiantly fought, and so well played. I mean, the Batman-Finn combo, not one that I've seen a whole lot of. That was Zoo and Chavo earlier. They did a great job with that team combination, but I think it's been a little bit more rare for those 2 particular characters throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what more we got in store for a team like that as we get set up for our next set here, but it's about that diversity of the duos that we've been seeing, that we've highlighted so much about. Aside from the fact that we saw a character swap in the middle of that set, the Arya coming out, I have to follow up. It's like the fact that you are playing 2 glass cannons, Arya being the glass cannon of the entire roster, could be really risky too if you feel like you're being oppressed in general, especially with the amount of damage output that we know that Batman and Jay could individually just do on their own.
Yeah, you really have to have a steeled defense if you're going to run a double assassin comp. I have seen it earlier today as well. I think I saw maybe an Arya Harley Quinn combination come out earlier, and that one I was also like, whoa, are you sure you want to do this? And they were able to get some pretty disgusting conversions off the top with Harley up specials, right? Yeah, it's like, man, but you have to make sure that the way you're moving and finessing your way around the stage, that you're not getting caught in any moments, because every time you get hit, it matters that much more.
Oh man, I love this. If this is what we've gotten for day 1, Flambo, I cannot expect to see what the top level play of the end of top 8 is going to look like for tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day of action here for Multiverses. We're here at EVO 2022, and I would not have had it any other way to be able to see a lot of these players come out in person to perform to what they could do.
Yeah, no, especially I know, and I've mentioned a little bit, but not super much. There are players here who have been playing in online tournaments. They've been doing a great job. There are players here that have purposefully avoided online tournaments because they didn't want to reveal their tech yet. So there's actually
delete the VODs.
Yeah, they don't want people to know. They don't want people to know. And so especially tomorrow, I think you think, okay, I think we should try to get at least to top 48, top 32 without revealing our hidden tech. And then let's whip it out tomorrow when some real moolah's on the line. And I can't wait to see some of the things people have told me about, but I haven't yet gotten to see.
Ah, so we got some tricks of some of these players' sleeves. That's actually going to be really interesting too, because if they haven't pulled it out yet, can they execute it the way that they want? That's something else. Because again, you're here in person, you know, it could be a different vibe. You're also in front of a crowd. Those nerves are going to kick in. That's natural here for some of the competitors that are new to competition. So I'm wondering how that's going to play out for some of them.
Yeah, it's strange because so many of the players that have risen to the top in this game have been players that have come from various other games and are familiar with the competitive environment, but not the multiverses competitive environment, right? You know, it's the same, but different. You know, competition always feels different depending on what game you're playing. And so I'm wondering how that's going to translate, right? We have some like seasoned veterans, but we also have like players that were like, and I mean like, at the games that they were playing before, like, okay, they would place. Yes, exactly.
Popping
like, okay,
off,
well, that's a complete 180.
It makes you wonder if the change of format from what these players are used to playing, being in this doubles environment, has helped enable that. Because you're put into a perspective where some players playing passively really works out in their favor. If they're more prone to playing in more of a support role, like they really like the tether. I personally really like the tether. We went between Rain Dog, between even the lasso from Wonder Woman, being able to say, get back over here, hold on, relax, come back, and then pulling back your ally towards you just in case. Even if you have that perk that has the tipper as well on the sweet spot of the lasso, it's beautiful to be able to get some of those KOs at cheeky angles that you may not expect it as well. Got to help out your teammates sometimes you feel like they're about to get spiked there too. There's a lot of creativity, and you know, while we talk about what we could expect going forward, we still got a lot more matches for today. But if you're wondering what time the action for Top 48 starts tomorrow, that's going to be at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So you definitely don't want to miss it, guys. Same place, same time as we started today, and it's only going to get better from here.
Man, I cannot wait, and I will be right here smack dab in the early morning to go ahead and start some of that action off with y'all. But I am now thinking about how a little bit earlier in the day, I was like, okay, so we have players like Boomy Sandstorm, Flash Tyree, Ox, Bugsy, like very accomplished players across different games, different genres as well. Like not even just platform fighters, but just like completely different, like third-person shooters. Like, okay, like, you know, like that is wild for me to see and be witness to here at EVO. But now I'm thinking like, I wonder why that is. And it occurred to me that usually when you play a game like this, like I don't think people are a stranger to team games, but specifically in a platform fighter, team attack not being a thing in multiverses is actually such a cool design decision because it forces you to play the game in a way that no other platform fighter on the market has ever thought.
You could get as creative as you want to, and that's what I really like too, because it also gives you some extra time to see, hey, what is my teammate doing that I could do better to help them, enable them? And that I think is super important because that pressure of feeling like you're getting in their way is also not there.
Eliminated. And I think you nailed
Unless you want to tether them on purpose, just so, you know, let them know, by the way, I can still do this.
I'll troll you.
I won't let you go for that conversion. You won't get that Batman uppercut. Come back.
and it's everything about the design of the game is all about enabling, right? It's like, oh, your character can do this, and also the way they interact with your partner helps them in some way. Oh, we don't have lives individually, we are a team, so we share them joints together. Like that's the kind of thing that makes you have this kind of like team first mindset that really allows you to get creative in the way you want to express and go about your combo routes and not think so much about like, oh, I don't want to hit my partner here. Like it's so important.
Yeah, and you know, that also goes back down to what we were mentioning about the perk system and the perks that allow a lot of these players to be able to play the way that they want. You know, you're playing a much more cooldown centric character. Well, you have perks like CoffeeZilla. You have the ability to actually reduce that cooldown and then playing around the kit a lot more often than you may have not really thought about before. Enabling things like Wonder Woman Shield, the lasso in general. And it's really nice to be able to see how some of these players really do take advantage of that, and then how it allows, if you are playing another character that also has a good amount of cooldowns, to allow them to also be able to go crazy up in the air if they really want to.
And I like that you have the ability to do that. Like Taz, for example, right? You can get a signature perk that's like, okay, when you eat a projectile, you can spit out an anvil. Okay, that's cool. So now I have the ability to have some projectile counterplay. Or alternatively, you can get a signature perk that makes it so that when he performs his up special, a teammate can hop in and make it last longer. Like that's wild. And those are such different avenues in terms of like how you want to play the game that it really creates for some really wacky scenarios. And so I'm excited to see how that's going to pan out. Of course, some of the more like non-signature perks also give you strong affordances like that. Everyone's favorite is triple jump.
I love
right?
triple jump. I love it.
I don't blame you.
It all goes down to how you want to play. If you want to be Unga Bunga, like I was telling Austin earlier, I'm like, I know for a fact you're on triple jump. Don't lie to me. And he's like, absolutely, I do. And it's great because you could just be able to get and stay in the air a lot longer.
Yes.
So that way you could chase down a lot more of those conversions. If you want to be able to try to get those follow-ups, or at least be put into a position where you could help enable your teammate feel like they could safely go for something while covering them at the same time.
And especially on a character like, let's say, Superman, right? Where already has the innate ability passively to dodge upwards from the ground and not have it burn any of the resources. You throw triple jump on top of that with someone who has some of the furthest dash range in the game. Like, what? He's just... I mean, yeah, I knew he could fly, but like...
He's on a highway right there. He's going to quite literally take you for a ride.
You don't even get to, like, process what's happening. Like, you look up and you're like, is that a bird? Is that a... It's like...
No, it's actually Superman.
It's just right there. Right there. It's
That's
wild.
the Man of Steel right there. Oh, it's great. It's actually really great to be able to theory craft that too in general. I also really like the unique ways that we've seen different Supermans play, not only just camping the ledge, because you know exactly what they want. You
give me them ankles,
yeah,
boy.
exactly. It's like, oh, you think you're going to spike me? Like, no, that's not going to happen. But it's about the counterplays around these characters that really help you out as well, because it's kind of a matchup check, you know? You think you could go for a lot of these big spikes, like the Shaggy Downer that we were mentioning before, but then you have to worry about, and from Bugs as well, you know, in general, you think you could go for these because they're so large, but little do you know that's exactly what he wants you to do.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like, oh, it's like Superman mains want one thing, and it's disgusting, right? And that's to grab those ankles, right? And if you're falling behind in a match and it's like, oh man, we need 2 quick, early, cheesy KOs. Superman's the first person to be there and be like, está bien, tranquilo, right? And he just kind of like sits there and starts hovering below the ledge. He's like, come over here, I promise. There's nothing crazy.
Promise, I'm not fooling you real quick. I just got something to show you.
I'm a friend. I'm Superman.
And yeah, it's right. It's like he's gonna bait you real quick. And it's really funny how it plays into their kits that way too. I know earlier we saw Velma call the police on Superman. I'm like, this is wrong. This is not how that works. But it looks even funnier when Velma calls the police on Iron Giant, although Iron Giant is not playable.
You fit in the cast?
He is huge. And to be able to see how he's able to even fit in a car, I'm like, okay, that doesn't work. How does that work?
No, I feel the exact same way. Like, I'm like, because I always say, like, Velma, #1 snitch, right? Like, Velma's looking around for all this evidence, and then Velma's like, he did it, and I'm like, Velma, come on.
It's all the evidence.
It's
all the evidence, man. It's jinkies. You have to keep finding them. And we're just getting set up real quick in the back, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. But it's just been a really fun day, a fun and long day in general. But I feel like it's kind of like the cherry on top to see what to expect for tomorrow for Top 48.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like everything today has been the appetizers. You know what I mean? Okay, give me some crab rangoons, that's chill. Give me some gyoza, give me some dumplings, whatever. I'm chill with it. But tomorrow, I'm expecting, you know, the full thing. Give me the Kung Pao, give me the General Gao.
Filet
you know
mignon.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
we gotta go the extra
you went
mile.
Straight to bougie. So give me the filet mignon.
We're here in Vegas, okay? We're here in the Mandalay Bay. You have to be able to hit them with the sauce sometimes. So, you know, that's exactly what I've expected to see here at EVO, especially with a lot of our top competitors. And also to highlight the recent results that we've seen from tournaments like singles, Void just coming out of winning, what, 3 days ago now? I know we were talking a little bit about some of the players that we could expect to see in this wave, but we also, I believe, have Blazy, who got second at the same tournament with Bugs Bunny. So just a lot of talent in general here in this wave of pools, but it is the last wave here in the tournament before we dive into day number 2 for Top 48.
And I'm glad that you actually brought up that singles tournament, that coin box that had Blazy coming out in second. I didn't think Void was going to win that tournament because Void...
I don't think Void thought that either, but I knew Void. Void's always so good when it comes to just straight
Void
neutral.
Is wild with it, but when I saw Sandstorm serve him up, the first time, I was like, all right, there ain't no way. But then, you know, losers runs happen, and Void came quick with it and did the Void thing, and I was like, bro, how did I ever doubt you? You know, like, that's how good these players are, where, like, they really make me think that I ain't no way. And then suddenly, all right, there's a way. You got me. You got me. You can have that.
It's about that mindset too, and how does that transcend offline though? Could it be mentally
Yes.
tiring? Like, you know, can you contain and maintain rather a very similar run if you are not in the confines of your own home type of thing? So you know, I wonder, do these lights exhaust you? Is it waiting for your next match exhausting? So although you are still in the tournament, starting tomorrow in that lower bracket is not the play there. Obviously, you want to be able to stay within the top 32 portion of the game. You not only want to get that payout, but also you want to be able to have the stamina to go through the rest of the tournament too.
Because I think a lot of the time when we're speaking competitors, no matter what game it is, right? Usually they're saying that, okay, the worst placements that you can get at a tournament are usually like second, because it's like, man, I was this close to first, right? Like, this is from the competitor's mindset, by the way. Second place is perfectly good, great, and fine. And then the other placements that we're talking about is ninth place is another one, because it's like, I was just one shy away from top 8, and that one always kind of stings a little bit. But specifically for this tournament, it's going to be 49th. You know what I mean? Or I guess in this case, yeah, because top 48, because if you don't make it into that top 32, you're like, man, bro.
You were so close. You were so close. Out of how many? 211 teams or so, I believe, that had came out to this tournament. So a lot of teams that you had to go through, but to make it into day 2 and to be just short out of it could, you know, got to run it back. Got to run it back. Got to make sure that you have what it takes to be able to compete again here in person.
Yeah, it's going to be that. I said 49, like 33rd. That's what's going to be. I was like, you can't be 49th and top 48. You're going to be 33rd. But even with that said, like, this is going to be some of the best multiverses VODs out there for a while, I think. Like, everyone's running their own community tournaments, but you're not going to have a scenario where you have so many talented players in person like this to really see what the game can be like when you have mono-e-mono, just sitting side by side, letting it rip.
Yeah, I'm excited, honestly. I really like to see how a lot of this is really transcended offline into the online, or rather online into the offline play. Again, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We're just getting set up behind us. Like you mentioned before, with so many different controller schemes that you could bring into a game like Multiverses,
Yes.
you have a lot of diversity, not only between the keyboards, but you also have different controllers that you have to put in. So, you know, we just got to take some time to get set up with that.
You know, now that you mention that, it just makes me remember something else. This is actually completely unrelated, but I don't know why I had this thought. But I'm sure y'all know this because it's what you see when we go to break. But when we go to break, we show like a little community showcase,
Yep, I love
right?
that, by the way. It's
That
actually
is
my
so
favorite.
good.
That's actually my favorite. Just being able to see a lot of the art that you guys at home have been able to draw for us here. You're just enjoying Multiverses is fantastic. Make sure you guys send out your artwork still to Multiverses, the Twitter account there with the hashtag MVS. And it's nice to be able to see how we already have such a large community behind a game that is still in beta.
Right? Like, it kind of just like, it feels like it erupted overnight. And honestly, that's kind of what happened. Like, yeah, I played in some of the alphas, and I was like, oh, man, this game is going to be a smash, right? Like, it's going to come out and absolutely obliterate the competition. And then the beta dropped, and I was like, wow, like, this is more fun than I could have ever have thought in a game of this genre. Like, I really am out here, and the community showed up in spades. Like, we have not only fan art, but I've seen, like, custom animations. Like, people have gone ahead and used the models from the game and made their own little, like, there's like an Iron Giant one where he like comes down from the sky and everyone's like, what? And he does a little wave. Like, they're getting so creative.
I know,
with it.
it's actually so amazing. I was laughing about it because I'm one of those where I just like, oh, that's a cool skin, auto guess.
Yeah, no, same.
And then it was actually funny. Austin was like, wait, but do you have all the characters like? I'm like, listen, Austin, that's none of your business. It's all about your priorities out here. And and the perks as well. The perks also being something else that you really do want to heavily prioritize, which is also something nice too, because the perk system in this game gets very intricate, where you can honestly just not only put the perks that you want on your characters, whatever perks that you think will fit into your playstyle and what would enable your character, but the fact that you could get those perks from different classes, I think is super interesting. And of course, it is that trading the perk system that the game does provide for you.
And of course, on top of that, if you love everything that you've been seeing so far from Multiverses, of course, you know, one, go ahead and follow the Twitter, right? Check out the official YouTube. But if you feel like you have it in your heart to go ahead and access the wallet a little bit, go ahead and get the Founders Pack. And depending on which version you get, you have the ability to, one, be able to get some character tokens, so that if you want to unlock characters that are having to grind the in-game currency, I think if you get like the $100 one, you get like 30. Right, and like there's not even 30 characters in the game yet, so as they release, you're gonna be able to just boom, character token. Now I have that one. Me, I was like, I don't feel like grinding up the money for LeBron. Oh wait, character token, boom, off the easy. You know, like it was lit.
Honestly, I was really excited to see if we were gonna have LeBron, but unfortunately, we do not have LeBron or Iron Giant at this event. Too new, just the same reason why we don't have the new Rick and Morty stage here too.
It's got to give people time to adapt and learn matchups. And also, you just want to give time to make sure that everything's working as intended as well. Whenever you're dropping something new, you want to give it some time to breathe a little bit before you're like, all right, I want to allow this in tournament. So it makes sense. A little bit of a bummer in terms of like, would have loved to have been making some LeBron jokes and some basketball jokes all day
today. It will come. The time will come eventually, guys. Again, we are just getting set up here right now. Sorry for the wait. I have not had a word for production just yet, but we are just getting set up behind us as we are going into the rest of the final wave pool for Multiversus Day 1. Again, I'm just really excited to see what we could expect for tomorrow.
No, we're not quite there yet, but like my brain is, like I'm already thinking about, you know what I mean? Like I'm like, all right, we got a little bit of this block left, and then tomorrow we hop right into some Day 2 action where things are really going to start to heat up. We're going to see some insane clips and all of that. But until then, I'm thinking, all right, so we have players like Blazy, right, who got that second place run at the coin box, also established another platform, Fighters, and it's like, I think, man, what have I not seen yet today, right? I've seen a fair combination of things. I've seen Rain Dog come out from players like Leviathan, and I actually saw even some Rain Dog Ditto matchups, which I did not expect to see, which I was like, oh, okay, cool. What I haven't seen today, surprisingly, is I haven't personally had a chance to cast Wonder Woman. I think I did see one earlier who almost got, it was Nakat.
We got Nakat, yeah. Nakat has been the Wonder Woman that we've seen so far, at least from what I've seen. Yeah, from what I've been able to experience so far, at least within the blocks that I've been able to cover myself.
And that's actually wild, because I think that is a very good twos character. Like, the heck, I thought I would have probably seen a little bit more, but as I've heard from some of the other players today, they're like, Diana's too honest. And I'm like, too honest? Are you kidding me? Throwing out these armor and lassos?
She got the lasso of truth for a reason. You know what? She's truthfully telling you to sit down. That's what's going on right there.
Be humble. I'm like, okay.
You know, but also looking back at the other players that we have within this wave, another team that I was looking forward to seeing is Cinco and Ross. Ross being a familiar player that I've been able to watch over in the past there too. But between Arya and Superman, that is the respective characters that they have been able to kind of figure out in terms of the comps that they've been running. But it's about the Arya that has been different key in a lot of the synergy and the duos that we've been exposed to throughout the tournament.
Yeah, Arya's definitely, I'm gonna keep it a buck. We saw more Arya today than I thought we would have seen, period. I feel like at least 2 to 3 times more Arya than I thought, because my own perception of her as a character and kind of the tournaments I had watched up until this point was that everyone was like, yeah, she's pretty good, but it always seemed like their opinion kind of gravitated toward other characters being a little bit stronger. But coming out here today, it looks like people are like, nah, Arya's actually nice with it. We're just apologists, you know? we want to see if we can kind of try to get her buffed by saying she's not as great as we actually think she is, so that maybe we can try to swing some decisions.
Real quick. Hold on. Then that means that Arya's can't do so good here, because you never know what's going to happen after a weekend like this. I'm expecting it to get good here with a lot of changes, as we are looking like we are finally in a game, and we are going to be able to start setting up the characters that we're going to see, actually.
Yeah, it looks like there we go. A look at Bugs Bunny, the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's Wabbit season, as we're going ahead and securing some of the perks that we're going to be using as we go ahead and hop into the first game of this set. And even taking a look, oh, hold on. Catching the drip on the shirt. Love it. Love the hair as well. You know, I always got to do a drip check on the players when they come up. Whenever the camera gives me this angle like
How
that,
ready are you?
I'm like, yeah, bro.
Remember the nail drip? I mean, you know, for a reason. If you have your nails matching up with the EVO logo and the EVO color scheme, even more props to you.
I got to give them the certified frosty on this one. It looks like both teams looking pretty good. Pretty good. No flame coming here from me today as we go ahead and take a look as players still go ahead and set up the controls and set up the perks, but I do remember seeing a Bugs Bunny on there. We've seen Bugs a million times today,
yeah.
right? Like, at this point, no one should be surprised if they're going up against a team that features a Bugs Bunny. This is one of those things where it's like, if there was a matchup to know coming into EVO, I think everyone knew that it was Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, Bugs has been the hot topic a lot. Although we did see that slight nerf to Velma's weight in general in the most recent
Yes.
patch, Bugs has been that hot commodity, actually. And it's for a reason right there. When it comes to a lot of the doubles play, Bugs gets so creative, but then supported with Velma, which is that duo that you mentioned earlier on in our
Yes.
block. That's kind of been what we saw a lot in ladder, but that's why I'm really happy to see a mix of a lot of other stuff regarding Bugs, and then insert here other characters aside from just the Velma.
Yes, because I've been seeing some Steven combinations. Very happy with the amount of Steven that I saw today. I've been able to see a few Shaggy as well. I wasn't so certain that we were going to see Shaggy. I think Shaggy is an amazing twos character. Has the ability to set up that enrage, has those enraged attacks for extremely early potential KOs. And I was like, okay, I thought we were going to see more Shaggy. And we did end up seeing a few, but I was like, you know, Shaggy has to charge up to get a lot of the affordances to really be a scary presence on the screen, whereas Bugs can just like do a special, right? You know, it's like, oh, the Acne Rocket's coming. That's not going to take me charging for, you know,
Right,
like 5 or
you
6
charge
seconds.
up. You know what I really like about the charge up there too? From a lot of the Shaggies that we have seen, it's the charge up into canceling it to reposition and then
Yes.
bait you out and then hit you with something else. And that's actually something that's really cool. If you have your ally actually able to get up there with you and get a follow up, I mean, imagine an uppercut from a Batman. It could be incredibly scary because you're baiting them to try to punish you. They're putting themselves in a vulnerable position where now you can cancel it, avoid that, and then your teammate could come in and punish them for trying to punish you.
Yeah, and the reason that's so great as well is that, like, in games like these, if you have a move that you can charge that forces people to respect your character, it's a way for you to force approaches, right? So if someone wants to be on the other side of the stage and, you know, hurl projectiles at you, you can say, okay, you stay there. I'm gonna go ahead and charge up right here. And then they're like, oh crap, I don't want him charging over there. And then they start approaching you, and then you're able to run your game plan. And Shaggy knows how to run them pockets, all right? Like, you get close with Shaggy.
Understand that if you have any food in your pockets, he's taking that from you. He's taking, especially sandwiches, all right? That's definitely what he's going to be going for. I also really like the mix-up between the squad between Shaggy and Velma. We've seen that a few times already on the stream, too.
Oh, man. And I'm thinking as well, like, oh, I know I've said it a million times about Garnet, but just, like, Garnet has such good tools in terms of trying to deal with, like, projectile counterplay, because she has the ability to go ahead and just, like, stop it. And then after you hit it, you can go ahead and send it back. And then it's like, all right, cool. So Garden has all these affordances. But speaking of going ahead and sending things back, what are we about to do, Vicky?
We're going to send you guys to a break. We'll be back shortly, guys. We're going to settle up some technical issues. But when we're back, we're going to have the rest of the Multiversus tournament here. Day number 1 at EVO 2022. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, mortals and monsters, goons and goblins, soulbound companions, as we hop into EVO 2022.
Yes, it's late. I get it.
I
East Coast
know.
time. I know.
Been a minute.
I'm here for it. You know, we were talking a lot about the game, where it's at, and what we could expect. And now we can talk about this next set that we got on our hands right now, because here we got it. Here we finally have it. It's gonna be Rewhirl and Shupin versus Too Easy and Blazy.
Okay, so we have some of the best players in the game to ever do it. We did talk about Blazy a little bit earlier before. It looks like we're gonna go ahead and hop right into game number one. It's gonna be Too Easy and Blazy rocking the Bugs Bunny and the Velma. On the other side, we're gonna have Rewhirl and Shupin rocking the Shaggy and the Bugs Bunny. And so far, we've already seen a stock taken and a hold down. It's gonna be just a fall down to the KO zone there, looking a little odd, but it's going to be okay as we go ahead and push on forward with this match.
It's a life for life, and it's actually the compositions that you and I were talking about ramping up for a while, not just only between the Shaggy, but between the Velma and Bugs as well. But can he land here? Because you're getting hit not just with a barrage of these words, a wall of text, but you're falling to your doom too.
Okay, and just like that, there's going to be 2 KOs taken on the side of Too Easy and Blazy. Looks like Rewhirl and Shupin are going to be able to answer right back as they keep this game particularly close, but we do have to look out for Blazy here. 89 damage already racked up. Now granted, despite the fact that Velma did get that weight nerf, still decently heavy still, so should be able to hang on a while longer as they try to find that last KO.
Oh, I like the little stall there too with the megaphone on purpose. Oh, and another one, and another one, and another one. 3 times with the hammer. Are you kidding me?
Man, hit him with the Tootsie Roll out. 1, 2, 3. Like, that was crazy.
He got to the center right there. He chomped on it.
Oh man, just counted it up. That was wild. That game went crazy quickly, and I expect game 2 to kind of be more of the same with the kind of pace that these players are deciding to maintain. It's going to be a little bit tougher here, I think, for the opposition here to go ahead and slow down Too Easy and Blazy.
That was great. And honestly, just being able to see that both of these teams had lost a life rather early, but the fact that the red team was able to bounce back so quick and take advantage of the positioning of where we saw the blue team position off to the stage, off to the side. If it's not one spike, it's going to be another. And you think you're safe. You think you could go for a reset by the walls, but then you think... but you thought. Going on to game 2, wasting no time here on Sky Arena. The stage that we've been talking about a lot for a reason, though, in general. And it's that mallet, it's the hammer that always comes down to make sure that it's got to keep you on your toes a little bit. So much that it's already weakened.
Okay, and just like that, almost a KO secured off the top from a Bugs Bunny upward attack, but it's not going to be enough. There's going to be another swing coming down. Potential spike, that's 2. Do we see 3 yet again? Not going to be the case this time. Can Velma make it back? Ooh, looks like the answer is no, as the stock is secure. There's going to be 1 life falling on the side there, but it's going to be an even game otherwise.
The stall from the megaphone, you think that you could try to make it back right there, but that just gave all the opportunity for Roro and Shupin to get that, as another life is lost out here. Now going to be able to come back. Shupin going to be able to swing that hammer a little bit. You see the dynamite stall there too, and the pie. I really like that because that's a lot of space coverage in the air.
Oh man, yeah, no, I love it as well, right? And, oh my goodness, you want to talk about coverage in the air, the swings from Bugs Bunny here with that up air attack. Another one trying to find that final blow potentially on the Shaggy. Not going to be it right there, but there is so much pressure being exerted from Too Easy and Blazy, but we have a response from the blue team.
Always has an answer with that hammer, especially when he was put into a really bad situation, but the immediate follow-up with the up air now coming in.
Okay, now we're coming down to potentially the final moments of this match as Too Easy and Blazy are looking for their final KO, and there's a lot of damage, and that's going to be it. Bouncing off the bottom there, Too Easy and Blazy are going to go ahead and secure this set 2-0.
So quick with that, but I really like the way that they were able to execute those spikes. Even though we did see some spikes coming in from the blue team, we saw because of the stall sometimes that put you in that position where it gives, you know, the opposition so much time to be able to react to something like that. But the way that they were able to consistently keep up and keep them by the side of the stage with a lot of that pressure, even with the stall on the megaphone that we saw from the Velma, was beautiful.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming out from both teams. They granted, it was fast, you know, and that's kind of the way multiverses can go sometimes. But to see just how fast it went, let's go ahead and take a peek at some of the replays that made the magic happen.
Yeah, looking back at what we were talking about before, this right here was insane. He did it twice, then he does it a third time right there. You think you can make it back, but what's even better is the way that he positioned himself facing the stage rather than outside the stage, despite him falling off the stage right there, so that way he could position himself even better, in a better spot to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, no, it was extremely good, and it's like, okay, like, I want to make sure that I'm finding this perfect vertical line that I know you're going to cover, so I'm going to go ahead and whack-a-mole. 1, 2, 3, boom, secure the KO is phenomenal.
It's so satisfying too because you have all the time in the world. But you know what? We had to keep you guys on your toes. We had to keep you guys wanting some more multiverses because that's actually going to be the last set of the day here, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching Multiverses Day number 1 here at EVO 2022. But you don't want to miss out on the action that's going down tomorrow. That starts with Flambeau opening up actually at 10 a.m. Pacific time. You don't want to miss it. You want to be here. You want to figure out who our top competitors are going to be walking away with a $100,000 prize pool that's going to pay out all the way down to top 32. It's going to be a fantastic time, guys. Again, thank you so much for your patience, and we'll see you tomorrow.